You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
So what are you doing?
Nothing.
Nothing? Why not?
Trying to get on this lifestyle radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Well, I was singing along, so I figured we should have had some applause. Good evening, everybody out there. This is the 420 radio show, and Al is presently trying to find himself.
No, I'm right here. I'm
Okay.
I'm just a ball hanging on a tree.
He found himself.
I found myself. My dog.
We have
is
other-
finding me too.
We have other people showing up too eventually.
Eventually.
One's working, one's trying not to burn her house down.
Go lay down.
Yeah.
There. Rosa, go away.
Don't be mean to the dog.
I'm not. She's just standing there staring at me.
When's Hanukkah start?
14th, I think.
Is it? I never know what day.
It's sometimes it's right over the Christmas holiday,
Oh,
but
yeah.
not this year. It's I think the 14th to the 22nd. I think I can look it up actually.
I should just go listen to the song.
What Adam Sandler song?
Yeah.
Mm.
I like that song.
He's done another version of it. He did another version of it last year.
Oh,
Rosa,
better?
go lay down, please.
So we got lots of cannabis news.
What was I looking for, Marcel?
Not all of it's good.
Oh yeah,
Hanukkah. I mean, yeah. When's Hanukkah?
the 14th, which is Sunday the 14th to Monday the 22nd, and then Christmas. And it's 8 days,
Yeah.
right? So, what you were saying? So cannabis news, yeah.
Yeah. We have some cannabis news tonight. Not all of it's good.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
So, the news, the cannabis news as of late has been kind of crappy.
Well, yeah.
You know.
Because, they don't have good news.
Well,
Hello, Dale.
bad news is really a good news day.
Well, yeah, that's true.
And although they don't call it that anymore, they used to call it, the media used to call it a good news day when something bad happened.
Well, they still do, but now they make it up,
Kind of.
right? Yeah.
Some of it. Yeah.
If you think about it, they're no longer called news; they're called entertainment.
A lot. Yeah. And here's the really fucked up thing. Where as of late, do you know where reliable news is coming from?
Yeah, not mainstream media.
TMZ.
Oh, fuck
Oh
yeah.
yeah, Harvey is diving into the mainstream, not just entertainment, although it's mostly entertainment. But I
Yeah.
mean, they have investigative journalists working for them, and they usually get it right.
Yeah.
So I mean, if I'm not really I don't really care. There's a reason I'm saying this. I don't really care how many rocks of crack that Charlie Sheen smoked. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
don't. What I care about is maybe a new show that he's doing or a new movie or something like that. So it's interesting to watch that stuff. Now, the reason I brought that up is because I spent the afternoon watching AKA Charlie Sheen.
Oh, okay.
Have you seen it yet?
Nope.
I found it interesting.
Yeah.
From the view of looking into a fish tank kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
It was all right.
Yeah.
Dale, don't you touch those donuts on the table, buddy. What?
I didn't say it. I didn't say it. See, I don't know. I'm not. I'm at a point in my life where I don't even bother anymore.
Well, I was bored, and I knew it was on there, so I got it so that I got my Netscape this month so that I could watch that. And then I see that the Diddy documentary that 50 Cent put out there is up.
Yeah.
But I have no desire to watch anything about that douchebag.
And that's. I'm not a starstruck person to begin with.
Well, neither am I. But I like learning. Oh, there goes the cat. I like learning about history and stuff like that. So that kind of falls into that.
I like learning facts. I don't really care about what star is doing what to who.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
That doesn't really have any effect on me. Then why do I care?
Well, it's not like I'm watching Vanderpump Rules or anything. Although I do.
But it's like they call it reality TV. Yet everything.
I like reality TV. I like reality.
Of course you do, because it's scripted, and it's scripted in such ways to make you think that it's actually happening.
Some
to draw you in.
I watched.
To draw you in.
I watched one. I was watching one show called Lizard Towing or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And got about halfway through the first season. I was just like, nah. But then I'll turn around and watch. Like I enjoy Below Deck because it's drama where drama's supposed to be on TV, right?
Right, but that's supposed to be a reality show, isn't it?
Below Deck?
Yeah.
Yes. Unscripted reality.
You think?
The stuff I've read about it, yeah. But who knows? Who knows? I mean, I found it funny that they bumped off Captain Lee pretty quick when he got sick, but
So my wife watches a show every Sunday night without fail.
Which
is 90 Day Fiancé.
Yeah, no thanks.
And because it's a reality show. So for 2 hours, I get to sit and listen to 90 Day Fiancé. Within 2 hours, she gets to listen to me pointing out which parts are scripted.
Yeah. I'm sure she just loves that.
Very easy to tell. Well, she was kind of shocked to find out that they get paid $1,000 per episode.
Yeah. Okay.
But they get bonuses the more drama they can create.
It depends on the show, and I know this because remember, I don't know if you were here then, but I had I've become friends with DB from that biker one that Discovery did. I can't even remember the name of it anymore. The Devil's Ride.
Yeah.
Okay, which was an reality-based show about a group of guys who wanted to start a club, and it got away from them. Now, I've had many conversations with Dan about the show, and he was one of the first ones that signed on. And originally, in the first season, he was the president of the club. Okay,
Right.
It was a real club. It was based of military vets who wanted to ride together, as most clubs have started.
Yeah.
And what they tried to do was not script it, but point the drama in the right direction.
That's what I call scripting.
Okay. And they wouldn't have it.
Yeah.
They said no. And, I thought that was, and the other thing is they don't make a lot of money each show. They make money on the merch.
Yeah.
That's where they make their money, on shirts and albums and blah, 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 whatever kind of show it is, right?
Yeah.
So now
for 90 Day Fiance, it's about $1,000 per episode.
Yep.
But there are bonuses if you're in cameo
for the cast members.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the people that are supposedly going to be getting married and shit.
Well, it's the same thing as Jersey Shore. They've become ultra famous. And Jersey Shore is all just a bunch of celebrities, and the same with the housewife shows and all that. It's ridiculous,
right?
But here's something interesting. Do you remember what the first quote unquote reality show was on TV back in the days? Probably the 80s.
Well, if you'd said the 60s and early 70s, I would have said the Twilight Zone.
Yeah, but that's a little bit of a different reality.
Probably closer to the fucking truth. What was the first reality show? They didn't really start coming out until the 80s and 90s.
MTV wasn't into the 90s, I think. Late 80s into the 90s. The first
MTV wasn't a reality show either.
No, now they do reality shows. In fact, now they are nothing. MTV is a production company now. They're not even a TV show. They've backed it in.
They used to be music
I don't know if it was the first, but one of the first reality shows that I know that I used to watch had Ty Pennington on it on the TLC network, and that was Trading Spaces. It was a reality show about renovating or rebuilding a home, and out of that came Home Edition, right? Home Makeover, and shows like that. But you want to go further back into it? Look at Bob Vila. Bob Vila had Home Again for 10 years, maybe 15 years before any of the networks came along and started doing that shit. Again,
there it is. The first, and that makes the most sense. And it was in 1948.
What was it?
Candid Camera.
Oh, yes, Candid Camera.
Yeah.
And also Funniest Home Videos.
That was much later.
Yeah.
So
that makes sure. Yep, that makes sense.
So I just put in what was the first reality TV show. For an American family in 1973, for its pioneering cinema verite style look at real family's life. And for competitive reality, Sweden's Expedition Robinson in 1997, which preceded Survivor.
Well, Fear Factor was before that. I'm pretty sure Fear Factor was before that, and they've repraised that. They've brought it back with
Fear Factor with Joe Rogan?
No, not with. They brought it back, but not with Joe. I can't remember. If you want to Google that, you can.
Well, I'll just do Fear Factor because I think Fear Factor that was after '97, wasn't it?
No, they've brought it back now, like recently.
Oh yeah,
right. But it's not with Joe Rogan. He did bring it back, but it didn't really go anywhere, right? You know, I enjoy.
Fear Factor was from 2001 to 2006.
That was the repraise.
Yeah, that was Joe Rogan's.
Okay, so then what's after? Because they rebooted it recently.
Fear Factor 2025.
We got lots of Snowdale here.
House of Fear is what it's going to be called.
And that's coming up, but it is Fear Factor.
It's Fear Factor House of Fear.
With who?
Don't know if it's saying much. It's just Wikipedia.
I saw a post about it just like last week.
Yeah, they're just now announcing it.
I can hear my dog snoring in the living room.
Okay, so they had a revived series in 2011 and 2012
with Joe Rogan.
With Joe Rogan,
correct.
But it's not saying who the new one's going to be.
They've had a few different variations of it over the years, so you know. But I stopped watching it because I just can't take that eating segment. I can't do it.
January 14th, 2026, and Johnny Knoxville is going to be the host.
Thank you. Yes, that makes sense that he would be the host.
Yeah. So what it is in addition to extreme stunts, this incarnation of the series will incorporate a social element in which contestants live in the house together after being dropped in a remote location.
A remote location.
And
so it's kind of like Survivor.
It's going to premiere on the 14th of January of 2026.
I was just going to say, yeah, it'll premiere for the winter sweeps.
And it's a Fox show.
Yes, originally it was as well.
Yeah. So where Fox is going to stream it, I don't know, but if they stream it. They might just keep that on their television.
If you open up the vertical window, Marcel, it looks like we're just two balls hanging on the tree.
Yeah, I see that.
I close that. I don't leave both open. Anywho.
I don't know how to close it, so.
Oh, just where it says there's a little box there under the window that says show vertical or hide vertical.
Hang on.
They've added some new things recently.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Okay.
What snow, Dale? There was snow. I had blue skies all day today.
Did you really?
Yeah, I did. So Darcy's not here yet.
Complaining about it.
Well, Darcy yesterday on the phone in the morning I said, how much snow do you have? He said, none. I said, really? I said, our whole yard is still covered in snow because we just had a bunch of rain, but it didn't get rid of all of our snow. Darcy goes, ha ha, sucks to be you. This morning, I wake up, and a little while later, Darcy gives me a phone call and calls me a fuckface.
Oh, is that what that was about?
Yes, and Darcy called me a fuckface because he figured I wished all this snow on him.
So who was he calling a cunt?
I think that was also directed at me.
Oh,
because he thinks for some reason it was my fault that he laughed about me having snow.
Hmm.
And karma bit him back. So Dale, you got snow because of Darcy. And everybody in Toronto should know that. And it was wild because they had like 10 accidents on the highway. Cars were flipped upside down and everything else because it was just these snow squalls. So I bring it up on the radar to see what it is, and it's only Truro. It's like a path going from the Bay of Fundy across Kentville to Truro.
We get that
And all the
here.
dumping there.
It could be snowing all around us, and we have no snow at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we had blue skies all day and listened to Darcy whine about a little bit of snow.
Yeah, they've closed the highways several times already this season.
Yeah. Yeah, they closed the highway there. MJ's here and she didn't burn her house down.
That's
That we
because I
know of.
was focused.
You were focused. So let's talk about your antics. Al, where's that video?
Just a second.
What antics?
Your antics.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We're gonna have a little chat.
Oh, what did I do wrong?
Firefighting 101.
Yeah.
So
What did I do
Mary
wrong?
Jane,
So play this video.
decided to make dinner the other night, and this is what happened.
And she decided to feed it to the raccoons. Okay, so
you see the motion in that throw. One more time, shall we?
all right,
Well,
so
you have some explaining to do, Lucy.
let's take a look at this in a roundabout way. You're cooking dinner and it catches on fire, and you proceed to run through your house with a burning pan to throw it outdoors.
But let me clarify. There was no food in the pan.
Okay.
It was a pan with just oil that had gotten too hot and caught fire.
Okay.
And I did not run through the house with the pan. I did not open the door. The door was open for me. I literally held the pan like this through the house and then just went like this and launched it. And I wouldn't have done it if there was no snow outside.
What if, just saying, what if, as you were walking carefully through the house with a burning torch of oil, you tripped? You stumbled.
Oh. Well, I guess that would have been bad, but that didn't happen.
Who was holding the door open?
Timmy.
So who would have caught the burning oil?
And I bet you he was laughing too.
No.
Oh.
Okay.
He was not laughing.
So for everybody listening, if you have a pan of oil catch on fire on your stove, put a pot lid over the pan. If you don't have a pot lid, just throw a cup towel over the pan.
Now a lid does not mean an ounce.
A cup towel, a tea towel, a small towel. All you need to do is smother the flames. Don't run through the fucking house with a burning pot.
Yeah. If you
because you trip and fall, your whole house is on fire.
Well, wouldn't it catch the towel on fire?
No, because you lay it over it quickly and smother the flame.
Yeah.
But you can't smother a flame that's like 3 feet tall.
When
You're
oil
fucking
is
right,
burning,
you can.
They tell you to sprinkle
baking soda is another one.
All over it, not water, and cover it. That's
so
it.
I was cooking something in the oven one night, and it caught on fire. And I walked out and I saw that the oven was on fire. So I calmly walked to the bedroom, and I got out the kid, and I think she was about 11 or 12. And I said, "Come here, I want to teach you something." So we went out, and I showed her that our oven was on fire. Then I showed her how to calmly open up the cupboard, take out a box of baking soda, open the oven, and sprinkle the baking soda on the fire. And the fire was out. Nobody panicked. No house burned down. Right? But now at least
A
she
lot of
knows
people, the
how
first,
to
a
do it
lot of
and not to
people, their
panic.
initial response is to dump the pan into the sink with water running.
Mm, mm. Yeah. And then you've
wouldn't
got,
that catch everything else on fire?
Of course.
yeah, because the water is going to be splashing hot burning oil out to light up little fires.
Yeah, honestly, the first rule of that sort of thing is don't panic. And clearly, I didn't follow rule number 1 because if I had not panicked, I would have logically grabbed the fire extinguisher
Now
that was on the wall next to the stove.
Let's watch
And see,
again.
that's,
and
that's
critique.
another thing.
Let's watch again
Like-
and critique your throw.
I think we should note my outfit here. Sporting a cute onesie.
Mm. It would have burned really good without hot oil on it.
Look, it's not a secret. I should have died like 13, maybe 14 times in my life, but I'm still here. So thank you, angels.
Yep, somebody's watching over you.
Oh, very clearly.
I don't know. I
like the title. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
It is now.
Yeah.
But because I have cameras inside my house too, you can actually see me over at the air fryer putting barbecue sauce on the chicken, and then all of a sudden you see in the background just like
yeah,
the stove, and I'm like, ah! And you see the panic. I go running through the kitchen. But yeah.
Do that.
Running through the kitchen, and then you had a whole bunch of lids there, and they had a fire extinguisher there. Yeah, towels there.
I actually don't. I don't have lids, and I don't have tea towels. All my tea towels are the stupid ones that people knit those little button things to, and they're like literally like this big, and they're like half tea towels that stick on the counter.
Excuses, you fucked up.
Actually, I take that back. They're not stupid. I love those tea towels.
So
I
I got a couple
of them
hanging off my stove.
Yes.
They're called crochet.
I'm sure a normal towel would have worked. It's bigger. That's all.
Yeah. You can
It's
also
like
get
when your dog
you
gets-
can also get a fire blanket, but the whole point of this is you had a fucking fire extinguisher right there. And
Right
you
next to the
panicked.
stove.
Like when your dog gets
And
hit
instead
by a
you
skunk,
panicked.
don't use
I did.
one. Same kind of thing.
But I think I need to get a new fire extinguisher because I'm pretty sure I used that one. I should check the gauge. Because last time
Should also
I put,
check the date.
I put eggs in a pot of water, and I went downstairs to put the clothes in the dryer. But then there was clothes in the dryer, so I took clothes out of the dryer, and I started folding them and putting them away. And I was chatting with my friends, and all of a sudden I heard crack, and I was like, "Oh!"
Eggs started
I
exploding.
ran upstairs. Yeah, I didn't know that when you boil eggs so much that there's no more water in the pan, that not only can you burn the bottom of your pot, but you can actually explode the eggs too.
The eggs explode because
yeah.
they cook inside and then shatter.
Yeah, they were all over. I was like, where did they go? I was like, where did my eggs go? And I was looking, and then some on the wall, there's some on the ceiling. So I've been asked over to people's houses for dinner, but not to cook dinner.
There's a good fucking reason for that.
I'll keep that in mind.
Hey, Marcel, I'm coming to your house next week for dinner.
I won't be home. I'll burn my fucking house out.
I'll meet you at a restaurant.
Yeah, we'll meet at Red Lobster.
We don't have Red Lobster out here.
No, because you probably have authentic lobster. Who needs Red Lobster?
Actually, I don't know. I don't think I'd ever go to a restaurant to buy a fucking lobster.
Where do you get your lobster? The grocery store.
the shack on the fucking road.
Usually a guy on the side of the road.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, kind of like how we get our berries and our tarts.
You know the flower guys.
Yeah, but I get live lobsters that way.
They have live lobsters instead of flowers in Nova Scotia.
That's crazy.
We have fish guys that come around and they've got lobster, scallops, haddock, halibut, crab, shrimp.
I was
fish
reminded
cakes,
the
bacon
other
wrapped
day
scallops,
about
damn near everything.
the knife sharpening guy. Remember the knife sharpening guy that would drive down the road, ding, 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 and then Mom would go out, grab all my knives, and go out, and he. Sure.
Do you know we had
what?
We had the sawmill saw sharpening guy.
Ah.
And he used to come around and sharpen all our blades on our sawmill.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, they used to do blades, and there was a guy that just walked down the street. He had a grinder that he pulled along, and with a bell, ding, 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 and then as technology started getting a little better, then the truck started coming along, and ding, ding. They had it was like an ice cream truck, but for sharpening knives and steaks or skates and machetes and whatever.
This is a good question to ask. Al, do you sharpen your knives?
I do myself.
Do you have a knife sharpener, or
I have one of those? But saying that, I don't have any good knives that really require sharpening. I've got a knife set.
All knives deserve to be sharpened.
Nah, this is all that.
How dare you say that?
Serrated blades.
I can't. Sharpen.
Oh, you can't. Yeah, you can't do that. I used to sell knives, believe it or not.
You used to sell weed too.
No, well, yeah, no. I used to sell nutrients. Never sold weed.
Oh, you worked in a store.
Yeah, but that store sold accessories. And at the time, it was illegal, so we sold tobacco accessories and seeds, but only for souvenirs.
You were working in a dispensary for a bit, weren't you?
Oh wait, that's true. I did. I hated it. I only worked 2 days in 3 months. That's why I forgot. That's a lawsuit and a half, but we just dropped that anyways. Needless to say, they're no longer in business.
Add it to your resume.
Oh, dude. Resume. I don't even hand in a resume anymore. I tell them to Google me.
It hit minus 31 here last week. Well, the beginning of this week.
Did you get a lot of snow like we did?
Today.
Today?
Yeah.
It snowed on today.
Started at about 9 o'clock this morning, and it went until about 5, 6, maybe. We've been under. We are still under a weather watch, a severe weather watch, until I think 1 o'clock in the morning or something like that. Because it comes and goes, and then the wind, and I went out at 11 o'clock, went back, and there was snow everywhere. What's that, Marcel?
I'm at a balmy -6, and it's going up to a balmy -3 tomorrow afternoon.
It says that it's -9 outside, but I'm not thinking that's correct.
Oh, hang on, I'll tell you what it is there.
Well, I'll look at my phone. It's been warmer than earlier in the week and on the weekend because it was fucking cold. It says it's
we got -3 here, so it's not too bad.
It says Terrace Bay is -12.
-16.
Oh no, sorry, that's in the morning.
It says it feels like -16.
Oh yeah, you are about to get another massive falling of snow.
Yeah.
-8.
And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, more snow. So Sunday.
-8. Tomorrow morning it's going down to -18 for you, Al.
Says wind chill will make it feel like -27 tonight.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It's a good thing you're inside tonight.
Yeah, I was going to say a good thing that wind chill doesn't affect indoors.
Yeah.
No, but it affects the price of my hydro bill.
Mine is propane. My heat turns on more.
Because that's what I have, Marcel. I've got hydro.
Yeah, but it's not wind chill that's affecting that. That's just cold temperature that's affecting that.
Yeah, but the hydro, the furnace comes on more often
when it's cold.
When it's cold.
Yeah.
But the wind chill affects the temperature, which makes it colder. So technically, Al is right.
Correct.
Wind chill does not affect temperature.
Well, yeah, it does.
It does on your face.
That's why it feels like it.
See, feels like, that's the key word. Feels like. Wind chill only affects organics.
We are organic, dude.
Right. So if you're inside,
not the furnace.
If you're inside something, you are not affected by wind chill
unless you have
wind
leaks.
is blowing through what you're inside.
That could be it. Maybe Al has
in your trim or whatever. Yeah.
If you have bad insulation, that airflow, that wind is then coming in your house.
Yeah, a hole
if
in
the wind's coming into your house, you could be affected by wind chill at that source. Yes.
Yeah.
But no, that's what I always laugh about. Wind chill.
The feel. You know, I don't get it.
Feels like minus 27 degrees, and you go.
And it's minus 27 degrees.
And you look at your thermometer, and your thermometer says it's -8. Then you know it's a windy fucking day.
Correct.
Yeah, but we know that feelings are now fact, Marcel.
Hey, don't hurt my feelings,
it feels
okay?
Like it's really fucking cold.
It feels like I'm a woman trapped in a man's body. So it must be true.
Oh man.
Oh yeah. Don't go to feelings.
We got Marcel laughing. I love it.
Yeah, I don't get to do that often, but that was actually funny.
Well, I'm hoping that it's not super cold when we come to the East Coast because I'm already dreading the drive with the snow.
When you guys leaving?
Thursday.
You're like in Southern Ontario, aren't you?
Yeah. So if all goes well and as planned, that means I should make it. If I'm planning to come to your house so we can do the show next week at your house, which means Al, we better have a show next week because I'm going to Marcel's house.
No, I don't think we'll be doing a show at my house next week.
No?
No.
You're not going to be there.
I probably won't be here. No, my dog isn't going to like that at all.
Oh.
Yeah. And trust me, that will be the noisiest show.
I wouldn't want to upset Sadie anyways.
So you can meet as a Tim Hortons parking lot.
No, but you're going to Dieppe, right?
No, I was going to St. John's.
Yeah, but you were talking about staying in Dieppe Friday night.
Yeah, so I could go see you and do the show at your house.
What if we meet you in Dieppe?
Oh, we could do that.
You can do it at your hotel.
We could do that too.
You can't smoke in there though.
Oh.
Unless you get a smoking room.
No, what time are you going to be in Moncton?
Well, I don't know. Where's Moncton?
What time were you? What time? What time were you thinking that you were going to get to Dieppe?
I have no idea. My plan was to get to your place before the show. And what time is that out there? 8?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll talk later. I can't even think about that right now. I've had to ask ChatGPT how to map my trip for like optimized stops and like so that way we're not driving too long. And
okay, so
of AI,
just so you know, the reason I say Moncton is Moncton and Dieppe are literally share some of the same roads.
Okay.
They're basically part of each other. It's just that Dieppe seems to me more on the French side then Moncton.
Bonjour.
Oh, then I'd probably go to Moncton because I already had to think about that when we make a stop in Quebec.
Bonjour.
Yeah.
Because I can speak a little bit of French, but it's not enough to have,
All the
to be
people
a
in Dieppe,
complete French.
all the people in Dieppe will speak English.
Bonjour.
There's
Comment ça va?
in the southern part of New Brunswick, there's no
Oh,
French only. You may get to a few people along the coast heading north,
Mhm.
that you'll get some spots that are French only until you get up closer to Quebec, and then it's all kinds of French only.
When
But
I
in the
went to
southern part of the
Montreal,
province,
my boss, I
it's
had
mostly
learned how
English speaking. When you
I-
get to St. John, it's very rare to hear any French at all.
Montreal's pretty English because I had to learn how to order beer and get cigarettes.
Yeah, Montreal's got a lot of Italian too.
We stayed on what's that party street there in Central Pay?
Côte Saint Catharines.
Central Pay.
The fuck
I don't
Central Pay.
I don't know. I don't remember
Party
what the
street.
name of
The party street in Montreal is Côte Saint Catharines.
which is what in English.
St. Catherine Street.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
That would be my guess too. Never have
Yeah,
to change it.
see, you guys didn't have it near as hard as I do. If I go to Quebec, I got a French name and I won't speak French.
Oh,
Yeah, they hate me.
yeah.
As
We've all
evidenced by
heard the
some of their
stories.
police officers.
Well, I mean, we've all heard the stories about the English person going to Quebec and speaking English and then getting like shit on by the French person who was like, how dare you come here and not speak French? But
I got pulled over outside of Montreal by a cop, and he come up and he goes, "Oh, Marcel Gignac, you speak French." Yeah, but you speak perfectly good English, so we'll stick to that. And he called for backup. And there was like 4 cop cars showed up because I wouldn't speak French.
Because Marcel wouldn't speak French.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Quebec.
I don't know. We used to vacation there as a kid because, like, I have French in my family, and my mom was like always trying to like instill it in me to be, whatever. It was like, so we would go, and I found that if you go into a place and you say, "Hi, do you speak English?" Most of the time, you're met with a little bit of attitude, but I found if I went in and I said, "Bonjour, et tu parles anglais? Do you speak English?" By the time I got there, they would be fine and they would speak to me.
They
no
don't want
problem.
to listen to you bastardize their language.
But I tried. I was willing to be nice.
Yes, I do. Don't speak French, please.
See, my father grew up on the Quebec border. And he grew up with a very French name and had so many problems growing up with French people that he cut out French completely. And he joined the Navy and he went to the East Coast. And what did they do? They assumed his name was a French name. They put him on a French-speaking ship. And he refused to speak French. So they very quickly moved him off of that ship onto an English-speaking ship. His family, they all get together, they all speak French. Well, when our family is there, they don't. Because he basically told them, if you speak French, we go home and we don't come back. So this is how much this man hated French. So going to school and learning French in school, zero help at home.
We had to take French.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We had to. It's mandatory to take it.
We
But-
had to take French and we had to take sign language because we had deaf kids in our class.
There was no getting away with trying to learning that at home with help from my father, who grew up French.
With my dyslexia, the whole language thing is too hard. I couldn't even learn Hebrew. So
my problem with French was I couldn't roll my R's. And because I couldn't roll my R's, and I even had my French teacher tell me it sounds like I've got a speech impediment.
Sounds like you're gargling
in French. So she had me say bitter butter about 5 million times for homework.
I just offended all French
bitter butter, bitter butter, bitter butter. I can say bitter butter pretty
bitter
good.
butter,
Can I
bitter
roll
butter,
an
bitter
R?
butter,
Nope.
bitter butter.
Will I get an R to roll by saying bitter butter? Nope. It just doesn't work. So
might get a commercial for a butter company.
But here's what fucks people up is I'm pretty good at understanding French. Even though I won't speak it, I might know what you're saying.
When I worked at Queensway Auto Parts, owned by Italians, and he brought family mechanics from Italy to work in the garage, and they didn't speak a word of fucking English, some of them. But you figure it out, right? You learn the words. You point.
Yeah. Totally immersion is a good way to learn a language.
Well, yeah, when you have to work with people who speak fluently another language, you pick it up.
Yep.
Not enough.
That's what I mean by totally immersion.
I don't know enough Italian. My buddy's dad was Italian, and his mom was French, and so I don't know enough Italian or French to have a conversation speaking it. But if you were trying to explain something to me, I'd probably catch on.
Yeah, I spent 2 weeks with Swedish military, and out of the 12 Swedish military guys I was with, only 2 of them could speak English. So I got to pick up on Swedish real quick because it was pretty much total immersion. Why are we yodeling?
Because you were going to Sweden.
That's Switzerland, pal.
What?
That's Switzerland.
Okay, well, same. So whatever.
It's the other
It's not the same. I apologize to all my Swedish friends.
Oh, wow.
Al's not from here.
All right.
That's sad. All right, Darcy's late, so he's going to be fired. Did they say what was discussed today when Houston met with War Chief? Oh, Dale, come on now. We can't have talk like that. But we were waiting for Darcy before we bring that up. So, as a prelude, how about we talk about this wonderful gem of Health Canada? There was another recall on cannabis sold in Ontario.
Shall I play the audio? Because it's an audio. There's an audio thingy here. It's 4 minutes 38 seconds. Shall I do it? Shall I? Sure.
Will we get in trouble for it?
I don't know.
December 11th, 2025. This article was updated to include new information from Health Canada, including where products were sold, images of recalled products, and specific labeling issues. Licensed cannabis producer JC Green Cannabis Incorporated has recalled several Johnny Chronic cannabis products, including pre-rolled joints and milled cannabis, over a labeling issue. A notice was posted on the Ontario Cannabis Stores, OCS, website on December 4th about the recalled cannabis. The OCS is the province's only online retailer and wholesaler of legal recreational cannabis. Article continues below. Days later, Health Canada later issued a product recall notice for the cannabis distributed in Ontario, Manitoba, Alberta, BC, and Saskatchewan through authorized cannabis retailers. As of December 9th, JC Green Cannabis Incorporated and Health Canada haven't received any complaints or adverse reaction reports about the recalled lots. THC, CBD levels lower than labeled amount. The cannabis has been recalled because the total tetrahydrocannabinol, THC, and cannabidiol, CBD, concentrations stated on the labels are higher than the actual total THC the products contain, according to the notice posted on the OCS's website. The labels for the affected products have incorrect cannabinoid values. Health Canada explains the labels show that the total THC and total CBD values are higher than the actual values. THC is the main psychoactive compound found in cannabis that contributes to the high feeling users get. Recalled Johnny Chronic cannabis products. The recall was triggered after JC Green Cannabis Incorporated conducted additional non-routine testing on the products. Between September 19th and December, 4,659 units of the recalled products were sold in Canada. Product named Johnny Chronic Johnny's Stash, rotating indica reefers, Indiana BG, pre-rolls. Lot no IBG 10 PR 26625.
Wow.
Okay, I didn't know it was going to be an AI reading the fucking thing. That was annoying, but I'm not surprised.
It's it's nothing.
You know what happened is
we haven't already.
We got a test done, and our test showed that these tested at 32%. We'll put that on the label, and then you get it and you test it and you find out it's 12%. Right?
Yeah, the part that surprised me was the non-routine testing.
Yeah, non-routine testing. That's because somebody smoked it and said, "The fuck is this shit?"
I got to be honest. The labeling on the packaging is very confusing. I mean, they put
and very subjective.
And they put two different amounts. It's like at the top it says 263 milligrams per gram THC, 0.0 grams per gram CBD, and then below that it says 17% THC, 0.3 CBD. It doesn't make sense at all to me, the label.
Because in Canada, you are expected to know math. That's why lotteries have a skill testing math question. Figure it out. Do your math.
I don't do lottery. Do you do the lottery?
If you win a lottery ticket, like even a small raffle, there's supposed to be a skill testing math question.
Oh, yeah. I won a pizza and I had to do a skill testing question.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna switch subjects. I have a question for you guys. Did you guys sign up for the Loblaws rebate for bread?
Nowhere.
Breadgate, it's called. Apparently, a lawsuit was won for the people against bread price fixing. And one of the grocery stores is Loblaws. I'm sure there's others. If you Google bread,
you got until today.
Is it just till today?
Yep.
I did mine. Right. I think it's $25 or a gift card or something like that. Right. I did the same thing. Shoppers Drug Mart had an issue a while back, and I got a gift card. Right. You're Googling, aren't you? That's the sound of a Google silence.
No, I'm reading.
So we're done with that article. I can close it.
Well, continue. Let's fill out a claim.
Okay, you're gonna do it while we're on doing the show.
Sure, we'll do it right now.
Well, I guess today's the deadline.
So
if you haven't done it, you should do it now.
And on Monday, apparently, the orange-faced gentleman in the States is going to be speaking up finally about rescheduling.
You mean the prime minister, or the president, the prime minister?
Am I
Sorry,
what?
the president. I assume you mean the president.
Well, there's only one orange-faced gentleman in the States.
I don't want to go as far as to say I don't see color, but
That's a color that's hard to miss. His face is almost as orange as your fucking hair.
I don't know. I think you're going off old photos. He's not that tan anymore.
Old photos. I'm staring at the article about his weighing his executive order to advance cannabis rescheduling, and it looks like he's as orange as your shirt. So
Yeah. Well, Joe Rogan also looked awfully sick and green in that photo when he had
what?
COVID, but that was doctored.
He did not. I saw something this week, and he did not look well, unfortunately. But what can you do, eh?
Okay, so here's about the $25.
All right.
So it says, did you apply for a $25 Loblaw gift card under the Loblaw card program in 2018 as partial compensation for the purchase of packaged bread?
I said no because I did not.
Right. If you did not receive a $25 Loblaw card under the Loblaw card program in 2018, you will receive a maximum of $25 as initial compensation.
Yes.
The amount depends on how many people submit claims.
Yes.
If there's money left after the calculation of the initial compensation,
You'll
a
get more.
supplemental compensation may be made to all approved claimants, including those who got a Loblaw card under the Loblaw card program in 2018 and those who didn't. The supplemental compensation will be calculated prorated based on how much money is left.
Well, I mean, I think that that's fair because they were price fixing. They were playing a fucking game, and we were paying the price. Right? So, is it just Loblaws, or is there other stores involved?
There may be other ones because they're basically asking, please provide the most recent bread product you purchased in the store location where you purchased it.
I didn't see that question.
Yeah.
Maybe they ask different questions of different people.
Well,
That
no,
was-
the packaged bread. No, it says the packaged bread class actions are continuing against other defendants, and there may be future additional distribution of monies from additional settlements or judgments.
Huh.
So then you click on I consent to the settlement administrator keeping my information provided in this claim for the purpose of future notices.
Yes.
Please provide the most recent bread product you purchased and the store location where you purchased it.
Right on.
I don't
So
remember.
that means I'm going to be able to go and buy me some $25 worth of bread.
I remember the bread, but I don't remember the store. But I remember the store. I don't remember the bread.
I remember the lawsuit. I remember it starting. I remember the stink people were making, but that's that was it. And then the last year, every now and then you see something about bread, right?
Well, Sobeys has basically had the same pricing as Superstore for bread. Right?
Sobeys is a little bit more
Loblaws.
expensive, I found.
So are they doing the same thing?
What?
Are they doing price fixing too?
They all are.
They all are because they're all under one. They're all under one big fucking company. Loblaws, most of them, or Loblaws or Dominion or whatever. Like there's several different, big companies, but Loblaws is a holder of a lot of the grocery stores in Canada. It's under the Loblaws, the Yellow Store, Food Basics.
What I think is absolutely crazy is if they have enough money to give us $25 each, that they took from us more.
They fucked up, yeah.
They took like $50 to $100 from each back to those who actually claim.
Yeah.
And only because they got caught.
I'm going to change the subject. Do either of you have an Alexa?
Too many.
Have you upgraded to the new Alexa? Did you say upgrade yet?
No, I don't think I want to. I would like to remove all of them from my house and become less dependent, to be honest.
I'm actually enjoying it. She updated herself last night.
Oh, yeah, she sure did, didn't she?
And cute voice. It doesn't sound like AI
As
at all.
body. Yeah, it sounds more human. I heard a sample of it today, and I was like, it was like, would you like to know more? Just say, ask more, or tell me more. And I was like, no, I don't think I do.
I think there's 3 or 4 different voices. Anyways, it's very, very smooth. It's not, there's not much of a delay, and it's run by AI now, so you can actually have somewhat of a conversation with GTP, right? So you can have some kind of a conversation with her. I was farting around this afternoon and chatting with her. So
I do want to point out, I think a lot of people don't know this. The box, which I will not name because it will be activated in my house because it's always listening.
Alexa.
Yeah, so that right there, you can program them in the app to say anything you want it to say.
You can add, yes, you can add.
No, people are making questions where they're like, can you tell me how the end of the world is going to happen? But because they've already programmed something in there,
they've shut off some of that stuff.
Well, I can ask mine, who is the sexiest man alive, and it tells me that GQ magazine named Timmy Boyle the sexiest man of the year in like 2024 or some shit, because I programmed it to say that. Yes. Yours wouldn't say that. I'm just like, it drives me nuts, those videos where people are like, guys, look, some evidence about aliens or whatever. And I'm like, you're just talking to a fucking thing you programmed. Like, stop being an idiot.
I don't, there's some... In some cases, I find the Google speakers more responsive, quicker, and less running around. Alexa, hello, Alexa.
I use mine for reminders all the time.
Oh, there she speaks. I was bringing Alexa into the conversation here on the show. But then somebody kept trying to tell her to call, what, and you just can't have that. Those numbers that you're not allowed to say unless you're in trouble. Marcel,
okay, don't do that.
What?
You kept. What? I stopped using Alexa on the show because you kept telling her to call. What?
Call for help.
No, don't call for help.
Call 911.
But now they won't. It says right when you load it up and everything, you cannot use this device to call emergency services, and that's probably
that's pretty shitty. Because what if somebody breaks in your house and you're like, blah, blah, call 911. I'm being attacked.
I don't know. I just know that you can't call emergency services from Alexa.
I don't want one. Don't need one.
I don't mind it. The sound is really good for a speaker. And I have the one that has the screen in the living room, so guests can use it as well.
I have 7.
I have Jesus. Right.
This is why I say I want to detach. I don't want any of them.
I have a speaker, a Google speaker in my bedroom, and I have an Alexa in the living room. But she's gonna
I
go
need-
down. She's gonna go downstairs in the grow room, so I have tunes when I'm doing stuff.
See, I'd rather
got-
invest in cameras.
I got 5 of those.
I have cameras too. In fact, my cameras are hooked up to my Alexa.
Yeah, same. and my little screen here, so I can literally just say "show me outside," and it can show me.
When
can say, "Show me
somebody
the front
rings
door."
my doorbell, walks in front of my door, Alexa tells me that there's somebody at my door, and then shows me the video, the picture of it, so that I can go, "Hello."
Well, I got all the technology in 2020 when we were home, and I got all the cameras and all the stuff because I was actually worried about my safety because of my ex and he's crazy asshole.
I got it because I got cameras because I like watching the bears walk through my backyard. Quite frankly, there's no other reason why I need cameras in my backyard other than for the wildlife. I enjoy watching. So,
Oh, you know what I've been using my backyard for? I should have been doing this in the summer, but I didn't have a fence. They came and they built a fence. I'm trying to watch where the sun goes, and more importantly, where my neighbors have their outdoor lights at nighttime and where their light shines, because next summer I'm growing in my backyard and I don't want any light interference from that neighbor's porch or that neighbor's porch.
I remember many years ago, the house behind my dad's was sold, and new people moved in, and they put up big lights around the house to light up their backyard and their walkway and everything. And one of the lights shined right into my dad's bedroom. It was war. His wife just went to war with the neighbors. Yeah.
Yeah, my dad used tinfoil.
To reflect back. Yeah. Yep.
No, well, yeah, to keep the light out.
Yeah, you put tinfoil up on your windows, but then you don't get any light coming in from the windows during the day.
Nah.
I particularly I stay out of my living room for about 3 hours later in the afternoon as the sun's coming down, because I face south and the sun just beats in my window from about 11 o'clock in the morning on. And it gets
why I have blackout curtains.
I'm looking at them, but it's hard to buy blackout curtains in an area like this when people use them for insulating their windows as well, right?
Well, they work good at doing that, but
well, yeah, I've got one for the guest rooms so far. I have to order some for the front room.
Got a giant tigers close by?
No.
Oh yeah, they have good insulated ones there.
Yes,
inexpensive too.
There's a place.
There's
a place in Marathon, and there's a place in Nipigon, both an hour away. That when I get there, I'll look.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't like shopping for that kind of stuff online.
No,
I want to touch.
Except
It's
I
hard
bought
to see
Chrissy's,
pattern and stuff too.
bought Chrissy's bed online.
Oh yes, the bed story.
Yeah, that damn near killed me. It's like they give you a box that weighs 400 fucking pounds.
Yes, I bought two beds, both queens from Wayfair, and thank God they actually brought them right up and put them on my deck.
You should have saw. I looked out, and here's this one guy trying to pull this box off the truck and get it up to my step. So I get out. By the time I get out, he was almost at the step, and I said, "Just drag it," because it was all fresh snow down, right? So he just drug it across. I grabbed on the end. He grabbed on the end, helped get it inside, and then I was stuck with it inside.
Yeah.
So I had to rip.
It's hard to put those things together alone.
Well, first off, I got to rip apart the other bed, which means I got to remember how did hell did I build this thing?
How did I put it together? Where was that through?
Because it was a bed that I built about 20 years ago.
Wow.
So I got that all apart, got the box spring and the mattress out, got that all apart. Then I started assembling a jigsaw puzzle that has no written explanation at all, but it does have a few pictures that you figure out.
It's like IKEA. Those are the worst.
Yeah.
I don't mind
But
IKEA.
I don't
Man,
mind those.
fucking photo instructions. You mean like put A into B?
Right, but the problem with for me is the getting up and getting down.
Hose A and the hose B.
So by the time and of course it's not something that you can wait and finish the next day because you need a place to sleep. So I had to get it all done in one day type thing. So needless to say, I was pretty cranky come that evening by the time I finally got to go to bed, but at least I had a bed that was done and she's super happy and
So
now I got to go
Darcy
and
says he's
fill
still
up
at
some
work.
drawers
He's
under my bed.
So why don't
What was
you,
that?
Darcy said he's still at work and he's waiting for a ride still. So why don't you talk about what you wanted to talk about with the four chiefs so that Dale doesn't get into a really upset mood and
I won't get in an upset mood.
I was gonna say that doesn't sound like Dale.
No, it doesn't. No.
There's some controversy about four chiefs meeting with the premier today. There's been a lot of back and forth going on where
this is the four chiefs in Nova Scotia.
Right. But it's not all of the chiefs. So that's why there's a bit of an issue going on with that. So we're not going to get into their internal politics of what's going on there. Premier Houston basically, no, let's go back a bit. Scott Armstrong, my friend, I call him my friend because I'm hoping he'll come visit me someday. But Scott Armstrong decided that he wanted to make a name for himself and go after legal dispensaries in Nova Scotia without coming right outside that he was going after all the native dispensaries.
And who is this guy?
He is the new Attorney General from Nova Scotia. He was a failed federal politician that went to provincial.
Which we talked about last week.
Right.
So skip ahead to about the four chiefs, because I don't know this part.
Okay, so what happened was the Premier and Scott Armstrong sent a letter to the chief saying that they were going to start raiding their dispensaries. And the chief said, nope, you're not. And if you step on our land, we're going to fine you $50,000. Well, that became a threat, according to the Premier. So he doesn't take being threatened lightly. So he's decided to try a different route, which is basically coming out to downright lies. For some reason, they're really pushing hard that every reserve have a Nova Scotia Liquor Commission cannabis dispensary.
Which they tried to do here in Ontario, and they still trying to do in Ontario.
And because they refuse to even entertain the Micmacs from even having any of the discussions into the Cannabis Act and what was happening in Nova Scotia, they refused to let them have part in it. Now they want them to be forced into accepting cannabis from the government that just got recalled.
But is it not their right?
Yep,
to
it
grow
is.
and
To like govern themselves, yeah.
It's their right to govern themselves, and that's what they're going to do. Is they're going to govern themselves, right? So the Premier turned around and decided to come out with an outright lie, and I had to do some fact checking to see if this is actually true because National Post posted this, and I mean, I don't know which of the two of them is lying, but his latest claim is that the RCMP tested cannabis from one of the illegal dispensaries, and it tested positive for fentanyl.
Yeah, I saw that. And I've seen
Okay,
other
so
stories where
I'm
they've
going to
done
explain. I'm going to explain to everybody how you can tell when something is a blatant lie. Number one, pot goes for what, $3 to $4 a gram at the farm. All right, if that. But you're looking at $3 to $4 a gram at the farm. For somebody to turn around and take fentanyl that costs about $100 a gram and has a whole lot of inherent risks with handling it, especially when you're talking volumes of a gram, right? Nobody is going to lace weed with fentanyl. It's economically, it's fucking retarded, right? And one thing pot growers is not retarded, right? Because they can grow it. So they're not going to lace it with fentanyl. So that's just a note, right? How you can tell it's a lie is if cannabis was ever tested by the RCMP and there was any trace of fentanyl on that cannabis, there would have been so many fucking public alerts telling everybody as soon as they know it. Because anytime if they suspect, if they get some coke and they've got a few people that start collapsing from ODing on coke and then they test it and it's got fentanyl, we get public alerts right away that there's coke that's been laced with fentanyl, right? If there was pot laced from fentanyl or with fentanyl, we definitely would have heard about it in the alerts. And it's never happened because it's never fucking happened. But Houston, as a premier,
well, and it has. They should at least. If it has happened, there should be some physical tests available to prove it. In that,
yeah, situation. But it's never happened because if it ever happened, there would have been public alerts that there was fentanyl in pot found at such and such reserve.
You'd think.
I know that's what they would do here. They would not keep that secret.
I would hope not.
Well, no, they would tell the community. The indigenous community would want to know that information too, just like they had out here. Like, yeah.
For them not to tell, and later it actually be true, and they knew about it, and somebody died, they would be legally responsible. Right? So they'd have to, as soon as they know, they have to alert people and let the people know that there might be fentanyl in that pot.
So instead, they just released that this was going on, and there's no actual physical proof.
No, it's just Tim Houston said this, or the National Post. One of the two said it, right? So Tim Houston goes out and he says, "Well, all of the pot in the illegal market is all covered in pesticides, and you think the stuff in the legal market's not covered in pesticides?" Because don't forget, I used to work in the legal market. And one of the worst things I've heard coming from a legal producer after being told there was mold in their weed was, yeah, but it's been irradiated, so it doesn't matter. It's all dead.
No.
But it's still fucking mold in your weed that you sell. Safe. It's
Is it
still mold in your weed that you sell, right? So if you go to an illegal dispensary and they buy mold or they buy weed and it's got mold in it, you take it back, they fix that problem, right? They don't say, "Oh, but it's been irradiated, so it's still safe. It's okay. You can have that."
Well, and some people say the argument there for that with indigenous weed guidelines. There's no, they're kind of just doing their own thing, and there's no governing, looking after what's going on and what products they're using, blah blah blah, like there is in the legal entities.
Who says there isn't?
And you figure the people that don't want to admit that cannabis is a viable medicine don't want shady things happening in the legal sector.
Well, no, of course not. I mean, Health Canada still has that cannabis is not recognized as a medicine.
That's right.
So,
but it's proven to be more medicinal than anything else. Other than I saw a new vaccine now for fixing all the problems from previous vaccines.
a new pill that will make your dog live longer. That's coming out this month.
And there's a new pneumonia vaccine that you can get. I don't know why anybody would want pneumonia, but
and COVID is on the rise again.
Oh yes, and that's the other make believe one.
Oh. So is influenza A.
No, RSV. So RSV. So
yeah.
The disease caused by the vaccine now has a vaccine to treat it. That's some good marketing. Like that's the best marketing in the world.
Doubling
Let's create a disease with a vaccine, and then we'll create a cure for that disease with another vaccine that will create a new disease that we can then get another vaccine for that. And people wonder why the pharmaceutical industry is worth trillions. It's because they're stealing your fucking lives. Literally. They're taking your money, they're taking your life.
Oh, excuse me.
And people eat it up. The drug commercials on television just blow me away. You hear the side effects for this drug, and they don't tell you what it's to treat. All they say is it might be right for you. Check with your doctor.
Ask your doctor.
Ask your doctor. You go to your doctor. Doctor, I don't fucking watch TV. What are you talking about? Right? Or does he say, "Oh yeah, I saw that commercial." Yeah. I wonder what it does.
They just shut the highways again.
That's always good.
Yep.
Well, bad weather.
Oh yeah. It's been snowing all day. Like starting with what do you call it? Hail.
With hail. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I've been watching the way the weather's been moving for like the last 2 years. Actually, for longer. I've always been obsessed with the weather patterns and the way the clouds sweep across Canada and up from the States. And the last 2 years have gotten really weird, and especially this year. Clouds are moving in directions they're not meant to move. Today they've shifted back. They've shifted back to normal, but for the last like 4 days, they were going complete fucked up direction.
That has to do with the change of the rotation speed of Earth.
Oh, sure, and maybe the true magnetic north and the way the oceans are flowing or whatever.
Which is all lumped together by the moon cycles and the tilt of the Earth and the speed of the Earth. Meteors. I saw last week, just sitting in my living room, big ball of fire just across the sky. I was like, cool. And then I watched it break up, and it was because meteor shower time now, right? And I've seen 2 meteors screech right just from one end of the sky to the other, right over the lake. It's fucking amazing.
Did you see the article I sent you guys about 3-Eye Atlas?
Yeah, well,
do you know what 3-Eye Atlas is?
No. Is that what's coming up?
No, it's the third. 3-Eye stands for the third interstellar object that has come like into our atmosphere or whatever that's not from here. It's interstellar. So it was really weird because it was moving at speeds like it ended up picking up speed. It lost a lot of density. It went past this, like went right beside the sun. it's done all these weird things.
Well, there has been stuff posted about the possibility of actually having some kind of contact over the last year or so.
Yeah,
Like,
so they've been talking. They're like, what if it's an alien probe? Like they've sent it out here to scope on us.
They're getting audio from somewhere.
We've been getting that for years.
No, this is new.
Well, the reason why I bring up the 3-eye atlas is because its closest approach to Earth is December 19th, which is next Friday.
Yeah, and it might have something to do with all the meteors as well that's around. Because there's meteor showers from the 14th, 15th, and 16th, I think it is.
Either way, I'm going to be looking to the sky. Hopefully it's not cloudy.
Yep, me as well. I might even set up the camera for this one. Just let it run.
Yeah, it'd be cool.
Well, I mean, I like to sit out front at night because it's right over the lake. But although I have a light pretty much right in front of my house, unfortunately, so it does impede some of the sky features. But at 4 o'clock in the morning, when you're sitting out peeing and you're looking up at the stars, you just can't help but go, "Wow."
Yeah, you definitely don't get that in the city.
Depends on where you are. Like the other night, the sky was just a bright red. Now they call an area of Lake Superior the Red Lake because of the sunsets are usually, they light up the sky. Oh, Timmy just walked in the room.
Yeah, he did. Why, can you see my smile?
Yes, you can tell when Timmy's in the room, Mary Jane.
Wow, that's a good thing because after 7 years, I'm still
I was his
smiling.
balls hanging out, going woo. Well, she's on the air.
Yeah, babe, 7 years.
7 years of this crap.
Oh, look who finally showed up.
Oh, look who's finally showed up.
Hey!
We were just saying goodbye. Oh, look who finally showed up.
Well,
I know, aren't they so mean?
I'm the only one of you out of the four of us that just got fucking hit with a bomb.
What happened?
Oh man, we got fucking smacked today with snow squalls from 6:30 this morning until about 4:30 this afternoon.
Oh, bull.
How much did you shovel?
Oh, I shoveled about 2.5 feet of snow to my driveway.
That's fucked.
And then went to work for a bit, and then now I'm
at 2:55. Darcy sent me a picture of his blue skies.
That was yesterday's photo.
No, that was today. That was just a break in the squall.
Oh.
And his driveway is all. And his driveway's all been shoveled and cleared, and it's down to just bare pavement.
Well, that's because I worked out there for all day, fucking shoveling.
Somebody showed up with a truck and a plow, plowed it all, salted it all.
No, I salted it all.
Because at 2 o'clock, I sent Darcy a picture of my blue skies.
And then on the way home, it's like, I don't know where all the fucking snowplows are. But they're not out on the road.
Well, it's not snowing now.
There's not snowing now. No, they just leave all that snow on the road.
Most are probably still in the ditch.
Yeah. Oh, dude,
the
highway from Brookfield to Truro today, there was 15 accidents.
Yeah, I know at one point there was 10 of them, with one of them being a rollover, and they were trying to figure out how to get to it.
They just closed the highways here, Darcy.
They did here today too.
We had snow all day.
Oh my God. Sorry, I was just doing lip reading of MJ's conversation there.
Baby,
sorry, what now?
Baby, when
I'm
you're
sorry
done,
about that.
I'm gonna take you, and that's what they were saying.
No, he's leaving. He said he's leaving. That's what he was saying.
Fuck you then. Get out.
Yeah.
He said, I've had enough.
No, he's going to exercise, believe it or not.
Exercise what?
His body.
Isn't it a little late at night for that shit?
Now Timmy counts his calories, and I guess he ate too much at dinner. He needs to get more steps.
Why can't he just work them off later, MJ?
Well, that's bonus. That's bonus calories.
Perfect.
That means I can give him an extra treat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And we're supposed to go see Die Hard tomorrow. We got invited to like a couple's dinner. And we already know we're gonna have Twinkies for dessert. So
Medicated?
Yeah. No. Movie themed, because the sergeant in the movie is always eating Twinkies.
You know what? I miss a movie popcorn. And the bag stuff that you can get is just not.
It's not the same.
So Act 1 popcorn.
Yeah,
is pretty
the
close.
best.
With the buttery.
I don't buy bag popcorn. I don't buy microwave popcorn.
Orville Redenbacher is not.
Marcel does Jiffy Pop.
I do Jiffy
I
Pop.
miss that. Shake of the Jiffy Pop.
Yeah, that's
that
what I use.
Sound of foil rubbing on your burner.
Yeah. I've used it for about 50 fucking years now.
Yeah.
You could just get the actual machine. The hot air popper.
Jiffy Pop.
Yeah, you could, but
can you?
What?
Can you get Jiffy Pop microwave popcorn?
No, that would defeat the whole idea of Jiffy Pop.
That would defeat the whole purpose. Yeah.
That's funny.
Nothing better than standing at a hot burner with shaking a pan back and forth.
With a beer in your hand.
Well, yeah. Or a joint. I don't care. I'm not prejudiced. You have 2 joints in your hand.
That's funny. I could see Peggy Bundy, but with instead of a cigarette, a joint standing there.
So, what do you think is going to happen on Monday, Marcel?
What?
What do you think is going to happen on Monday?
In the U.S. with reclassification.
Yeah, with the orange guy.
Yeah, but
jeez,
I don't know. Don't call him the orange guy, but
I know it drives me crazy.
But he is.
He's not. There's fucking what's orange about him?
His complexion.
Tan.
His complexion.
Oh fuck. No, I mean that's just a derogatory comment.
Of course it is.
The orange. Hey.
So why make a derogatory comment about somebody that has no effect on you?
Hey, Marcel. Have you watched the new South Park episodes?
Yep.
Have you watched the Christmas one?
Yep.
That's one I gotta watch now.
Last night.
Oh, what you think of it? Don't tell me about it, but what you think of it?
I think those guys might be pushing the fucking limit and might end up
I find it fucking hilarious that the Simpsons have been doing that, ragging on people since they started. They're in their 37th year or something like that.
But
but they're not like South Park.
But they don't make the president sleep with the devil.
But they don't attack the Simpsons, is what I'm saying. They don't. The Simpsons is bad. They don't. They talk about nasty about me.
But the Simpsons
don't. My point is, they've left the Simpsons alone.
Give me an example of something that the Simpsons have done that would raise ire, because what they've done is more predicted things.
Well, that's what I'm getting
accurately. Okay, those are only predictions. South Park pushes the boundaries.
Yeah, I don't.
Right?
I'm not. I can't get into South Park. I've never been.
Okay, so South Park has a banned episode that nobody will ever get to see.
There's several.
Is that the Charlie Kirk one? Oh no, they took that one down.
No, there was nothing wrong with the Charlie Kirk one. Charlie Kirk liked the Charlie Kirk one.
Yeah, but they still took it down.
Yeah. No, there was one where they made a little bit of too much fun towards Mohammed.
Against who?
And
Towards who?
Mohammed. Mohammed.
Which one?
Yeah, well, whichever one, fucking one you want. But
Whoever
they
it was at the
ended
time.
up getting a few too many death threats over that, so they stopped. The boundary they're pushing now is Donald Trump is married to Satan,
And they had a
and
baby.
Satan is pregnant with Donald Trump's baby, but it's going to be a butt baby. JD Vance is
Trying to kill the baby.
basically Tattoo from Fantasy Island, and he's trying to kill the butt baby.
Oh,
for Trump.
God.
And they kidnapped Eric Cartman. And
So, and then I don't want to ruin it for Darcy for the newest episode. So.
not the Christmas episode, but they kidnapped Eric Cartman.
Yep. So
They probably killed
I
Kenny
don't
too,
even,
didn't they?
I don't even like The Simpsons. You know who I like? SpongeBob.
I
You
thought
know
you were
what
gonna
I've
say
never
Family
watched?
Guy.
The Flintstones.
You know what I've never watched? SpongeBob.
You've never watched that? Oh, I love SpongeBob. I watched.
Under the sea, Marcel.
David,
What was that?
David and I would watch it every morning.
I
What
said
was
he
that,
lives in the pineapple under the sea.
Oh, so Darcy's watched it.
Oh, I watched SpongeBob. Tyler loves SpongeBob growing up as a kid.
SpongeBob, the Flintstones, Bugs Bunny, Jetsons, Woodpecker, original Batman.
But they don't make Bugs Bunny ever since like the mid '90s, I think it was. But then Bugs Bunny changed. He wasn't like the Bugs Bunny and Tweety show.
80s. More 80s it changed.
More
it
80s,
wasn't
okay.
violent. It was, they tried to pull a lot of that stuff off during as well, like the counterculture thing or the cancel culture thing. They call
The
it.
cancel culture thing, yeah.
Right. Like, but luckily we have the internet, so there's no censorship there. So, or well, at least there is minimal. Right. Did you seen the warnings from Mr. Zuckerberg on Facebook with regards to capturing photos of private chats? So what they're going to do is they're going to initiate a disappearing message system like they have on what's that, the WhatsApp?
Snapchat.
Does Snapchat have that as well?
Yes, and so does Signal.
I don't know. I don't use them. I don't even use WhatsApp. I used to.
I don't.
Well, it used to be a good phone app before things like this came along, right?
Yeah. Never used it.
I'll tell you, I think that the most productive time was when we started using Hangouts, because Hangouts was geared to doing exactly what we're doing right now.
I miss Hangouts.
Well, you could bring in a phone call, you could add your own stuff, and it's not as stringent.
Skype was the same way, though.
Yeah, it's not anymore.
No.
But Hangouts is still very much available. It's just called Meetup now. But you could argue also that Skype is still available because that's what they use on Facebook. But now it's more WhatsApp, I think.
I still use WhatsApp like quite frequently, and the reason why I think it's a benefit over, like, say, even just sending a text. If I want to send files like videos, photos, that sort of thing, I can send bigger files in better quality through WhatsApp.
Yes.
If I try and send it through text or even Messenger, sometimes it says this file is too large.
It goes through your phone system.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Well, it goes through the internet, then through your phone system. So what I don't like about WhatsApp is it's attached to your cell phone. Right?
Yeah, to your phone number. It's kind of like having a
anybody who has your WhatsApp can actually phone your phone. I don't like
yeah,
that.
just block them. Just block them.
I don't want people phoning my phone unless you've been invited to, or you've actually phoned. Beep, 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 beep. There's your number.
Oh,
Yeah, I have a registered business. So if you Google Magic Mike Karaoke, you get my number. Like it's my number. My phone number's there. So please don't prank call me. If you heard that.
MJ, I'm so gonna call the radio station and get them to prank call you.
So do you remember when you had an idea, a thought, and you wanted to tell somebody, you just picked up the phone and called them? And now it's like you got to go to Facebook, you have to message them, hey, are you around? I was going to call you.
Oh, you can just call.
Darcy? That's not how that works, bud.
What's that?
We don't do that. We just fucking call.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what answering machines are for. If they're busy.
Oh yeah, no. I just
No. Darcy and I already have this down. That it rings 4 times. If it doesn't get picked up, we hang up. We don't leave messages. We don't do shit like that. When we see that one of us,
I guess we have caller ID. Yeah, we all have caller ID now. So you're like, oh, Darcy called.
Hey, although sometimes it might take the other person 18 hours to call the other guy back, but he still calls me back.
Who?
That was a jab at myself, Marcel.
Yeah, that's more like it. No, Darcy.
I was gonna say Darcy.
Darcy will talk to me in the morning. Say, oh yeah, well, I'll give you a call this afternoon when I'm done. Then you'll hear from them the next morning.
Or at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, or at 9 o'clock that night. Yeah.
I'm getting ready to go to bed, and I got a bag ready.
Yeah, you got distracted during the day and went, oh fuck, I didn't call Marcel back.
And then you had to run out of the house with a burning,
that's normal for both of us.
Can of oil.
Oh, stop. At least there were no eggs on the ceiling.
Don't do that.
Oh, I haven't done that.
My biggest problem is when I start something in the morning and I get into it, I can't stop and then go back to it.
And that's, you know what, that happens to me when I start working on the fucking computer. I go in the morning, and then the next thing you know, it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I haven't fucking eaten, haven't done anything else, just sat in front of the fucking computer and do stuff.
It was me the other day putting the bed together. Right? Until I got it all together, the only thing I had left to do was the drawers, and I thought, I can do that. I can sit down and relax to do that.
Yeah, that was the same as me rolling joints the other day. I started rolling, and then when I was all done, I counted them. There was 2,700 joints there. I was like, holy shit. Well, at least
How long were you sitting there?
I said, at least that's all done for her anyways. But that's my biggest problem is when I sit down and start something, I can't just move away from it. Like tonight when I come home, I was hoping to be home at a half decent time so I could make some happy. What's that?
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Now that you've talked to a number of different people from out at the reserve, how do they feel about the premier?
Can I say no comment? But all I will say to it is I don't know if the government really knows what they're doing.
I would say that if the government is listening to Scott Armstrong, they definitely don't know what.
And what I mean by that, to clarify, is there's more worse things in this province to worry about, i.e., harder drugs, human trafficking, than to worry about what the natives are doing. They're just pissed off because the natives are making more money than they are, and they're not even getting 1 cent from it, and they're still got to cut them a check every month.
Aw. But maybe they want Nova Scotia to stay the #1 capital for human trafficking because it looks good on their books or something.
The thing that got me with the whole premier going out and actually trying to defend himself about everything and blah, 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 was one statement he said was, RCMP have told me that they have found traces of fentanyl in illegal cannabis they've confiscated from Nova Scotia.
Where's the proof?
Okay, no. Here's my thing out. This is what I want to say. In Nova Scotia, if they find fentanyl in anything, they put a public health notice out.
Yeah, we discussed that before you got here from driving in your fucking snowstorm.
Well, not one public health notice. So that's just the premier fear-mongering people to try to get them to side with him because, i.e., his popularity is going downhill fast by doing what he's doing right now.
I mean, it was going pretty fucking low to begin with.
That's one of the stories. That's one of the stories that keeps reoccurring, like hypermesis, fear mongering, scaring people, and mainstream media picks up on it because it's good news.
Hey, when you have 6 nations up your way even talking about this now down here, I think you're starting to ruffle some feathers.
Yep.
Because what they're going to do is they have a cannabis thing all set up there, and what they'll do is they're still having
their fights where OCS wants to put their stores on the reserves.
Who just slurped?
Me.
Timmy.
Me.
Oh, okay.
I did. It was the bottom end of a double medicated ice cap. So shut up.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, that sounds delicious.
It is delicious. Chrissy doesn't like them. She says they're too bitter.
Oh, she just needs some sweet syrup in there.
Well, yeah, but I don't put sweet syrup in my ice caps.
Yeah, but she could put it in hers.
I'd have to figure out a recipe for it. Mine fills up a Tim Hortons large perfect. My kid who used to work at Tim Hortons was stunned here one day when I was pouring it in and just dumped the whole thing into the cup. She said, Jeff, that's like the right amount. Well, it took me a while to get the right recipe.
You're like, as if you ever doubted me. Like, hello. What in the past would ever make you doubt me?
But when I was here putting the bed together, I didn't really have time to get up and make an ice cap. And Chrissy, bless her heart, brought home an ice cap from Tim Hortons. And after going months making my own to drinking theirs, I will say I like mine a lot more.
Nice.
Theirs has a very chemical flavor to it.
Mm.
And I'm not real keen on that. That's all smokes.
Wait, are we done? We're not done yet.
No,
I'm trying to get rid of.
I'm just playing. I thought, let's see if this works.
So
it was like we're all smoking, aren't we?
Oh.
Y'all want a cannabis concentrate recipe?
Sure.
Ooh, yes. How can we use it, Marcel?
Well, that's what I'm going to explain. If you have any concentrates such as oil, FICO, RSO, whatever the fuck you want to call it, distillate, shatter, rosin. Shatter and rosin, not so much because you're not decarboxylated.
I was just going to say, you have to decarb it. Right?
Decarb it first. Once it's decarbed, then it's perfectly fine. But take a gram of that and mix that with about 1 pound of chocolate.
Ooh.
Right? And the easiest way to do that is to make a ganache. So take about 2 cups of heavy cream and heat it up, not to boiling, just to bubbles around the edges, and pour it over 2 cups of chocolate with a gram of concentrate.
And mix it all together.
Just let it sit for about 5 minutes. Right? And what's going to happen is the heat from the cream is going to
warm up the whatever.
Up the concentrate as well as the chocolate.
Yes.
Then you can start mixing it, and then add about a tablespoon of butter.
And chocolate binds really well with cannabis.
Chocolate binds very well, but it also but the cannabinoids bind extremely well to the fat in the cream, the fat in the butter, and the fat in the chocolate.
Yeah.
So as long as once it's all completely mixed, then it's all completely dispersed, right? If you have any hard lumps of chocolate, you just keep stirring. If you have to heat it up over a pan of water, double boiler type thing.
Mhm.
Once it's all done, cool it, take out what you have and weigh it. And then divide that into 100 doses, right? Or 100 pieces. Just turn them into little chocolate balls. Each one will probably weigh about 10 or 15 grams. Each one, depending on how strong your oil is, will probably be 7, 8 gram or 8 milligrams per ball, right? Which is a nice, comfortable dose for what you're going to do with it. You take that ball and you can throw it into a hot coffee, into a hot chocolate, or just eat it.
Yum.
And it's an instant dose, and it's a very easy recipe to do.
Yum.
Yeah.
I'd like that in print.
You've just made an infused. Well, you now have it in text,
I'm
so
gonna have
you
to,
can
yeah, I'm gonna have to go and write this out.
you can play it again.
Hmm I'm gonna.
Right?
The
But
151 mark.
if you want to do up hot chocolates or whatever anytime, you take them out of the freezer. You already have them done up.
I do it with hot
Take them out of the
chocolate. I
freezer.
was using my olive oil and cannabis mix, RSO mix.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That'd be awesome. You'd have little tiny chocolate balls. So, like you're saying, you could either just chuck them in your hot chocolate or just nibble on them.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just a very simple concentrate recipe.
That's about the extent of Mary Jane talking dirty.
Somebody like me, I'm thinking about I'm going to divide it in 200 and I'm going to get 3.5.
Well, I mean, you can divide it into whatever amount you want. If you want stronger, you can divide it stronger. If you want it really strong, you can add more concentrate. But this, at 1 gram, regardless what you use for concentrate, you shouldn't really taste it.
I had a very...
Sorry, I was just wondering, could you not also add can of butter instead of regular butter?
Yes.
You could, but you're not going to add as much butter as you would get out of a gram of concentrate.
No, I mean added as well.
Oh, if you want, sure, but don't add in green butter because that would just make it taste like shit.
Yeah.
Right. So
that's how you get it not to taste like it, by using concentrates.
Right, and that's what I've done for years and years and years. Is all of my recipes are all based off concentrate. If I need a medicated butter, it takes me 90 seconds to do that.
I have butter in the freezer pretty much all the time.
I know it takes me 90 seconds because I have a video on YouTube of me doing it in 90 seconds.
Wow.
Right, so it's not hard to do. I make butter, let it set, then I can use it in whatever recipe that requires that I need butter. But I can usually figure out a recipe pretty easily to slip it in different areas.
I've gone as far as making a box of Kraft Dinner with can of butter.
Yeah.
It was all right.
I mean, you could do anything. I mean, I could medicate a cheesecake.
I was out of butter one day, and I went and I was making a box of Kraft Dinner before I checked to see if I had any, and all I had was can of butter, so I just went.
Well, I just for laughs, I did up the math, and I can do a cheesecake that has 16 slices, and each slice would be 50 milligrams. And that could be a very comfortable slice of cheesecake if that's something that you eat.
I made cookies a couple of weeks ago, and I ate 6 of them and slept until, I don't know, noon the next day.
I made
It was a good sleep. Let's just put it that way.
I made medicated Reese's Christmas trees.
Yeah, I don't like Reese's anything. They have peanut
Well,
butter.
it doesn't taste like Reese's peanut butter crap.
I don't like peanut butter at all.
I made mint patties.
I like mint patties. Yeah, medicated. Yeah, yep.
Oh yeah, everything
I've
I've
had
made
those
is
before.
medicated.
Somebody used to make them and bring them in at the lounge. They would have them at their table at the lounge.
And then I made these really good
And pretzels as well.
caramely chocolate covered things with nuts in them, and they're really gooey.
They call it bark.
No, this is a hard biscuit on the bottom with.
You just reminded me of that
That
old lady singing the biscuit song.
This would be like a thinking of not a Snickers bar.
No, those homemade Snickers bar things you made were delicious, though.
But that's what it is. It's more like a Snickers bar, but it's gooier, caramel and peanut section.
Is it like a turtle?
No, because a turtle's still a harder caramel. This is
I like turtle.
really
I've had
soft.
medicated turtles as well.
This is a hard thing to make because I've got to freeze this caramel stuff solid. So I've only got literally seconds before it starts to melt when I put hot chocolate on it.
Oh.
Right? So
I'm telling you, MJ, they're fucking to die for. They really are.
It almost sounds like
to make, but they're delicious.
It almost sounds like they call it Christmas crack, where you put the crackers in like a base and then you pour the toffee over top.
Yeah,
right. But that's more like a bark or things like that, right?
Yeah.
Tree bark.
No,
this isn't like a bark.
No, because
looks like
when
a
you
tree
bite
bark.
into this thing, you better be prepared to eat the whole thing.
Oh,
you can't take a bite and walk away because the stuff is oozing out.
Oh,
it's
sounds like an
really-
experience.
All right.
Oh, it is.
Now you've said the word oozing, and it's time to go.
Yeah. Don't hang up right away, MJ.
No, I'll stick around.
Darcy just takes right off.
Darcy came back from work to not say anything.
Yeah,
I did.
I noticed
I
that.
was talking. What?
We got a minute. Where's the grow segment?
Well, I was going to tell you, I grew some. I sprouted some new seeds out.
Cool.
I sprouted 3 strains to put in my tent. I sprouted. Now, me and Marcelo had a debate about these, but anyway, Gorilla Glue number 4. And then I sprouted ice cream cake.
I like that.
And then real ice cream cake. And I sprouted another one called guava melt.
I've heard of that.
And it looks really good.
We'll have stuff to talk about next week.
Sure will.
If he's here, might be a snowstorm.
I will be here.
Okay. Say goodnight, people.
I won't be here.
No, I know you'll be down here.
You might be here.
No, I mean here at my house.
No, but you
Are
might
you guys
be
going to try and do the show next
this
week
show.
together?
We'll see.
All right.
We'll
All
try.
right, say goodnight.
Talk
Good
to you.
night.
Good night.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Adults with ASD report significant improvements in their symptoms following cannabis inhalation, according to data published in the journal Nature Scientific Reports. Researchers affiliated with the Washington State University and the University of New Orleans reviewed data from 111 self-identified ASD patients between the ages of 19 and 70. Now, study participants self-medicated with cannabis and reported the results in real time on the mobile technology platform StrainPrint. Investigators accessed nearly 6,000 separate StrainPrint entries compiled over 74 months.
They reported using a large data set from self-identified autistic adults self-medicating with cannabis. We found that ratings of the severity of negative affect, which is anxiety and irritability, were reduced 75.78%. 75%. Ratings of the severity of repetitive behaviors, compulsive behaviors, were reduced by 70.41%. That's huge.
Yeah.
Ratings of the severity of problems with mental control, concentration, were reduced by 68.59%. Holy cannoli. And ratings of sensitivity, skin and sound sensitivity or sensory overload, were reduced by 68%. Holy Joe. For immediately before to shortly after inhaling cannabis. Moreover, these symptoms were reduced rather than exacerbated or unchanged in 98.3% of the cannabis use sessions. Holy cannoli. These findings are among the first to indicate that cannabis is perceived to improve highly prevalent symptoms associated with ASD in adults using cannabis for symptom management.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to VAC Roundtable number 71. We're very honored to have a pioneering physician, Dr. Frank Lucido, who has been out on this spear early on, which is literally 20, almost 30 years ago, with what he had done with Proposition 215 and our dear friend, Dr. Todd Mikaria. And unfortunately, we lost Dr. Todd a few years back. And to have people who were part of the history as it was there and as it happened is important to us. We believe it is important history. It was early on when the internet was really just starting out. And yeah, so basically, can't thank you enough for joining us today, Dr. Lucido, and basically go into our first question, which is, how did you originally come to cannabis? Now, this is kind of a multi-pronged question. When were you first turned on? When did you, go for it.
All right. Well, so I started college in September 1966 at Michigan. And I was one of the more cautious ones. I didn't smoke pot until I saw what happened to my friends and all that. And by January of 67, my second semester, I realized that people were having fun with it and nobody was having troubles with it. And so that's when I first turned on. And I'd heard the rumors that you don't necessarily notice much the first time. And sure enough, I didn't notice much. We're sitting in a friend's attic, where he happened to live. And then we decided to take a walk down the street to the local grocery store, and it looked like it was about 2 blocks away. And as we walked there and approached, seemed to be getting a half a block away, and all of a sudden it looked like we were 2 blocks away again. Like time, the space really expanded. That was the first experience of being altered that I realized, and I thought, well, this is interesting, and we had a good time laughing and a number of other things, and I was sold on it then. That I found out soon that it really didn't harm anything, and by that time, I'd already been through 1 semester of college, and I realized a lot of the weekends I felt I had quite a bit of a hangover because alcohol was available, even though we were 19 and 20 and 18 years old. So I realized cannabis was so much safer than alcohol. And not that I've been a teetotaler. I mean, I'll have the occasional drink, but for people that really can't drink at all, it's great alternate. And for those that want to stop drinking, it's been very helpful for a lot of people to stop drinking. So anyway, that was my first experience. And by 1974, I finished medical school and I moved to California. And I was in an apartment in San Francisco, and I had some seeds, and I just planted them in a little flower bed, and so I had two flower pots, and I had a plant on each one, and they didn't get much sun, but I had a morning exposure, and they got just big enough that I saw that one had little tufts going this way, and the other one had little bells that came down and then opened up, and a little powder fell out. And I thought, oh my God, there's pollen, there's the male one, and the other one must be a female. So, but again, there wasn't, I think I smoked the leaf and it didn't do anything, but I had access to buying a lid every once in a while. And probably in 1977, I'd say, is the next time I grew any. I lived in Martinez, which is where the Christian Brothers grew their grapes for the first wineries that they had. And so they had plenty of sun, and I had a southern exposure backyard in this housing division, and germinated six seeds. Six plants came up, and as I grew, I recognized one was male, and I sacrificed that right away. Took it inside to get it away from the others, and I had a nice pound of sensimilla out of the other 5 plants. And I did an interesting thing with the one plant that was male, and my girlfriend at that time was studying Indian dance. And when you study Indian dance, you cook for your teachers, and there was a book called Flavors of India, and it's just a regular straight cookbook, but in the back were their beverages, and one was making bhang. Bhang, and it's a drink that they would make at the Shiva festival and drink and have their experiences and praise the Lord, etc. And so we made bhang, and even though there wasn't much, I know there was not much THC in it, about the same time that I was getting a little bit high, I would also get a stomach ache. And finally I realized it was the male plant that was causing the problem for me, because as I was stripping the plant, I realized my nose was running, my eyes were running, and I touched my eye because it was running, and my eye puffed up, and I realized, oh, I'm allergic to the male pollen. So I wrote that up in a little study about some people are allergic to the male pollen, but the female plant never bothered me, and to this day, it's really not a problem if you got really good sensimilla. So that was a couple of my experiences. 1977 was the first time I ever grew, and then I didn't really grow again until just before, let's see if I wrote that down. Yeah, I grew a few plants in my backyard about 8 years ago. And, again, I got about 5 plants, and I got a nice pound of sticky bud out of those because none of them were males. And then the only other time I did it was at the beginning of quarantine. And I had plenty of time, so I grew some plants out in the backyard. But as you might remember, that was the year of the fires. So the fires in Sonoma County, the sky was, even on a clear day, was like beautiful red. And then I realized, oh, that was like all the smog from burning houses and burning pets and stuff from Santa Rosa. And then it all dropped down onto all the ground. And I realized I never felt good about that particular batch because it, I'm sure it had stuff on it. Plus, I'd made a mistake of leaving the backlights on. So instead of having a natural shorter days, I messed up the light cycle. So that was my experiences of growing. I had one great grow and a couple, one experimental, one great grow, and one failure. Actually, two good grows and a failure. But I like to leave it to the professionals to do it. And if I really had more time and more space, I'd probably, it was really fun and rewarding to grow your own plants. So that's, how I originally came to cannabis, and a little brief story of, and nowadays I really prefer edibles just because I cough a lot more. And when I smoke, I really like edibles. Now that you can get edibles that are 5 milligrams or 10 milligrams, because edibles before, when people made brownies, it was just so hit and miss how much was in there that I didn't feel good when I overdosed, and I would get the whirlies before about the same time as I was getting high. So I like edibles now that I know 5 milligrams, I know 10 milligrams. I'll even occasionally do 15, but 10 is just about right for me. So that's my experience there.
Well, thank you. That's a fascinating journey through there. I didn't realize, quite a few of that there. Yeah. All right, next up will be Council Member Landau. Nate, you're up with the next question for Dr. Lucido.
First of all, as a young advocate, I want to thank you for your decades of work. I look up to you and admire you, so thank you so much for all your pioneering. And my question is, how has your experience as a family general medicine practitioner influenced your approach to medical cannabis evaluations for veterans? Thank you.
All right. Well, so I started my practice. I just retired after 41 years, but I started my Berkeley practice in 1979. And before the Compassionate Use Act, Prop 215, I had met a couple of the principals. I'd met Dr. Todd Mikaria and Chris Conrad through I met Chris Conrad through my anti-nuclear friends, and because I was an anti-nuclear activist. And then he told me, oh, there's a benefit for Prop 215 and at his house, and Dr. Todd Mikaria was there, and I'd heard of him before. He was like a hero of mine, even though I'd never really met him before. I knew he'd published, a decade or two before, the marijuana medical papers, and which was a compilation of all the literature from, the 1800s till now, some of the seminal pieces. So Chris Conrad says, oh, you want to meet Dr. Todd Mikaria? I says, I'd love to. And we'd had a patient in common before. I had a nursing home patient that was dwindling and wasn't eating. And the head nurse said, oh, you might want to get a psych consult. And Dr. Mikaria is on for psych. And I'd heard of Dr. Mikaria, like I said, had not met him yet. And he recommended Marinol to this patient because this was long before Prop 215. And I'd heard about Marinol, but I didn't know any doctors that would dare prescribe it. And sure enough, he'd prescribed it. And this woman who's elderly and depressed and wasn't eating, her mood picks up and she's starting to eat. And so it was just great. And we just charted notes. So we hadn't really met, but we'd met each other by, writing notes in the patient's chart. So flash forward now again to 1996, Prop 215. We're trying to get it on the ballot. And there's this fundraiser at Chris Conrad's house. And he says, oh, Dr. Mikaria's here. Do you want to meet him? And I said, oh, I'd love to. And we meet, and I introduced myself, and I said, we had this patient in common. I've been wanting to meet you with this patient in common, and told him about the woman who was dwindling away. And as soon as he prescribed Marinol, she's starting to eat. And he says, oh, that's great. Want to smoke some hash oil? And I thought, sweet, yes. So I thought this stated older gentleman, who was probably my age then, he was probably in the 70s, and I'm 76 now. I thought I'd have to be a little bit more circumspect, but he invites me up to smoke some hash oil, and so that was my first experience of real concentrate. I mean, I'd had hash before, but like this was something really cool. So we became fast friends, and because there weren't a lot of doctors that were well, again, it was before Prop 215. So let's see if there's anything more to that question, because we'll get in more stuff. I think that's the main thing I wanted to say on that one. Yeah.
Again, thank you for that.
Sure.
I miss him so much because he was such a character on top
Yeah.
of that, but he was also so wise, so understanding. But yeah, no one was quite like him for sure. Next up will be Council Member Wade Laughter. Council Member Laughter, we recognize.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. And thank you, Dr. Lucido, for joining us this afternoon.
Sure.
Full disclosure, Dr. Lucido was my recommending physician for, I don't know, maybe a dozen years. I felt like we became, I felt like you were a friend to me.
Absolutely.
And I really, deep gratitude for knowing you. And it's a real treat to have you here this afternoon. So my question for you, given all of that I wanted to say first, you were co-author of an article, Implementation of the Compassionate Use Act in a Family Medical Practice, 7 years clinical experience. And would you talk a bit about what key insights or recommendations you would give to physicians who are not as familiar with cannabis as you are and may feel hesitant about recommending medical cannabis to their patients? Thank you, Doctor.
Sure. Well, that sort of dates that was 7 years after Prop 215 started. So now it's been 25 years, 26 years experience. The main things that I found among patients, that it was a safe and effective medicine. People weren't having problems with it. There were no deaths. So the safety, it was the safest medicine that we know. I mean, not only did the literature show that, but that was my personal experience from, seeing hundreds of patients, thousands by now. And it's even better now because we have more choices with less intoxicating forms when necessary, especially for kids and inexperienced patients. And talking, in one of the specialties, even as adult use became the law, so a lot of patients no longer had to come and get recommendations, which is great. I'm glad. I was a proponent of medical of adult use, but it didn't cover minors, and so a lot of the people that I was seeing were either elders or inexperienced people that needed some guidance about what to use, but also kids. I started seeing a number of kids with seizures and autism and a number of other things, but that was probably the 80% of the kids that I saw. And I probably saw, 300 or 400 kids ultimately. And for the kids, I would see them, every 4 months or so, just to see how they're doing. And it was really good by that time that you could get tinctures that were, 50-50 CBD to THC, or 8-to-1 CBD to THC. And for some of them, you needed more THC, and for others, you didn't. So for seizures, for instance, really CBD seemed to do it, and you could really bump the CBD up high without intoxicating the kids. And sometimes you needed a little THC if the autism spectrum also had a little self-injurious behavior or aggression against their parents or their teachers. So little THC was very helpful in that case. So those were some of the things that I knew. And let's see. Yeah, and then I think one other thing I wanted to point out that would have, I really wish that, my mother died a few years ago, and she had always said that she'd use cannabis if it was legal. And when she visited me, soon after it became legal here, I said, remember you said you'd, use it if it was legal. And she still hemmed and hawed, and she didn't want to really try it then. But as she got older and had a lot more medical problems and a little bit depressed, I would bring my vaporizer to Michigan with me, and we, adult use was had started, but they really didn't have tinctures. In fact, this was probably even before adult use. It was certainly before. Yeah, medical had just passed in Michigan, but the dispensaries really didn't have tinctures and things like that yet. And so with my mom, we did try the vaporizer, and she couldn't really get enough in. And my best friend and I would be, smoking in front of her or vaporizing in front of her, and we'd be laughing, and she'd say, "I want what you have," meaning she wanted to feel stoned and happy. And a couple times came close to that. We were able to find a friend of mine who would make edibles, and sometimes she would, do okay on them, but she had other problems where she'd want to take sleeping pills even in the daytimes just because she had depression. So I'm sad that we didn't have the edibles that we have now, where we could really know the dose, and I could have maybe tried her on a 50-50 for a while and then bumped it up. So I'm just so glad for where we're at now for patients that are new. But didn't come quite in time for mom, and she eventually died from a number of other complications. But I wish I could. I think once or twice she actually got some joy from it, but she would take it, inappropriately, and left some in the refrigerator. Then my stepfather took it thinking that it was just a brownie, and then he ends up going to the emergency room. So it was a little bit of a mess, but so that's some of my personal experiences there. But nowadays, I'm really glad that you can get the dosing you want and the proportions you want.
I agree completely with your observations about how nice it is to have products that are accurate, so dosing is consistent. And I think every person who makes products with cannabis has a story, just like what you told about your, I think you said brother-in-law, who ended up having something that was unintended. So yeah, here we are.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Next up will be Councilmember Michael Crowitz. Councilmember Crowitz.
Yeah, the demographics are a little askew here. I don't think you have written recommendations for half of the veterans community, just half of the veterans randomly sampled by Veterans Action Council tonight. But that's pretty awesome. I love the fact that you're sort of woven through our lives. My recommendation in California, I had already had a doctor's prescription from the Netherlands. And if you remember, that was in total contrast with what the Department of Veterans Affairs was saying to me, which they were saying, hey, if you'll stay away from marijuana, we'll give you any pill in our pharmacy. And then, of course, the doctor in the Netherlands was saying, hey, first of all, take it as a tea, take as much as you want, and I'll write a prescription for as much cannabis as you want if you can actually put aside those darn pain pills. So, I mean, you couldn't get more contrast between the two doctors' advice. And I actually already had a cannabis card because Dennis Peron's club allowed me to get a club card with an international prescription and a driver's license from Virginia, which later became a little bit more difficult at the dispensaries in California. But yeah, my own prehistory there, just for I guess my own disclaimer. But much love and thank you for joining us. My question really was about the work that you've done with and within the medical board and the medical community. The question was, please talk about the challenges from the California Medical Board that you and Dr. Todd's early work around medical cannabis, and are there any doctors with cannabis experience in the on the medical board? I guess I would expand that question just to ask, where are we at with the medical board and doctors recommending cannabis?
That's a good question. Since since the adult use happened, it didn't just happen. People worked hard to get that, obviously. I haven't paid as much attention to what's going on with the medical board. The doctors that are getting trouble with the medical board are fewer and farther in between. But, probably once you had adult use happening, then which only covered 21 and up. So you had this whole section of quote adults that are 18 to 21, right? And so I think the cannabis doctors, I already had my niche because I was seeing a lot of kids and a lot of elderly patients that needed advice. But whoever was running the mills before, and I use that derogatorily, like those that were just going to see anybody and the ones that gave it a bad name, they're the ones that ended up with nothing but the 18 to 21-year-olds. And so they're the ones that would stick up more like a sore thumb, because even though the 18 to 21-year-olds could very well be, needing it medically, a lot of them were kids who were hiding it from the parents. And that's a recipe for disaster as far as not harm to the patient, but like when the patients find when the parents find out, they're going to be very mad at the doctor. So those are the ones that are probably getting the doctors reported to the medical board. So, when I was a co-proponent of the Repeal Cannabis Prohibition Act of 2012 that we were trying to get on the ballot, and there were 3 competing initiatives, so none of them had enough funding to get on the ballot. The one contribution I made to it is I said, make it 19 the age instead of 21 or 18, because then you're at least keeping it out of high school, but you're also acknowledging that you don't have to be 21. So, and people thought that was weird, and but like it made sense, but ultimately that's not what happened. And when it finally happened that we had adult use, they made it 21. So it doesn't help all adults. But that's the main thing, I think, is that you don't have as much of the parents complaining about it because their kids are using pot when they didn't know it. Let's see, was there more to that question?
Just if you felt like reflecting on, what it was like, what some of the challenges were, with Dr. Todd, facing down I remember a moment where the drug czar, I guess they called him still at that time, General McCaffrey, was standing there with a poster board of some of the indications that Dr. Todd had, written on the poster board, and saying he called it Cheech and Chong medicine. And he was quite sure that he was going to just get rid of that he was going to use the DEA's power to just get rid of all the doctors that write recommendations. And that would be the end of that. Medical marijuana, done.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I remember that the drug czar came out, and this was, what year was that? Because Dennis Peron's club had already opened, but this was before Prop 215, right?
It was after Prop. Was it after? I thought it was after Prop 215, but before. So it's like 1999 or 98 or somewhere.
So because I was remembering something before where it was Dennis Peron's club went from the small club to the big one, but that was before Prop 215 passed, because I remember being at that club when it first opened early in '96, and then I was there on the night of the election. And so that was a happy time. So we're celebrating. So this is still not answering your question, but I'm still now on the day of it passing. We're seeing it as the elections are coming up. Clinton is getting reelected, and then Prop 215 goes over the is finally it's projected that that's going to win. And Dennis Peron, and I didn't know him well, but I knew him enough that he would always say, Frank, you got to crank those prescriptions out. You got to crank those recommendations out. And I was doing it my way, and there were people that were getting in more trouble by doing it his way, just by writing it for anybody. And at one point, there's a celebratory joint happening on the stairwell of this 5-story club that he had, and I was about to take a toke, and somebody yells up, "Dennis, the press is here!" And I thought, okay, I'm not going to have my first, be photographed with smoking a joint. And the next day, I got my first interview by the press, and I realized, oh, I've got to get better at being able to talk about cannabis. So I, got my talks going and stuff like that about that, because before that, I might have been quoted once or twice. I think I had a letter to the editor, published in the Chronicle, but I was still, not as out as that day was my first interview. Again, getting back to your question, then McCaffrey starts going in and saying that this again under Clinton, right? He was the drug czar, and he started threatening doctors, and the graphic you pointed out, he's there with his press conference showing that people are using it for this and this, and here's Dr. Todd Micarea, his name was like, he was right out there, which Todd didn't mind, but it was like, it was a lesson, if doctors are going to be named, and as time went on, I did get investigated by the medical board when they were investigating 12 of the 20 most outspoken doctors. And Dr. Todd and I and others, Fred Gardner, who was a journalist and started O'Shaughnessy's with Dr. Todd, the Journal of Society of Cannabis Clinicians, which back then was called California Cannabis Research Medical Group. And so we started going to the medical board testifying about doctors being inappropriately investigated. And finally, one of the medical, the medical board, we would go to these public comment periods, and at first it wasn't necessary. Well, it would usually often be on the agenda, but even if it wasn't on the agenda, we could bring it up in the public comment period. And usually the medical board is under the Attorney General's office. So even though it's about medical standards, it's really still part of law enforcement. And so you'd always have somebody from the Attorney General's office, trying to like badmouth what we're doing. And at one point, I didn't know who was in their favor up at the medical board, right? Because there was, 2/3 are doctors, and there's about 10 people on the medical board, and about 1/3 of them are lay people. And one of the guys who was a layperson wasn't the medical board president at that time, but within a year, he became the medical board president. And he stops me during my public comment period, and he says, "Wait a minute, Dr. Lucido, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you, but like this happens every time. This is about the 5th time we'd gone there, Dr. Todd and I and others." And he says, "This happens every time. These people," meaning us, the doctors, "get up and talk, and you people, the Attorney General's office and staff, are sitting in the back, smirking, giggling, and generally acting, not giggling, but smirking and generally acting disrespectful. And I have to ask why. My father died of cancer, and I'm sure that he never used cannabis. Well, I never used cannabis, but I think it would have helped him at that point. And so we knew that we had somebody on our side there. At that point, we didn't know who were our allies or not. So we knew we had at least one ally, and it turns out that probably half of them were very, positive, but nobody wanted to speak up until this happened. And like I said, later on, he became the president of the medical board. And so again, is there more to the question? Because I sometimes I get off on what I think is the question, but then it gets off into a tangent.
I think you got it there. I think you nailed it.
Yeah.
It's a snapshot in history that y'all were it was very pressing early on because it was going to have its reflection on other states and their access as they came on board. So for you selective few to stand your ground, but then you were forced to be doctor activists on top of being medical cannabis activists, you had to then go on defending each other amongst your own board, which is a whole other set of challenges and bravery. I mean, that's a significant amount of bravery to go against the system that can literally bite your hand and it feeds you. So it's a challenge in itself. Councilmember Laughter has a follow-up.
Yeah, not so much a follow-up, just an expression of gratitude, Dr. Frank, because I think I don't know the time frame of when this was happening, but I think I was a patient of yours when the medical board was considering revoking your license because you were taking care of people like me. And
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got. Anyway, hero, I think is a good word for you. Thank you. That's all I
Yeah.
have.
I can say something about when I got I forgot to mention, I got investigated by the medical board. And I think that happened before I started going to medical board. That sort of was my impetus to get the group together of all the doctors I knew and some attorneys also. And
you were talking about being investigated by the medical board.
Yeah. Yep. So they finally they finally closed my investigation, but there was something else I was going to say about, and it'll probably come up in a minute as soon as I think about something else. But
Yeah, because your precedent set so other doctors could also be brave, and to also it had to be reassuring for those doctors to see you in the gallery when they were up regarding their situation, because again they had to look to you two, as early pioneers, but also supporters as well as doctor activists. And again, I'm humbled because I'm again one of those patients as well that you helped take care of after Todd was my original physician, and then unfortunately at his time, then I came to meet and know you. And needless to say, it's been nothing but an honor to watch your growth and see you stand your ground and become a light of hope to other doctors in a time when I know it had to send a ripple across many doctors' lives, because they were either considering looking at cannabis, but also just protecting that confidentiality between, patient and doctor, which was very much most important.
yeah, thanks. I remember now, one of the things I want to say too, the reason I got investigated by the medical board was for one of the few minors. Later on, I became a specialist in minors because I saw so many these kids with autism spectrum and seizures. But I got investigated early on because of this one 15-year-old who had already had problems with truancy, and he had pretty severe ADHD, but really, well, not basically he was in school in a special ed class, and one thing he started doing was hanging out with people that would get him into more trouble, and some of his quote bad friends turned him on to pot. And this is according to his mom. Once he started using pot, he became calmer, his grades got better, and his teacher would give a report to his mother that he's sort of a model student. I made him president of the special ed class because he was helping other kids with their homework. So I realized, yeah, this is that was one of the few minors that I wrote the recommendation for, and that's the one that he had a parole officer, not wasn't really parole back then, whatever minors get, the home visit lady found a pipe and violated his parole because of using pot. And then when the mother said, well, he's got a recommendation for it, she quotes that this guy said, oh, what Dr. Lucido's doing is illegal. And then I got that investigation, and that's why. And when they wanted me to come in for the quote voluntary interview to discuss it, and that freaked me out. But I got an attorney, and his advice was, oh, you just don't go in for the voluntary interview. And I didn't, and they finally, dropped the case because they really had no evidence of anything. In fact, that's what they said. We decided to close the investigation for lack of evidence. And, I thought I was look at that smirkingly, because evidence of what? Because it was not even what I was alleged to do wasn't even illegal. So anyway, that was very nerve-wracking, and that's why I got together the group of the attorney physician cannabis medical legal group. I called it AppCamel back then. And then that's when we started going to the medical board quarterly meetings. Steph Shearer from Americans for Safe Access, which was a new organization at that time, joined some of our meetings and went to the first meeting. And then Dr. Todd and I and Fred Gardner were the ones that continued to going on a regular basis. Jeff Hergen, rather, of course, was also involved, and a few others. Yeah. So
Councilmember Laughter.
I can't help it. One of the things it occurs to me to say to you, Dr. Frank, is you're talking to people who are veterans of military service. And part of that often calls upon you to do things that are scary, and maybe you're afraid, but you do them anyway. And that's a form of heroism, a form of bravery, a form of responsibility to one's community. And in addition to all of the work that you did to become a doctor, to take on this additional level of work and responsibility for caring for your patients in, going against the establishment. That's a form of bravery that they don't give medals for it. But you have patients like me who have deep gratitude for the opportunity to have known you and to have experienced your form of compassionate, informed care. So thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Testify, my brother Wade. Testify, testify, testify. Sister Peggy Jones, council member, you're recognized for our next question.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Frank, for joining us this evening. If cannabis were legal, do we currently have the appropriate medical coding and billing for insurance companies to cover it, or any herbal medicine? If not, how would you suggest we go about getting medical coverage changed so those seeking a holistic herbal therapy have equal access, even with insurance?
That's a great question. I really wish this would happen. I think the main thing is, though, I've been in medicine for, like I said, I just retired after 43 years in family medicine, and I guess it was 41 years in family medicine because I retired from that 2 years ago, but then I continued the cannabis practice till September. So what I wrote here, let me just see. So this is a financial issue for many. This has been a financial and will be a financial issue for a while, but it's always worth pursuing. I predicted early on that if insurance companies had to pay for it, they would be the ones to push to make it an over-the-counter drug, because insurance companies don't pay for over-the-counter drugs. So I don't know that we're ever going to get to the point where they're going to pay for it. But if we keep pushing for it, maybe they will. Maybe it will go for a national. Okay, let's make it an over-the-counter drug and force the insurance companies to be our allies. Then, I mean, it'd be great if they paid for it, but it'd be great if they paid for healthy food too, and it'd be great if they, safe housing. There's a lot of things that would be good for our health, but clearly medical cannabis is medical. So that's the one that's most obvious, but that's how they get out of it, by making it an over-the-counter medicine. And we're not quite to that place, but, I think in many states it is. So ultimately, I think that pushing for them to pay for it is worth pursuing. But I think that's going to be their way out of it, is by saying, well, let's make it an over-the-counter medicine, which would also be the next best thing. But yeah, it can be very, I guess maybe in California, I'm feeling like it's not that expensive nowadays, but that's not the case in other states, and some states it's just not available. So just because we're okay doesn't mean other people, can afford to pay for it. So yeah, I'm not sure the answer to that question, but that's some of the issues involved.
All right. So next up will be Council Member Mike Davis for our next question.
Yeah.
So a significant and important part of your work was to defend the integrity of the medical profession by establishing and enforcing medical standards of conduct. Are we doing better or worse in this regard since the emergence of adult recreation regulations and the associated reduction in medical cannabis patient numbers?
All right. Well, my intention was to make sure that doctors with good standards were not being inappropriately being investigated by the medical board. So with adult use, 21 and over, we've mostly done that. I was a co-proponent, and I mentioned this earlier, I was a co-proponent of the Repeal Cannabis Prohibition Act of 2012, which did not get on the ballot. Our initiative set the age adult use at 19 to keep it out of high school, where some kids might be inappropriately sharing their cannabis. So I think that's the main answer I have. Let's see. Yeah, is there anything more to that question that we want to delve into? Because that's what I wrote down, but I could open that to questions too.
Well, I guess it's we know that there was some change in California with there was 64 and Proposition 215 sunsetting. We know there was sort of there's still outstanding questions such as how much a patient can have, because by Proposition 64 standards, I know that there is limits to concentrates as well as how much people can have per day, etc., for purchasing. So wasn't sure of the crossover there, or if there is any crossover. I know there was some legal standing prior because doctors could write for whatever you have, because there's different different humans have different needs, right? And different conditions have different needs as well. So I was kind of curious if there has been any change in standing, or do the pre-215 laws still stay in place for, how much a patient can have, etc., or have that been nullified by the 64, in your opinion?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I'm not sure of the answer, but as you're pointing out, Prop 215 did not say an amount. It said that patients could grow, possess, use for personal medical use. And a lot of people, I wasn't involved in the writing of it. I'm not one of the 6, like Dr. Todd, of the people that wrote it. But hearing from it, that was like a big controversial point. It's like, well, are we going to get away with not putting an amount? And somebody, I can't remember if it was Dr. Todd, insisted on keeping it in there. And when it was written, we didn't even have the funding to get it on the ballot. So even our funders might have said, oh, that's never going to pass. Why am I going to give you $100,000 or whatever? And yet it got on the ballot and it passed. So if you just look at Prop 215, it does not say an amount. It says personal, the amount for medical, the amount the patient needs. You can grow and possess and use for medical use. And then I don't know whether, the other ones, would you mention?
Prop 64, which is the adult rec.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure that Prop 64. No, I mean, first of all, I know that the CCUA, the Prop 215, still exists. I don't know if and even that, different jurisdictions were saying different amounts. So somehow they're getting away with different jurisdictions. And I don't know if that's because of 64 or whether that was even happening beforehand. So I don't know the answer to that, but I know that Prop 215 did not state an amount. And that was intentional on the part of some of the people, and could have been a poison pill that might not have ever let it get on the ballot or pass, but it passed anyway. And I know that the people, one thing I know, I don't know a lot about initiatives, but one of the things is an initiative that the people vote on cannot be changed by the legislature. So
right,
somebody that knows a little bit more about how the SB 64 and all those other things work might have a better idea of, well, is that still the case?
Right.
That, or is this an exception for some reason? And is it an exception within different cities? Because that's where the whole thing was. If you might recall, Oakland at first, some places were, Berkeley said 10 plants. Oakland said 144 plants, 2/3 of which could be, or 1/3 could be mature, I think. 2/3 could be immature, with the idea that maybe half of them wouldn't make it. So you really had this 144 plant limit. But then 64, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if to 15, because it's an initiative of the people and, you can't change that. Why they could limit it now.
Okay, just curious. Councilmember Laughter has a follow-up.
Yeah. One of the changes that I've seen, at least, I live in the Sierra foothills now, Dr. Frank. That's why you don't see me very often. And the local physician's office that I have been seeing for my referral is closing because they don't have enough patients to sustain a practice and an office. And I'm wondering, I know you've retired. I know there's probably still hot docs, as they're referred to, where, for $40 you can go online and you can get a recommendation and all that. But the doctors who are actually providing care and guidance, like you did with me, are those folks surviving with the changes in the law? What's your sense of that?
Excuse me. What was that question again? I mean, I can tell you a couple of doctors, like Dr. Hergenrather is still doing them. I've referred the last few patients that I had to him, including the the minors. And trying to remember Dr. Mikaria's sister is still practicing. She took over the practice in Cool, which was Molly Fry's practice, after she, lost her license. So those are the last two that I was referring, the ones that I referred the rest of my adult patients to, and the kids would go to, because I know Dr. Mikaria wasn't seeing the kids. So, yeah, I think that there's fewer doctors doing it, and I'm talking about the ones that, like me, that actually had good standards, etc. I'm sure that there's still, I don't know how those doctors are doing. They're probably doing, like you said, online recommendations, and maybe some of them have offices, but they got to be in the crosshairs of the medical board. But I haven't heard much.
Yeah, I think a lot of us in the cannabis industry are feeling the changes that have happened that don't seem very favorable. I'll leave it at that. And I can pose that last question, Etienne, if you want me to.
Go ahead, Wade.
So, Dr. Frank, in your opinion, what are the biggest challenges or barriers that veterans might face when accessing medical cannabis for their conditions as a result of their service? And I realize you probably don't have much experience with the VHA. We can certainly talk about that. But yeah, what's your sense of the challenges and barriers there?
Well, let's see. So I wrote something down. Let's see. I first thing I wrote is, I guess I'd like to hear the veterans on this and see what the challenges have been, because I'm not hearing much about that. Again, like I said, it's been a year since almost a year since I retired. Maybe education on the various and best ways to use it still needed. I know that I'm mostly using edibles myself nowadays, and because I know, it's easier to know just what 5 and 10 milligrams of THC will do, whereas it was hit and miss with someone else's homemade brownies before, and even with that, I had many good experiences with edibles. but I also had a number of uncomfortable experiences with it. So, any other, there's some of that I haven't answered. What are the biggest challenges?
Well, like one of the topics that's been hot, if you will, in government policy around cannabis is the idea of rescheduling or perhaps even descheduling cannabis. And of course, that would have a lot of implications for many of us. But yeah, because we are a veterans organization, it's really our focus. And for the most part, yeah, the Veterans Health Administration is in the past, they've been hostile. I mean, you can hear some horror stories from people on in this meeting right now. But it seems like the stance has softened, at least in some of the medical centers. And I guess maybe I was hoping for a home run insight from you about how could we change it at the federal level? What might be the compelling argument to make it easier for veterans to have access to this product through the Veterans Health Administration, not have to go to a dispensary, have it be one of the bags of pills that they send you every month, that it be, precisely dosed edibles or a tincture that comes with instructions. Thank you.
Yeah. Excuse me. Had a bronchitis lately, but I'm getting better. Yeah, so that is a problem because you'd like the veterans. So your experience, you veterans have more experience than I have of how the VA is, but as you mentioned, and I've heard this before, sometimes they're quick to give medicines, quick to give you a whole bag of pills, or prescriptions for a whole bag of pills, but they're still, they were told a long time ago not to talk about cannabis. So it's almost like, are they even talking about Marinol? And I'm not saying Marinol is a great substitute, but like when I went to Italy last year, I knew I didn't want to travel with cannabis, and I knew that in Italy, even though cannabis is low priority, you really can't find it there. You can find CBD, but you really can't find cannabis very, very much. So I made sure to bring some Marinol. It's it's synthetic, but it still does what you want THC to do, even though I do believe natural is better. So yeah, I don't know. That's still a tough problem. But ultimately, I know that the VA would save lots of money by prescribing cannabis. So
and veterans' lives, people who use cannabis for relief don't to suicidal ideation very often.
Exactly.
That's my take on it.
Yeah, not only would you have less suicides, but then the side effects of these medicines can kill people.
Oh yeah, and the contraindications. Yeah. I have one that's it's not necessarily a question that we have, but it's one through my experience and other veterans are finding out. I'm not sure what your insight on this might be. 30 years ago when I went to the VA, I was removed from various facilities just for mentioning the use of cannabis. That changed, fortunately, due to Michael Crowitz and others changing VA policy outright. So 30 years ago, when I went to the VA and I would mention my use, I was classified as a known drug user. Okay, so that was a terminology. And now recently we have seen an uptick in a new terminology called cannabis use disorder, called CUD. And unfortunately, any type of cannabis anything is basically being umbrellaed by this cannabis use disorder, which of course has become kind of the sexy name in cannabis for doctors and nurses to be throwing around. Do you have any insight on this or the harm this type of verbiage could be causing? Because it just seems to be a 80s throwback in terminology, or just as another way to demonize cannabis patients because of lack of knowledge potentially by the American Medical Association. Because I know that the American Medical Association is just recently, we know the Nurse Association and others have just recently only approved education, or even that cannabis can be even a curricula for nurses to understand. So with this, we are seeing a large number of veterans who go to the VA and mention their use get labeled this kind of carte blanche cannabis use disorder. Have you heard about this? And if so, what are your thoughts, or how could we educate our doctors against this willful ignorance that they're seem to be pushing down on us?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I think to me it seems malpractice on their part to be labeling somebody with that. So maybe somebody has to maybe it has to be some suits against the VA and some judgments against them, to make them pay attention, because that's a bullshit diagnosis. I even wonder about you're hearing about cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, which is
Yes.
real symptoms, at least. I mean, at least the alleged symptoms are there, and it could be due to other things. But cannabis use disorder, they're using just for people that use cannabis, right? So that's bullshit. So
Well, thank you for your succinct breakdown of that, doctor. I don't have many doctors who are that chef's kiss to the point, shall we say? But I think Peggy
Yeah.
has a follow up on this.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Etienne. I actually do have a follow-up. With your experience with patients switching to cannabis, if they did not stop prescription medications that cannabis also helps with, say they have high blood pressure or they have ADHD or some other thing that cannabis helps with, if they don't stop that prescription drug, could it also mimic a cannabis disorder or allergic reaction of some sort, causing them to have side effects from the medication that they no longer need because they're on herbal medicine now?
there are very few things that cannabis is going to make worse. I mean, obviously, once you look at the intoxication, I mean, I've taken too much, edibles, as I mentioned. So yeah, you can get an overdose, but that's not what we're talking about. You're talking about people being labeled cannabis use disorder. So I think that that's just a misdiagnosis. That's a diagnosis of convenience to label anybody that's using it a use disorder. And from a legal standpoint, they could name it something else if they want. They could say it's illegal for you to use it on VA properties. They don't have to get into this pretending. That's pseudo medicine, I think. And again, I'll reserve the judgment for the cannabis hyperemesis syndrome because I've read about it, and it seems to be that some people really believe that that's a thing, and I'm sure some people have had something like that. I certainly know that if I've had too much when it was the brownie edibles, I would get the whirlies and I wouldn't feel better until I threw up. So I don't know if that's what they're causing cannabis hyperemesis syndrome. I just doubt. I don't know that even existed. But cannabis use disorder doesn't even mean anything. I mean, there's probably some definition I should look up, but at least if they say cannabis hyperemesis, okay, all right. So somebody's throwing up. Whether that's the reason or not is a good question. Let's look into that. But cannabis use disorder sounds to me like they're just labeling you a cannabis user.
Right, and that's our fear as well. So thank you for your thank you for your assessment on that. Peggy wants to follow up, and then Michael.
Something you said triggered another question. It's kind of non-cannabis related, so I'll make it brief. Since you've been in medicine for as long as you have and you've now retired, you mentioned they could change the name on it. I had a condition called complex regional pain syndrome, and to my knowledge and research, since the Civil War, they've changed the name on it 60 times already. Is this contributing to the problem of tracking data and finding reliable solutions and healthy cures to what's problematic in our society?
Yeah, what's the name of that disorder again? Because
I had complex regional pain syndrome. It's
Yeah.
been known as reflex sympathetic dystrophy and a multiple other things.
yeah, well, I know that exists, and they change the names of it every once in a while. So what is your question beyond that? Again, I know that that's,
I know that's just one medical problem
Yeah.
out there. They've changed the name on that many times since just the Civil War. How many other things out there have they changed the name on and it's been lost because it's hard to track down? For example, they changed the UFOs to UAPs. They do it all the time and it makes it hard to keep track of stuff. How difficult does it make it as a physician to keep track of what you're trying to do for your patients?
Yeah, I think that's a problem. And I don't know how extensive that's a problem. I think in general, the National Library of Medicine, the sort of should have some articles on that and how names get changed and stuff like that. So I don't know if there's anything there. And if you've never looked up the National Library of Medicine, PubMed is the thing to remember, just like Club Med, except PubMed. And it gets you to the National Library of Medicine, and you can put in keywords, and you can put in cannabis, you can put in, all the illnesses that you saw, or you can just put in those illnesses to see what else it's been called. So it's pretty easy to access. Now, when you get into the National Library of Medicine, you'll see the titles come up, and you can even see the abstract, which is all that I ever really need to see is the abstract, meaning here's a summary of what the article says. You probably have to pay or be part of a medical center to see the whole article, but I never need that. But you can do some simple research just by looking up PubMed and seeing if any studies have been done. And it's not only studies that you see, but they'll have reviews of the literature. Dr. So-and-so wanted to see how many different studies there are on complex regional pain syndrome. And there might be some thing where, okay, I reviewed a bunch of these studies and this one seemed flawed, this one seemed pretty good. So you can put cannabis and complex regional pain syndrome and see specifically if anybody's done anything with cannabis, or you can just leave the cannabis out just to see all the other articles to see, what they're naming them.
All right, Councilmember Crowitz.
Yeah, I just thought I'd share a couple of observations or little bits of data points of information about that hyperemesis syndrome. I had talked to Dale Geringer about that when it first came up because I couldn't find anything that was comparable to it in the literature. Nothing certainly before Nixon, before modern cannabis prohibition. My suspicion is, and I think Dale kind of agreed with me, that it's something to do with the way we handle cannabis now versus then, either indoors under lights or the kind of, materials that we use to grow cannabis in or whatever, just a theory, but what the observation of it is a rather violent episodes of nausea and vomiting, cyclic vomiting. And it's hyperemesis syndrome if two things occur, essentially. One, if it's calmed down by a super hot shower. If all of a sudden a hot shower is about the only thing that gives you any relief from it. And one of the problematic things is people trying to use cannabis for nausea, when in fact, the second thing that it's hyperemesis syndrome is if you discontinue cannabis and it stops the problem. So if you're actually using cannabis to try to treat it, when in fact removing the cannabis is the only real effective treatment, that's a problem. But we're talking about something that shows up pretty regularly when you're working in a downtown hospital of a major metropolitan city. It's probably something that a country doctor would never see in their lifetime. And even, where you were working, you probably would never see it. You'd have to see a huge volume of patients, I think, before you'd run into one. I honestly haven't ran into a single case yet, in my work. And ATN's got a couple over there in the Bay Area. So yeah, it's pretty rare, but it's a bit, like I said, hot showers and discontinuing the weed seems to give you almost 100% relief. That's a good sign. But it's definitely a Chicken Little, oh, the sky's falling thing when you're talking about a 1 in a million problem, even now.
Even more than that. I mean, the two patients I know, one's in Colorado and the other's in Hawaii. And the other was an adult, and the other she was a teenager, and turns out to be actually a good friend of mine's daughter. So we were able to get some understanding about it. But yeah, hot showers and abstaining from cannabis are the two things that seem to help for at least them. But again, it's still a new and unique thing, whereas the discussion around cannabis use disorder, as the doctor was saying, is just a blanket, what was that wonderful terminology used? A diagnosis of convenience. Thank you for that, doctor. And that wraps up our questions. So I want to thank you, Dr. Lucido, for joining us tonight. It has been an honor to share time with you, and I hope you're enjoying your retirement. Do you have anything going on or that you'd like to plug or discuss, or if people want to reach out to you, how do they get a hold of you?
Good question. It's like I hardly ever look at my emails, but sometimes I do. It's drfrank, like drfrank at drlucido.com. So Dr. Frank at drlucido.com.
All right, so that's how to get hold of Dr. Frank. So
And you probably might want to put veterans in the title so I can do a search or something, because otherwise I don't look at my emails very often, but it would be easier to see if
I think
anybody's
by putting that
written
into the column. All right, well, we'll note that and we'll pass that along. Well, thank you, Dr. Lucido. I'd also like to thank our members, Peggy Jones, Michael Krawitz, Wade Laughter, Michael Davis, Nate Landau, and myself, Etienne Fontaine. Thank you, everybody, for joining us for our VAC Roundtable number 71. Dr. Frank Lucido. Thank you, everybody. Have a great one.
Bye.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head. 12 grams of his latest.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net as well as 420pace.ca and our social media locations as well. Good evening, Tamara. How are you doing tonight?
I'm okay. How are you doing, Al?
I'm not doing too bad, staying busy, which is the important thing, doing things.
Doing stuff.
Whatever. I'm involved in something, some editing or whatever, but staying busy. And then, getting outside in the cooler weathers. It's cold, but it's fresh.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I try and get out at least once a day. Well, I have to go to the animals and that. So it's chilly here too. We've got some snow and it's winter.
Right.
I don't
Yes.
know if anybody expects we wouldn't have snow and it wouldn't be cold. It's winter.
Well, it's Canada, right? So you gotta expect it, eh?
Absolutely. But yeah, no, just kind of gearing up for Christmas. Well, not so much because, like I said, we don't per se celebrate Christmas, but trying to gather some things for some donations for the substitution program, specifically for Christmas this year. Where last year I didn't really, but now that I've got a set group of 27 people that I'm specifically helping, I know how many women I've got and how many men I've got. So right now I'm on a purse kind of campaign looking for purses and women's toiletries, and then we're going to fill men like socks. I'm going to go to a dollar store and grab some just Christmas socks and fill them with socks and men's toiletries, and of course, regular cannabis, and have them all in the next next weeks or so. So that's the same old grind. Send me stuff.
Where shall they send it, or how do they get a hold of you?
So if you want to PM me, I'll give you my address. I'm not going to do that, but you can always e-transfer cash donations to tamarali9@hotmail.com, and all the money that I make from my gummies and my candy also goes to the cannabis substitution program. So if you'd like to purchase some of those, you can also get a hold of me through that email and order some candy.
Yeah, we got candy also down the road for you.
Candies, gummies, fudge, cookies. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
And all that money goes to the program. So.
Yeah. Tonight we've got two guests. Both are patients. One is an artist. The other, I call him an author because he's actually written two books. He's an author.
Humanitarians, long-term activists.
Yes.
Jack of all trades, artists on all levels, and just extraordinary people that have overcome so much. And we've known them probably. Well, I know I've known them for 20 years. So
yeah. It's been...
having that, but they've overcame a lot of things and continue on with their journey. So it's always a pleasure to have them on and catch up with them and find out what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. Well, why don't we just bring them into the show?
Sounds
As
great.
you say, they're here. They're going to tell their story. Plus, they're going to tell us and everybody else how they can read about their story, read all about it, because, as I mentioned, author, right? So, right. So, we'd like to welcome Christine Lowe and Russell Barth to the Pace Radio Show. Hello, guys. How you doing?
Pretty good. Thanks for having us on.
Yes. Thank you for coming on to the show. and talking to our viewers about what you guys are doing and what you have done over the past along the ways of cannabis advocacy. Because what I find is that so many of us, we have our we come in, we're in the new, there's a lot of stuff that we're all involved in, and then we sort of get to a point where the next wave of people start coming in. And I see that some people at times, they're, I'm not going to really say forgotten, but, now they've just been in so long that, it's just new people just never have heard of it.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
yeah.
I find that a lot of our work from those days is forgotten anyway.
Correct.
Most people don't realize how pot became legal in Canada, that the government was forced to do it because the law fell apart and it was the Wild West. And they had to figure something out quick, because
exactly
opening up all over the place with zero regulation.
Well, that's the thing I think that people kind of skip over the Terry Parker ruling too, right?
Well, it all started with the Parker ruling, and then the government,
Terry Parker to all these other legal battles that have gotten us to where they came up with this, right?
11 court rulings. Well, there's other court rulings too, but they weren't really substantial. There's basically a total of 11 that were the big chops that took the tree down. Parker, Hitzig, and then 9 more, and then the thing just fell over.
Well, never mind. How many letters to the editor did you write and have published?
Yeah.
Russell was like relentless.
Relentless, nonstop.
2006, I had him critiquing Minds Week. Get as many letters to the editors published back then, right?
I think I had 830 in 8 years.
830 letters published
in Canada
Published
in
letters.
8 years. Had a couple.
Yeah. Now, was it just me, or were you actually labeled North America's #1 letter writer to the editor?
I think I'm the most, as far as I know, I'm the most published letter to the editor writer in Canadian history. I'm the biggest crank this country's ever put out.
He was also
There's three guys from the States who are ahead of me. There's Robert Sharp and Stan White and somebody else.
Sharp, that's right. I remember that. Oh, yeah.
I'm in 4th place in the world. So
yeah.
He also deemed the angriest pothead too.
Yeah. Well, that happened by accident. We were after I did the human rights complaint, that was on the John Oakley show.
Okay, yeah.
And right after that was, in the news and everything. And they had me on with Ezra Levant.
Oh.
And Ezra was just a pissy little bitch like always. And so they were like, man, this guy was fun. Like, we're going to have him on again. So I get a call one morning. They're like, hey, there was the thing, some mayor said something or a politician did something, or there's I forget what it was. Do you want to come on and comment? I said, oh, okay, sure. So then this went on for, every month I was on. And it was like 6 o'clock in the morning and the phone would ring. It was the only 416?
416.
It's the only 416 person I knew was going to call me at 6 o'clock in the morning, because everybody else who was going to call me at 6 o'clock in the morning lived in Ottawa. So I'm like, oh, it's him. So I'm like, I pick up the phone one morning and I go, hey, Victor. And he's like, hey, Russell, the angriest butthead in Canada. I went, oh, that's funny. Oh, we got to use that. Because like Emery with the print, yeah, we got to use that. Tell John about that. We're going to use that on the air. That's hilarious. Like, it was always tongue in cheek. It was never meant as a serious thing. So then he started introducing me as the angriest pothead in Canada. I thought it was great.
But there was also a YouTube video that was you and Christine did explaining epilepsy, and that was also super instrumental with explaining education, medical cannabis to people with hits on that YouTube video that you had produced, as well as, and then we roll into the first book that you wrote, which was Mummy's Funny Medicine.
Yeah. Well, it started, Mommy's Funny Medicine came out first, and this is part of what I talk about in my the memoir there, Outlaw Patients. And we were talking to some woman on the street. She had a wheelchair, I had a wheelchair. We were commiserating about the state of the sidewalks and the lack of courtesy from people. And so we said, oh, you ever tried medical cannabis? She's like, oh, no, it's bad as heroin, that stuff. And she's all fussy about it. So we're like, whatever. So as we're walking away, one of us said to the other, we don't remember which one, someone should write a children's book or something. Because this woman was like, oh, what would I tell my grandson? You know. So a little while later, I was on the phone with my mom, who was down in Florida, and I was telling her, listen, we're going to do a thing on CTV News pretty soon. I'm going to be smoking weed on TV, so be ready for that. Sorry if it causes any embarrassment or what. I didn't really care if it did or not, but I'm like trying to be courteous to them anyway. And so we did. We hung up the phone, and I'm like, how am I even going to broach this topic with my father? Like, it's crazy. It's like someone needs a children's book. Like, look, see, Russell's sick. See, Russell used weed and feel better. And then we went, and we looked at each other, and our mouths just fell open. We're like, oh my God, that's what we have to do. A children's book. Holy shit. So then we wrote the text right away. Like, it took us like 30 minutes because all we did was extrapolate from my life. That was
before AI, like long before AI. In fact, I think that was before like
2003. Yeah, that came out in April 2003.
Like you said, you wrote it in like 10 minutes, but Christine, you've been quiet there. You do the illustrations. And you did the illustrations for that book, Mummy's Funny Medicine, right?
Yeah. It was a wonderful time rendering all the illustrations for the book, to be able to bridge the gap between finding a voice of explanation as well as a visual way of seeing things. And I tried to make something that would come across as being very simple, but it would also be just enough that it would capture your imagination a little bit further. So I'm hoping that when people read the book, read the story about Mommy's Funny Medicine, that it will bridge the gap between the all the questions that are left today.
That's what as we came up with the story, which we talked sort of, like I said, about 30 minutes or whatever, because there's not a lot of words in the book.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say it's more like you said, it's a children's book. Like it's more like pictures per page, and there's a few words on each page.
Yeah, it kind of explains what's going on,
Yeah.
And basically, I'm Mommy in the book. And Christine is Heather, because she's watching all of this go down, right? So that thing where she's in the car, watching Mommy puke in the parking lot of the restaurant, that nearly happened to me one time. I went to Red Lobster with my parents and her, and we had a nice time. We had some Red Lobster. I was feeling fine. I got outside, and I was just like, oh God, oh no. And I bent over and I started to retch. And my parents were like, what the hell? And I'm just like, and Christine's like, yeah, it happens sometimes. Just wait and see. And I didn't puke, but I was down on one knee. Like my head was spinning, my ears were ringing, just these nausea attacks.
Right, exactly.
So we just went, oh, we'll just do this. We'll just do this. Like, we'll just add all these bits from my life,
Right.
So now we did quick sketches. Like, I did these quick sort of like storyboard ideas. And then when Christine started drawing it, I said, like, simple, simple, simple. Yellow Submarine, Flintstone simple. Not a lot of cross hatching, not a lot of, we'll colorize it. We'll do shading with color and stuff. Just give me the line work. So, and Christine liked to do a lot of detail and stuff. Usually, I'm like, no. Dial it way back. This is a kid's book.
Well, again, like, we're talking prior to legalization. We're talking like free. Again, this was something that talking about cannabis at all, never mind cannabis medical with your child. Because at that point in time, they were still putting people in jail and taking children away from their parents for using cannabis.
Like this book's 25, almost 25 years old.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, it's 22.
23.
It'll be 23 in April. Yeah.
Yeah.
So back in those days, like I said, back then they were still taking children away from their parents.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Using cannabis as medicine. So it was such an iconic book to come out at the time, and it's so timely that it can be used over and over again now because legalization, and there's so many people now that the stigma is finally starting to sway a little bit. So I think this book again should be reintroduced for people to use, because there are so many moms now that are choosing to use cannabis with it rather than a glass of wine,
Yeah.
and normalizing cannabis more than alcohol, right?
Now you've also released Mummy's Funny Medicine in a video format as well, correct?
Well, yeah, we put the video up many years ago, so people can, they can do a read through. It's a read through video with Christine narrating. But we had that book. Mike Foster printed that. He published that. He had it printed for us in 2003. We still have probably 14 or 1,500 copies upstairs because we didn't have the financial wherewithal to start like disseminating this to libraries all over the country. And
I've got a copy that I used when I was going to non-cannabis events with Treating Yourself magazine.
Yeah.
And afterwards, even after the magazine done, and I was still doing farmers markets or doing different type of shows with candidates at the time.
I think during the break, I think mine's just sitting over here on the shelf. I'll
Yeah.
have to look. If it, hoping it is, then I'm gonna have to dig, and now I'm gonna be on a mission.
Exactly. Now, I want to get into your story as far as your personal stories too, but I want to stick on the books right now. Now, you went from Mummy's Funny Medicine. We've gone, like I said, 22 years, 23 years, and now you've written a second book, and this one is
it's a memoir. Pretty much like when we were teenagers. I don't know about Christine, but when I was a teenager, I read quite a few biographies. Jim Morrison, the Beatles, whatever.
Yeah.
So we used to joke amongst ourselves. Whenever something funny or weird would happen, one of us would say something like, "Oh, that's going in the memoir," or "That'll be good for the autobiography," or something like that. Just any kind of quirky thing that would happen. Most of them are completely forgettable now, but it was a kind of a running gag with me and my friend David. Like, "Oh, that's going to be in the book." So when we started doing activism and everything, once we got a few years into it, especially when we got to the human rights complaint and everything, and we noticed that whenever we would meet new people and talk to them and tell them about our lives, "Oh, Christine has epilepsy and I got out of a wheelchair and stuff," the reaction was always the same, which was just, their mouths would fall open. They go, "My God, your life is insane." It's like, yeah, well, it's, and they're like, you guys should make a book or something. Like, it should be a movie. So we thought, I guess.
Now, this book I see on the cover right here, written without AI.
Yeah.
Now, when I was talking to you about it before, I said written without Al, right?
Al.
Which, because as you know, I have written yours,
this is true.
an article
Yeah.
about you. So,
but
written without Al. This is without AI. This is something that you actually sat down and
memoir. It's the second memoir I wrote because in about 2015, I thought, well, I should start writing this. I should. And I had a friend who worked for, at the time, she used to work for Chapters. She used to read like 6 or 7 books a week.
Mm-hmm.
Speed read, like one of those just down the page.
Oh yeah.
Like that. She could read like that since high school. Yeah. She learned how to do that. So she's like, yeah, you should write your memoir, like, because it's a story that people would probably, want to read. So I thought, okay, well, before we get to the pot activism stuff, we got to try to explain who we are,
Yeah.
So a little bit of backstory is important. So, well, actually, to explain me, you kind of have to go back and explain my parents, because my life has been weird since before the beginning. So I did a bit of backstory about my parents and a bit of backstory about myself and my childhood, my teen years, and my rough time during my 20s. And then I get to the point where I'm 32. I haven't written anything about pot activism. I've mentioned cannabis many times because I used it as a teenager a bit. Haven't written anything about Christine except the chapter where I met her the first time. And I realized, wow, this is getting pretty long. So I look up what's the typical length of a memoir. And it's between like 80 and 100,000 words or something, 60 and 100,000 words. Mine's already 76,000 words. I'm like, oh, this thing's going to be 200,000 words by the time I'm done. No one's going to buy it or read it. What the hell am I going to do with this?
Yeah, you've
So
got
I
a
shelved-
long story.
So I shelved it. And well, yeah, I do. You know, it's
You
kind of
do.
like Marcel Proust, right? He wrote this one, this à la recherche de temps perdu, you know, in search of lost time, and it's 1.2 million words long. The guy basically wrote
Wow.
12 memoirs about his life.
Couldn't you just make it into like a 3 or 4 part series? You know,
I
like
could, you know, but the
you
thing
know?
is, when I started writing it again, I thought I want to stick to the cannabis activism. That's the hook of the story. That's what people
Yeah.
want to know about. Because I didn't become a big enough celebrity that people want to read my whole life story,
Crap.
right? Maybe I will after this book. Who knows? But what people want to know about is they're like, yeah. What about the pot activism stuff? Tell us about the 420. Tell us about your growers and shit. You know, that's what people want to hear about. So they don't really want to hear about us, except, well, why are you like this? So, you know, the first 2 chapters, like it's 11,000 words or so, explain all the abuse and shit she went through and all the weirdness I went through and injuries and accidents. You know, I was in a forced landing in an airplane in a Cessna 150.
Oh.
Yeah, my father and I were in this plane, and the fuel wasn't getting to the engine, so we had to land in a field we'd never seen before with a completely dead engine.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a perfect landing. Like it took, like the plane took a little bit of a hit, but we were fine. But
Right.
it's as scary as you think it is. It's just as scary as you think it is.
Right?
Yeah, it is. Just thinking that you.
Can I swear on this story? I keep swearing.
Yeah, well, you know, we were talking about that there last week about the fact that the way you would express things, you know, between
I'll try not to
friends,
swear.
you know.
So this thing screwed up my back. And where's my dogs? Lola, Kiki, come here. Kiki, Lola.
Oh yeah. The dogs are part of the program as well. That's right.
You don't have a choice because this one's always sitting behind me. So
Hey, before we get too far into this book, the name of it again is Outlaw Patience.
Outlaw Patience.
and it's available on Amazon, right?
It's available on Amazon and a bunch of other places. What's wrong?
Can you get it through Audible?
Yes, Audible. It's still gotta get it done. Some alcohol.
That's where I'll be. That's what I'll probably do because because of my like this attention deficit monkey I've got in my back. I find that when I read, it's like I don't comprehend so much. Like I read so
Yeah,
fast.
sorry about
So
that. Audiobook, get her off of there.
audiobook for me is
It's
like
coming. It's coming. It's gone through the.
stick
I
it in
put
my
on-
ear, off I go, right?
Well, I put it in audio. Is a website you can upload your audiobook to.
Yeah.
So now they are okay with it. It passed their muster. So now it's going to Audible and other places.
Oh, perfect.
To see if that it should be fine.
Good.
It sounds a little. I don't sound like I'm in a foam room. I sound like I'm at a desk. But the bit rate and everything's fine. Like it's
right. But no, I just like I said, I just find like with Audible, like I read more. Like even though I'm not physically reading, but I find like if I'm reading
it in.
With the attention deficit, I've just found that I learn better through ear rather than in front of me. I don't have to go back and reread it. And then
I can read faster than I can listen to an audiobook.
And I can too, but I don't comprehend as well. And that's the thing, like I read too fast, so that I'm not comprehending it, and I got to go back. So yeah, if I hear it, it's easier.
She's having a seizure.
Yeah.
So I have put the link, the Amazon link for the book.
It's also on a bunch of other places: Barnes and Noble, Apple Books, Google Play. Yeah, if anybody just Googles Outlaw Patience, they'll find it.
They'll find it. Okay, good.
So, yeah, she's
I used some of the description here. I'll read it. Outlaw Patience. Is they say here in the description. I'm gonna bring it up now.
Do you have to go, Russell, or should
No, that's fine.
Okay. Christine's having a seizure.
Nothing I can do about it. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
She'll be back in a little. She won't be able to talk for the rest of the interview, but
no, she'll be all right.
She'll be okay.
You're all right.
Yeah.
Are you okay there, Christine?
It's okay. She can't hear you.
Okay. It says here that Outlaw Patience is a raw, darky, funny, and brutally honest memoir of a man who spent 2 decades navigating the impossible crossroads of pain, politics, and prohibition. When doctors, politicians, and cops failed him, the law itself turned on him, and he fought back. Russell Barth and his wife Christine Lowe were among Canada's most outspoken medical cannabis patients and activists. What began as a personal struggle for pain and relief became a national battle against bureaucracy and healthcare system. It often preferred punishment over compassion. From police rage to courtroom absurdities, from the trenches of Parliament Hill to the quiet desperation of chronic illness, Barth exposes a world where sick people can be treated like criminals simply for trying to survive.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm hoping, I wrote it with professors and their students in mind. Like when I was writing this from June through September, at first I was putting all of my personal spice into it. You know, referring to Stephen Harper as a demon wizard, things like that, you know. And then I went, stop. She'll fiddle with everything. So she's taking her foot and she's trying to grab the wire with her toes.
That's okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Yep.
So she does post seizure. She gets really goofy. So I thought, well, you know, if I clean this up, I take away all my personal hyperbole and made it straight reportage, a little bit of humor in it, but mainly straightforward, then I can present it to professors who will be able to confidently assign it to their students.
Right.
You know, because this is, rather than my personal memoir and my thoughts and feelings about things, it's more, this is what happened.
Correct.
This is what happened to us. This is what we were thinking and feeling at the time, but this is the shit we had to go through, and this is why. So these are the choices we made. And it, I think that's going to make it a lot more appealing to professors, and then they'll, you know, assign it to their students.
Right.
And it's not just law, it's history, sociology, medical, there's about 10 different disciplines of academia that could potentially add this book to their syllabus.
I think there should be the anthropology of cannabis community. The
Oh,
cannabis
yeah, anybody who's
culture itself
history, okay?
is studied at a academic level, because the difference in how it's changed and evolved from the very beginning of reefer madness in the 20s through the evolvement, you know, of the culture through the 60s, through the 70s, and how it's evolved into legalization and to medical patients being able to use through the states, and, you know, with legalization throughout the world. And the evolution of the cannabis culture would be, I think, a great academia myself.
Well, it's a personal account of a historical situation.
Exactly.
It's exactly the kind of thing that is like. So, so that's, I'm hoping I think that's going to be the bread and butter of my sales in the years moving forward.
Now, how like you described Mummy's Funny Medicine as something that was a few words on a page with an illustration. Is this more like a regular standard book where it's all full of words?
Yeah. It's no photos in it. It's a standard kind of, you know, biographical memoir.
Yeah.
Like you'd read about, you know, one good example is the book by Sting, Broken Music, where he talks about his childhood and his early band that he was in before it ends right where he sort of gets involved with the police. Right. So, but that's a polished, edited kind of, hey, little dogs, come here. You all right? It's a polished, edited kind of thing. You know, they're trying to like, hey, isn't Sting cool? Whereas this is a lot more raw and confessional. You know, we talk about things that are not that flattering, and
I'm sure you
about
do.
ourselves.
Raw, right? Like most people want it real and raw, especially when it's memoir.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and you know, I'm not one that's easily embarrassed. So, you know, we talk about the things we did and go through, and And, some of it, like some people might be scandalized by it, they can clutch their pearls all they want, but we looked at it like the law was in a weird position at the time. So people were like, oh, well, you're selling surplus to the public or whatever. It's like, yeah, that's what growers did. It was either that or we had nothing. We couldn't afford to buy.
To be able to pay the hydro bill in order to pay for their own meds. Right?
Exactly. And the situation, we made those choices, but the choices were limited by the situation that was offered.
Yeah.
If we were wealthy, we could have just bought a house and grown weed quietly by ourselves and not had to do any of this stuff.
Right.
Exactly.
If our parents were rich, they could have just bought weed for us from one of the compassion clubs or something.
Okay, it's about the hour. We've talked briefly about both books. What I want to do when we come back from the break is basically go back from the beginning. Your situation, you mentioned the wheelchair. You can explain why you're in the wheelchair, what you did to get out of the wheelchair, as well as Christine's story. All right. Okay, and all that you mentioned, the human rights case and all that stuff. We'll be able to go through it all. All righty. Okay. Other than that, it's break time, as I mentioned. When we get back, we'll continue our discussions with our guests, Russell Barth and Christine Lowe. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, we're back. We're live. You're watching the Pace Radio Show, and we have our guests, Christine Lowe and Russell Barth, here with us. And I see Tamara is just running back to her spot.
I went to go make some tea, and my tea kettle usually turns itself off, and it just boils itself dry. So yeah,
You burnt the water.
there's no water to burn it.
Well, it's right. I call you burning your water.
I burnt the water. So yeah.
All right. Okay, in the first segment, we're talking to Russell and Christine about their books, Mummy's Funny Medicine, and their newest release, Outlaw Patients, a Medical Marijuana Memoir. Now I want to get into the actual story, the beginnings of, your cannabis, why you're using cannabis. The two of you, as you mentioned in the first segment there, Christine was dealing with a seizure.
Yeah, she just had a mild one a little while ago, so she's kind of, 50% operating system loaded up there. But how it started was we went to a thing in 2002. It was the Million Marijuana March, which wasn't really a march. It was basically 200 people or so gathered on the front lawn of Parliament Hill. Everybody's kind of sitting in the grass, and they had a, one like guitar amp with a microphone kind of thing. And people talked and we listened. And there was one we really remembered was like a nurse who goes to people's houses to help old people, and
personal service work.
Care worker, yeah.
PSW.
And she was standing on the steps there at Parliament, and she said, I got to smoke weed every day to deal with like the early onset symptoms of MS. So if I don't use it, I can't work. If I can't work, I can't feed my daughter. So, and then she's like, so if these assholes want to put me in jail for that, they can go right ahead and try. And then she just kind of drops the mic on the thing and walks off kind of in a huff. So we're like, wow, interesting. Like we never heard anybody talk about stuff like this before, right? So the next day, I'm doing something at the computer, and Christine's sitting out on the balcony just staring out over the city, which was uncharacteristic at the time. It wasn't something she was, and after about, 6 or 7 hours of this, I thought, okay, this is not good. Something bad's going to happen. We just moved in here a little while ago. Like, what is she going to want to move out? I don't understand. So I said, so what's all this? And she's like, well, I've been thinking after yesterday and everything, I've been thinking I want to quit my pharmaceuticals and just start using cannabis. So I said, okay, well, I can understand that. She's like, they're killing me. The drugs are killing me. I'm not going to live much longer like this. Like I'm bloated and I'm sick all the time. Like I'm going to die. I don't want to live like this. So I may as well try cannabis. And I said, okay, well, if we're going to do that, we got to start a compassion club or something with this guy out west. This is when Phil Lucas just got
right. Yes.
Quit, right? It was so everyone was talking about that. So I said, we're going to do like this guy Lucas out west, start a compassion club or something. We'll talk to Mike about it because I can't run around in the cracks of this city in a wheelchair. Yeah,
now you're in a wheelchair, and why were you in a wheelchair?
Well, I have fibromyalgia, but I also have like a leg that's a half-inch too short. So my spine is kind of crooked. And what happened was on November 30th of 2001, because that was 2002. So 2001, we went out to an appointment for her, and I got a back spasm in around here, sort of T7 and T8. They go out of alignment in relation to the rib nearby.
Okay.
So it's not just the spine gets out of alignment, the rib cage in proximity to it. So I had a terrible pinch and a spasm, and it was just giving me pain. I could barely breathe. So I took some drugs and everything, and then we were walking, and it was freezing rain, so we're kind of like, like this. And she's kind of walking ahead of me, just trying to get to the bus stop so we can get home. And I'm stumbling from a fire hydrant to a parking meter to a bus shelter. I'm just holding myself up, and it just feels like someone's just sticking a screwdriver in my back and wiggling it around like this, right? It's only going in about 2 inches, but it's that. I'm just like, like this kind of thing. Like it was so bad. And then we get to this building on there's two big swinging doors that swing out like that, and I grab the one that's furthest away rather than this one opening this way. I grab the one that's furthest away and I throw it like that so I can walk through it. And for a fraction of a second, everything went white.
Oh.
The time and space disappeared. The pain just went right off the scale.
Mm-hmm.
Up till then,
Yeah.
it was bad, but this was just like, I was gone, right? For I don't know how long. And then I
Yeah.
spun around and I landed with just my shoulders and my head against the wall, lying flat on my back, and I couldn't move my legs. I couldn't wiggle my toes. I
Oh.
was basically paralyzed from the nipples down.
Oh.
She starts to panic. I'm freaking
Yeah.
out. No, I gotta get up. I go like this, and just it felt like a spear came out through the floor.
Oh.
And I'm just
Oh.
I'm like, come on, toes, do something. Nothing.
Yeah. Wiggle, will you?
I'm lying there, and then I had chewed up some Tylenol 3 and some clonazepam. And I'm lying there, and then all of a sudden, just there it is. That feels better. So I'm like, all right, loosen up, relax. It'll come. And the whole time I can barely breathe because the pain is still like a knife in my back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then I feel my toes start to move. Then I can move my feet a little bit and everything. And I literally crawled through slush to get into the cab.
Oh.
So we get home, I get in a cab, and I get in a cab, I get in a bath. And normally this kind of thing would work its way out in a couple of days. You lay in bed, you put your fist underneath you, click, and you just, there it goes. And whatever, you bring your knees up and click, your back. I could usually get rid of it. This would not let go. And
Just held on.
3 months I was stuck like in my apartment. I couldn't even make it to the corner store.
No.
So then my muscles just shriveled right up. With fibromyalgia, you decondition a lot faster.
Yeah.
So my muscles just atrophied. And so I go to see the doctor, and she's like, "What the hell?" I'm like, "What do you mean? What? You tell me." Like,
You tell me.
you just saw me 4 months ago. Like, you tell me what's going on. Like, I said, I can't hardly walk. You saw me come in here. I still feel like I got a knife in my back. This click hasn't let go for 4 months. She's like, Jesus Christ, what are we gonna do? So I got to get fitted for a wheelchair. So like I was down to 129 pounds at one point, and then in early 2007, a little over 5 years later, we were living someplace. It was close to a mall with like a parking lot, and I just had a crosswalk right there.
Right.
And I had a Category 2 walker, one of those walkers with a little seat and 4 wheels.
Yeah,
So
I've seen them all the
leaned on
time.
it like it was like you see like an old guy leaning on a shopping cart, and I just struggled my ass across the parking lot and into the mall, and it took me about 3 months to get walking properly again.
So
And
you
then by
were
May-
walking from what I can recall. You were telling me many years ago.
Yeah.
You actually used that mall as a therapy place by using it to walk around in order to
Yeah.
strengthen yourself.
Yeah, because it's a long sort of L-shaped mall, and there's pretty much nothing after you get to the pet store. So there's benches, so I could just walk for a bit and sit on a bench, or just sit on my walker. It had a bench on it, I can sit anywhere. But I would just do it a bit at a time, bit at a time, bit at a time. But
Yeah.
the thing that really hooked was I went to see this physiotherapy place, and they did the full assessment and everything. They did a big checkup, and then they were like, I go back. They're like, okay, when do we start the therapeutic? Coming in every day or whatever. And they're like, yeah, there's nothing we can really teach you. You're already doing more than the people who leave this program. It's like you wouldn't learn anything here. So I'm like, okay, well, fair enough. I guess I'm on the right track. They're like, yeah. So I said, I'm thinking, if I could get, like, for lack of a better term, a big pile of weed, enough to use to, get past the pain and the spasticity, maybe I could build my muscles back up and I could maybe get out of this wheelchair one day. And the woman gave me sort of a, kind of maybe kind of look, And then she pulls Christine aside after, and she's like, no, this is not going to happen. His body is shriveled up too badly. He's not getting out of the chair. Like, you might walk 100 feet or something, but the chair is his life now. He's got to get used to that.
You'll be never without the wheelchair.
Life's going to be harder for him if he keeps dreaming he's going to get out of the chair. So, so you got to maybe try to guide him away from that. So she's like, okay, noted. And she told me this after, and I'm like, son of a bitch, So, but it was always a struggle because
doctors. Like that just, yeah, they shouldn't have jobs.
That's medical for you, you know. But I made a neurologist weep. I went in to see her to see if she'd sign my MMAR.
Right.
Where's your chair? So I don't need it anymore. I did that yoga pose where you put the palm of your foot against the thigh, and then you put your two hands like this, and you stand really slow. So I did that in front of her, and she just went, and she slumped back in her chair, and her eyes welled up. She's like, no joke. People as far gone as you, they don't come back from that.
I had a chiropractor dump me because I told him I didn't use my asthma puffers anymore because cannabis cured my asthma, and he told me I was a fucking liar and dumb. I'm like, but I'm telling you, I don't use Ventolin anymore. I smoke cannabis and I don't have the asthma. Like, I don't have it. He's like, basically called me a liar and told me I could not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, and this is the other thing too, is, when you have long hair and you wear tie-dye, because it's pretty much all you have, you're not really rich to buy 1,000 things.
Right.
When she had her psychotic event in 2017, I spent 2.5 hours getting the shit beat out of me, trying to keep a naked woman covered in sweat from running down the hall or jumping off the balcony.
Right. Yeah.
So that went on for a while. And then the cops came and pointed guns at me.
Oh.
And they got a report of shots fired.
Yeah. So that's your fibro and your wheelchair situation. Now let's just move over to Christine.
Yeah.
She is dealing with.
Well, she has epilepsy.
Yeah.
Epilepsy,
and PTSD.
I didn't know what because it's different forms, so I didn't know what.
Yeah. Well, her particular type of epilepsy is, notoriously hard to treat. But so is a lot of epilepsy. They don't really talk about this on the the websites and the brochures and the commercials. But we saw an episode of what was called 6x9 or something. It was kind of like W5, but it was on Global. One of those news magazine shows, hard hitting, investigative reporting.
Yeah.
And they were talking about that procedure where they slash all the fibers that connect the two halves of the brain. And that often helps people with seizures. But I remember vividly the first line of the show of the segment was, for 1/3 of epilepsy sufferers, surgery and medications don't work.
Yeah.
Their life is short, brutal, and sequestered.
Yeah.
So we're like,
temporary.
We look at each other like, wow, this is going to be good, and it's like 30%, a full third. That's not like the fringe, So so Dilantin and gabapentin, they work great for most of the people, most of the time. Old Uncle Bill or whatever only has 1 or 2 seizures a year, and the side effects aren't too bad. Yeah, but they don't talk about the other 30%. They don't talk about the people who just don't react well to the medications and end up dying.
And again, like that was one thing that really kind of catalyzed things for you too, as well, was that YouTube video of Christine having seizures and how you dealt with it, and the help that the inhalation and ventilation of cannabis helped her with. Again, it's not a cure-all. We always say in our shows, we're not medical. We're medical patients. We are not medical practitioners. We have not been trained by medical in any way. We're just sharing our experience. But again,
we've got a viewer. We've got a viewer saying the same, basically the same thing. Sunny Dare 81 says that I have severe mast cell activation syndrome. Cannabis is not going to cure me, but it calms my mast cells, brought down inflammation, helps in so many ways, and just makes life more enjoyable.
Oh, that's great. That's good. That's awesome.
We don't even know if Christine would have more or fewer seizures if she quit using cannabis.
No.
But because we're kind of beyond that. She's having 25 seizures a month, and we just live with that.
She was there was a time though where she wasn't having.
Oh my God! So when she started using cannabis, right? She gets off of pharmaceuticals, start using cannabis, and an embarrassingly small amount. We're talking about like not even 2 grams a day.
Right.
For her, through a dry bong, and she had 60 seizures of one kind or another from January 1st until the end of May. She had 13 the rest of the year. The following year, she had 13. The following year, she had 9. The following year, she had 5. The following year, she had 3. The following year, she had 1. And then in 2008, in March, she got up goes for a pee. Hey, good morning. Or she sits on the couch. All of a sudden, she goes into a grand mal. I thought, all right, well, it's been a while. It's been like 267 days or something.
Right.
Wow.
15 minutes later, she has a second one.
Right.
Oh.
20 minutes later, she has a third. I'm like, okay, this is bad.
Right.
Call an ambulance. They come. She has a fourth.
Ooh.
They're about to shoot her full of Ativan. So you better have have their paddles fired up, man, because she'll go into cardiac arrest on you. Right. Like, Ativan. I'm like, yeah, it's just her. She'll die. She just dies. She does that. She dies. She's been dead twice already. They're like, okay, well, noted. So they take her to the hospital. And when I'm in the hospital with her, I'm like, look at her records. It's right here. Go look at the computer. You can't be loading her up with Dilantin. You can't just give her shooting full of drugs. She's allergic.
Right.
So the guy's like, all right. Well, he sits down. You see him at the scrolling. Okay. And then they get up. So now it's a whole new thing. So they got the paddles ready, right? They're putting a needle into her artery because they got to get the blood. They got to find out how much oxygen is in her blood to see if she's getting air.
Right.
Because she's been seizing for close to 40 minutes at this point. Right? And there's piss all over the floor. They're shoving a catheter up inside. They're strapping her down. She's having a different kind of seizure, like squirming like I never saw before. I thought she was going to die. And she's fallen 15, 20 times then since we've been together, where I thought, oh, she's dead. She's dead. And she wasn't.
Wow.
So
That's a lot of times.
So traumatic. But again, the education that you two together have shared with our community and the world is exemplary. Like the books, the videos, the time, the
video is the big one.
Yeah.
That's saved a bunch of lives.
Yeah, Christine was telling me that it's now over 6 million views on that video.
The first one we put up had a lot of text over it, and it got taken down after 1.2 million views because of its references. So then we already had a second one up. It was just, here's the raw footage. And we put the text in the accompanying text below.
Right.
Nothing in the video. And then that one has been up, and it's got like 4 million views, 4.3 or something now. So the total is over 6 million total hits. Now there are way better videos since, but ours was the best video on YouTube for years.
And the video was showing, just so everybody could
it was showing Christine having a grand mal seizure on our couch, and just like thrashing. She breaks a tooth, like you hear a loud crunch, like when a kid bites into a Tic Tac or a Hall's menthol candy, just crunch. And I thought, well, maybe this is grinding, but then I found this like quarter of a molar. We took it to the dentist. He's like, I can't use that, but thanks.
But again, like there's so many amazing things that she does with her art too. Like she's taken all of that, the trauma and suffering that she has to deal with, this physical ailment, because there's absolutely nothing she can do to stop this. This is something that's her her body's fighting herself, and there's nothing she can do. Her brain's always on key though, right? I mean, I know the seizures have caused a little bit of but her art has always been absolutely magnificent. And I think when we come back, we should talk a lot more about how talented she is. Never mind all the things that she has to go through with these terrible seizures that you both have to, because again,
that's the other thing. I mean, her art is, especially the stuff she's been producing the past 5 years.
I know it's been
is worthy of any contemporary gallery in the world.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm like, it's not like, scoffing. Everyone else's work is great too, but I keep telling her, it's not like, you're way better than these people, or you're, just as good. It's like, no, your art would not look out of place in any contemporary gallery in New York City.
Yeah,
London,
and it's not just like a picture, a painting of a picture of a regular, like an art scene or whatever.
Yeah.
The style is different.
Yeah, well, she uses this comic book style and this raised beading that she uses along the line work.
Yeah,
especially like to see one of these paintings in person, especially like their painting called Dahlia, flower one, or the giraffe, or one of her chameleons. It kind of jumps off the canvas at you. They're kind of they're imposing, kind of. They're not just, oh, that's a pretty painting. You walk in like, geez, that thing's like really. I'm in the room with you, you know. Like it's even smaller ones.
When I came to Ottawa in 2012, I was able to stay with Russ and Christine, and there was a painting of ladybugs that was hanging in their apartment, and I still talk about that painting.
That was one of the early ones, yeah.
Because it was, and I mean, this is 2012, but it was just so beautiful. Just and it was all, and it was oil. It was done on canvas. It was, you know, she
canvas on acrylic on canvas, yeah.
Yeah, it was beautiful. So I still tell people about this beautiful. And then she does paintings of me and sends them to me and my son. And all
well, yeah,
kinds
the digital illustrations.
digital
What she'll normally do is she'll take a photo of something, either somebody's from Facebook or a stock photo or a photo she took, and she'll do these illustrations on her iPad. You know, she'll draw all the line work where she wants it, then she'll do all the colors and stuff, her own personal flair to it. And then sometimes those things are turned into paintings. That digital image becomes a study for a painting. But the image itself is worthy of, you could print it and hang it on your wall.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I have. Like and it's like having my own personal artist. So like every once in a while, these beautiful, you know, digital images. Because do you like this? I'm like, of course I do. I love them. Every single one of them. If I was in personal there, I'd be hugging her like, oh my God, because it just makes my day. Because
that's what she does. I mean, she can't. We try to keep her from standing up too much.
Right.
So we don't let her do dishes and cooking and the kind of stuff that, you know.
She likes to cook though. I bet you that kind of stinks.
She loves to cook. She used to love to cook. You know, she likes cleaning the house and cleaning up and doing dishes and she loves all that kind of domestic stuff. I don't expect that from a wife. I'm from the Sesame Street generation. I'm perfectly happy with, you know, equality in the marriage. I don't have those kind of attitudes. But she used to love doing all that stuff.
Right.
But we can't let her be standing too long because she keeps just falling down, boom, on her back. Yeah. And she could land on one of the dogs and kill them. She could, you know, how she hasn't broken a pelvis or a hip or something.
Yeah, hit her head on a counter.
It's all that rowing she does.
Yeah, well, she fell and hit her head on the rowing machine one time.
I know. I remember.
Back of her head. I couldn't get underneath her in time. I saw her going down too. You know, the day she got her denture, she fell on her face in the parking lot while we were waiting for the cab, tore a flap, like half an inch long off the top of her ear funnel. Like it was up like this. So man, we just cleaned it with alcohol. I put it in place, put a Band-Aid over it, and we left it. It's healed up fine. You know?
Good.
Like I said, she has been through so much. Like my goodness. Like
she did a colonoscopy 2 summers ago. Raw dog, man. She could not get any painkillers or anesthetic at all.
No anesthetic.
No anesthetic for a colonoscopy.
No.
Yeah. Keep going. I'm fine.
Yeah.
That's a warrior. That's a warrior woman.
Name any red pill activist, red hat MAGA guy who thinks he's tough enough to do that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Most of them would refuse to get a colonoscopy because they're worried it would turn them gay.
I've had probably like a dozen of them because of my Crohn's disease.
Hey, my 15-year-old
and only one
knocked you out for it though, right?
Correct, but one time it didn't. I was awake through it, and I did question what happened afterwards.
So
but and then I was sick on the way home. That was the only time I've ever had. I've only had the one negative reaction.
Taven had one this past.
I loved it. I loved it. They're like, okay, you know, you're gonna go under. I'm like, all right. And then I wake up and I was propofol. And I've never been so high in my life. I'm stumbling around the lobby like, this is great. This feels fantastic, man. Oh, Christine, you missed out on this. This is amazing. And 3 minutes later, right as rain. Totally normal. Oh,
like I said,
that was fun. Why are you gonna miss that?
and then when he dislocated his elbow, they gave the kid fentanyl, and I was like, "Do you have to use that shit? Like, really?" But in order for them to be able to knock him out and not have him feel the pain of putting that elbow back in there,
I used to pop her shoulder back in all the time.
Yeah, no, this was an elbow.
I've seen her reach for a cup in the cupboard, and the shoulder just bloop and fall out.
Oh.
And then I would like, okay, hold still, and I put my hand in her armpit, grab her by the elbow, and then I pull it away from her torso and click it back into place. She often fainted from that.
Yeah, I would too.
I slapped her, did a little bit of this, and she comes, she's like, what the hell? Unbelievable. Her pain threshold is amazing.
That that white scene that you talked about earlier when you got so much pain and you that's one of those moments, man.
Yeah.
So all right, it's top of the hour already. Time for another break. It just flies. So first segment we talked about your books. This segment we've talked about the two of you, and as far as your medical conditions and cannabis and all that. When we come back, I want to talk about the challenges, such as the human rights tribunal and stuff like that you had to get involved in order to do what you do. So
cool.
All right. Other than that, we'll be right back. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca, and we'll be back with more from Christine and Russell.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. All right, we are into the third segment of the broadcast. We've talked about the books, and we will get back into the books again before we say goodbye tonight. And we've talked about the medical end of thing and the cannabis use. Now let's get into your challenges that you've had over this time, such as I mentioned before the break, the human rights case that you had to deal with.
Yeah, well, that was a tricky one. I was outside after, getting out of a wheelchair, got back into comedy. It was going pretty well. I was even getting paid gigs, so that was cool.
Comedy.
One evening, I was out front of Absolute Comedy on Preston Street in Ottawa, and I go to light up a joint, and one of the other comedians who happened to be working in the kitchen that night, he comes up to me. He's like, "No, dude, please don't." So I'm like, "Whoa, well, excuse me," especially from him, because he was a big stoner at the time, and. He's like, yeah, we already got a fine from the from the thing. Like, he didn't even know what it was called. It was the AGCO.
Yeah, so it was the liquor board that would be issuing a problem with that.
Right.
Okay.
So Jason already got a fine because somebody smelled pot coming off of me. So like, don't. The inspector could be around. Please just don't. You're getting us in more trouble. So I was like, okay, well, look, he asked nice, and I don't want to cause any trouble for Jason especially if he's already got Jason Lawrence is the guy who owns Absolute Comedy. So I don't have any quarrel with him. I don't want to cause a problem. So I go down to the bus stop, smoke a joint there. It didn't sit right with me. So I go home and I knew Tim Meehan would be up. So I phone him and I'm like, yeah, it's just Alex just said this and that. He says, you should file a human rights complaint. I said, what, against Jason? That would ruin him. I mean, that's crazy. He goes, no, against the Ontario government. I said, go on. And he's like, I've been thinking about this, and a lot of these federal regulations don't, like your license doesn't jive with a lot of provincial regulation, right? Because the provinces haven't changed anything. Let me check that. I'm going to research this. I'll talk to you in the morning. So by morning time, he'd already scoured through every federal regulation and provincial regulation in Ontario. Because he has he had an encyclopedic knowledge of the internet.
Yeah.
So he was able to scour through and find cannabis, marijuana, and all this kind of stuff. And he realized there was all kinds of crazy discrepancies. If, for example, if I have my pot license and I have my pot and we're driving in a car, but I'm not driving, somebody else is, that person is trafficking weed. Now, realistically, I don't think anyone's going to be tried or going to jail for that. But it points out,
correct.
A cab driver
Possibility.
He's trafficking weed technically. If my luggage has weed in it and it's in the back of the car, the taxi driver is technically. The bus, I can't use the bus. I can't be in my doctor's office. I can't be in my dentist office. I can't be, on school property. I can't be on campus property at Ottawa U or Carleton or Algonquin. Like all this stuff. Now, I mean, right away we realistically went, well, it's not like anyone's going to get that's not the point. The point is, when you carry your cannabis into a licensed establishment, a restaurant or a bar, you're putting the bar at risk. Your weed falls in your pocket, hits the floor, you pick it up and put it away. AGCO inspector, ACE, whatever, alcohol, gaming, whatever. The inspector happens to see that because these guys are spooks, right? They don't walk in with an inspector badge on them. They walk around looking like civilians. They come to the bar, they enjoy the thing, they watch a comedy show, they snoop around, they watch and see what's going on. If they see people getting overserved, some guy's hammered and he's still getting beers brought to the table, they're going to get a fine for that or a caution or whatever. If they see weed, somebody's, whoops, they dropped my weed and put it back in my pocket. That guy doesn't get in any trouble. The bar loses their license for a week.
And the server gets fined.
$20,000 in revenue.
Yeah.
So this was the problem.
Yeah.
And so Jason freaks out. He's like, wait, what are you going to do? You're going to make trouble for me? I'm like, no. This is not going to make trouble for you. We're going to try and clear that trouble up. Because every one of your comics is a pothead. One of them drops their weed and one of these spooks sees it. You're going to get another fine. And your next fine is going to be bigger. It could be a month where they're going to take your license away.
Technically, even a server, if you're in a bar, even now with legalization, if you're in any establishment, you smell cannabis on a patron, you're legally obligated to quit serving them and ask them to leave.
Yeah, I know. It's insane.
They're considered impaired.
Yeah. Cannabis is not legal in Canada as far as I'm concerned. It's just been handed over to millionaires. So, I mean, so we filed the human rights complaint, and all I did was sign it. Tim Meehan wrote the whole thing. And it's, comprehensive. You can go look at it. I'm sure it's online someplace. And after we did the meeting, because it was funny, because we go through all the thing, finally they're like, we're going to listen to this case. So the arbitration meeting was going to happen. So the lawyer comes in with this other lady who's the sort of main arbitrator. And they're like, these things can get pretty heated. Like, are you guys going to be okay with this? I'm like, there's no one in that room. It's not like a bar that refused me service or something because I'm disabled. No one in that room has done me any wrong. It's regulations and federal laws that don't jive.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be banging my hand on the table or sticking my finger in anybody's face in there unless they cause a problem. I'm not going in there with animosity. No one in there's done me any harm. They're like, oh, okay, cool. So we go in and I tell everybody the same thing. It's like, you guys didn't do anything. I don't know any of you. You haven't done anything wrong to me. We can just discuss this. I'm not going to get angry about it. So they're like, okay. Then there was a lady from the arbitrator. There was our lawyer from Queen's University who was assigned. He's a professor from Queen's University. He was assigned by the tribunal court or whatever. A lawyer from the federal government, a representative from Health Canada, a lawyer from the Ontario government, someone from the AGCO, me, Christine, and Tim, and I think somebody else. So I did most of the talking. Tim would pipe in with like more detail because he had all the details in his head on his best behavior, indispensable that day, fantastic. And then at the end, you know, our lawyer goes, well, this is like by far the best arbitration meeting we've ever had. These things usually get heated and people leave in a huff or yell at each other. This was fantastic. Very informative, very calm and nice. Everyone had a pleasant time. Thank you very much. And then after he pulls us aside, he goes, who prepared this for you? Like kind of, you know, playfully, suspiciously. And I just went, Tim. He goes, this is very good. And Tim kind of, you know, all proud.
Oh, he smokes pot too.
yeah, you know, and I'm like, he did the whole thing. All I did was sign it because I don't know these things. He's like, really well done, really well done.
So how'd you make out in the end?
We got a half win. Of course, it's the Human Rights Tribunal or whatever. They have it's not binding to anybody, but their decision was that I could carry my weed on me, but not use it in a licensed establishment or on the property of a licensed establishment. So, you know, like a restaurant, if you're out in the parking lot smoking a joint, not cool. If you've got your weed on you, cool. You know, but people smoke joints in parking lots of restaurants all the time.
There they do, yeah.
This is what we were bringing up in the meeting. It's not like, oh, I want my rights to smoke weed where I want. It's like, what about people who don't have licenses? What about Joe Blow, who's want to just smoke a joint before he goes in the parking lot? And then I pointed the inspector guy from AGC. I'm like, you walk by and smell it, the bar gets screwed. You don't say a thing to the guy smoking the joint. You go and give the owner of the bar a $10,000 fine.
And the thing is, the bars aren't supposed to be there to police everybody. I mean, they're only obligated to certain points.
If the bartender's inside, who's outside? Who's got to be outside in the parking lot and police in the parking lot?
Right.
Exactly.
And that's the whole thing with the breakdown of provincial laws and these stupid fucking regulations and bylaws for any ridiculous.
Howard Wagman from Yuck Yucks said, if we refused entry to everybody who smelled like weed coming into Yuck Yucks, there'd be no audience.
There'd
be no comics.
You'd have nobody there.
Because even the comics who don't smoke weed smell like weed because they're standing out in the alley with the comedians who smoke weed.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, because there's 3 of them out there smoking 3 joints before they go on stage. The other guys are just having their cigarettes. The whole alley stinks like you know, a dabathon. So what is he going to do? You know, you can't refuse entry to people who smell like weed in Canada. That's ridiculous. You know, especially a comedy place, half the clientele would be refused.
Well, they do.
You know, so.
Earlier on, you had mentioned about you know, getting access and stuff like that. Was that a challenge for the two of you to get access to?
Oh God, so hard, man. It started off, you know, Mike Foster was already running a compassion club by the time, very discreetly, by the time we broached the topic with her using. We're like, you know, we want to find out, what do we do about opening a compassion club? He's like, well, funny you should mention that, you know, and he was taking a bath on that, man. He put so much of his own money into that.
Yeah.
You know, and then he had people going talking to the media, talking shit about compassion clubs, saying, oh, most of these guys are only in it for the money. And there's Mike, you know, it's almost like an episode of the Office where you kind of like, you know, at the camera like that, you know, kind of thing.
Kind of like running anything when it came to cannabis, like trying there was never any money to be made. It was always about compassion. It was always about helping.
Right.
It was
You
never
know,
about
some of the places had to have a bit of a profit so they could, you know,
Well,
keep
they cover
the
the
place
overhead.
going, keep the lights
Yeah,
on.
you got your overhead costs, you know, like some of them rented offices.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They had some
Yeah.
expenses.
And
You know,
putting
we
the risk
rented an office at one point.
Yeah,
We rented
I know of a compassion club that was in a professional building. There's other doctors and a pharmacist. Pharmacy was in there and the whole
Even
bit.
if the people worked for free, you know, when we were doing it, everyone was working for free, but everything costs money.
Yeah.
You know, you end up with like 30 grams of shake at the bottom of the bag that no one wants.
Right. And then
No
you're
one's going to buy that off you. Patients want bud.
Yeah.
So we had to, like, that's pretty much what we would use a lot of the time was we would get that, you know.
I feel that too.
Because that's what we were just making. We were putting the bong anyway. We didn't roll joints. So, but then, you know, we got a series of growers. The first we were growing on our own. It's very stressful.
Yeah, you're growing in the apartment, weren't
In
you?
our apartment.
Yeah.
And some dude smelled it. And it was really funny because he was this guy, and I'm like, oh, this guy is talking to me in the building. I was talking to a guy at the head shop. He's like, I know him. He's a nice guy, but do not get involved. Like, he's nice, but don't deal with him at all. Okay. Trust me on this. He's out of your league, man. Okay. He's not who you want to deal with. This guy had 5 apartments in our building.
Oh.
Full of weed.
Oh, wow.
Really?
No one was living in them.
Oh.
It's just 5 apartments, all tented in.
Just all used for growing
All used
and
for growing. Yeah.
Well, then they want to smell yours.
So one way, well, he had his smell under control. Right?
Did they ruin the apartment?
He knocks on my door one evening, and I see him through. I'm like, oh, what's he want? You know. So I open the door. I'm like, can I help you? He's like, I can smell your grow. I said, oh yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. He goes, Shishka berry, blue dawn, and the third one I don't recognize. I went, get in. So he comes in and he's like, oh yeah, see, here's your problem. You got to put a dimmer switch on this so it's sucking all the air toward the charcoal filter, and then you pump it up. You can just filter it back through that way, but you got to keep the dimmer so it's a negative air pressure inside the grow, just enough that it sucks the plastic in. I'm like, not too tight, just enough. And like, oh, okay, cool. So we got a dimmer, we set it all up. It was great. We never had a problem with the smell.
Good.
But but the lady downstairs in the office, she's like, the whole building can smell it. Everybody knows, man. Everybody knows.
Well, I mean, if you have a license and you did the right.
Yeah, but still, it was so stressful. We never knew when it was going to catch fire, or when someone was going to break in and steal all our stuff.
Yeah.
You know, we never knew. So it was not cool. So we met this lady through crosstown traffic, you know, and she tried to grow for us, but like when September came, she was, end of September, she's like, yeah, we harvested it before the hail came because there was bad hail that year, and we got like an ounce from her. It was the raggediest, weakest weed I ever saw in my life.
Yeah.
And we're like, well, we got burned. So we told all our friends, man, we just got fucked. You know, we could have had our license with somebody good, and we got fucked. So then this guy we knew through the Compassion Club, this young fella, he's like, well, my dad would maybe grow for you. So we go to meet him. He's like, yeah, except I have a criminal record. So you would be the grower on paper, but I'd be sort of doing it. So we're like, okay, you know, whatever, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
So we did that for a while. We went to his place and we trimmed, you know, and then we get pulled over one time because he rented a house. This house wasn't really rentable to a lot of people because it had a well and it was E. coli in the well. So he was growing in the shed out back at the garage. It was insulated, and he had 1,000-gallon water tank installed. So he had to have shipments of water brought in all the time so he could feed the plants.
Yeah.
So one day he picks us up to come to his house to trim. As soon as we get in the car, it's just reeking of fresh cut weed.
Oh.
He's like, yeah, there's a bin of branches in the trunk. We just get in the car, we just go over the hill, and a cop is standing there with a radar gun, and he goes, like that.
Oh.
Into this parking lot, right?
Yeah.
So he hands the paper, goes off, comes back after like 35 minutes. He's like, yeah, okay, well, you were going the speed and too fast. I'm gonna give you a warning, but I'm smelling weed here. Christine takes her thing. She's like, that's the only weed you smell, officer. And he's like, like this. He's, no, I'm smelling like fresh weed. And I'm, like, where'd you get your nose calibrated? Kind of thing. Like, how do you know it's weed? Like, and I'm like, well, she has a license. His son has a license. Like, search the whole car. Go ahead, man. But like, it's not going to land in court,
Yeah.
So then they're like, So another cop comes. There's like 3 cars there. They're discussing it. And then he kind of walks up real fast and just tosses his papers back in, like his license back at him. It's like, okay, have a nice day. And he runs off. And the 3 cars off. So there must have been something important going on because they're like, all right, just forget it. We were there for like an hour, 10 minutes, Yeah. So, and then I talked to this lawyer that we knew, and I'm like, do you know any other growers, man? Because our guy is indiscreet. Like, he's a good guy and it's good weed, but it's indiscreet and it's stressing us out bad,
Right.
So he's like, I know just the guy. So we meet this guy and he's like, yeah, I want to use your licenses and as a sort of the cornerstone for a legit grow business. So when they legalize and when they start giving out these grow permits for medical, you guys will basically be, the building blocks of that. So eventually it'll be a legit business and you'll be like owners and stuff. We were like, okay, cool, So he gave us more per day than the previous guy. But we were right down to the last gram when he would come and bring it to us.
Oh.
Nag the shit out of
You're just
him.
getting enough to survive on.
Every month I had to nag the shit out of him.
Right.
And then Harper took them away, so we had no more grows.
Yeah.
We didn't know anybody who was like going to risk growing for us on a maybe of an injunction.
They did
That's
too.
the ACMPR.
Well, here's the
It was 4 years of nothing, it was 4 years of charity.
But then when they did the legalization too, like designated growers don't have anywhere to take their overage anymore, and the pounds have gone from being a $2,500 commodity down to $300 a pound. So it costs you more now to grow anything than it does. So designated, like even my friend,
no profit in it at all.
Like her designated grower said, like I'm not even going to grow for myself. It's not worth it. Even for myself, it's not worth me growing.
It's worth it for us. Like it's it's got a cost, but we're not going to go. We don't go without it. We'll go without food first.
Yeah, and you're actually making FICO too, right?
Yeah. So we need a bit more. So I got 12 big plants flowering right now. I got 9 smaller ones flowering, 5 little ones in veg. Not ideal. I prefer to harvest a plant every week or 2 every week.
Right.
So I don't have like 9 plants hanging in my bathtub.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to figure something out upstairs
You'd rather have it spread out versus getting it all.
Yeah. It's what I call the conveyor belt method.
Yeah.
You're harvesting.
Otherwise,
2 plants out,
can overtake your life.
Your flower room is always in a, every plant's in a different stage.
Yeah,
I look at them and I go, okay, that bud is pretty big. I'm going to start giving them just water now. And then I look at it when the hairs or half the hairs are brown.
Yeah.
Time to cut.
I wish I could, but no power, no room, no nothing. I'm sitting here looking.
Well, I got a 500 square foot basement, unfinished, but I got less than half of it blocked off for plenty of room for our needs. But we got arsenic in our well this summer.
Oh.
Because we had the worst drought in probably Nova Scotia's history.
Right.
And our well didn't go dry, but our neighbor put up a post going, got my well tested, we got arsenic. I'm like, oh Christ. So then I see 2 days later, you okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. The province puts up a thing, check your wells, arsenic all across the province.
No.
The bottom, the whole thing from Lace Bay right down to the bottom tip. Everybody who's got a well is got. Now, I mean, you can drink water with a bit of arsenic in it. It's not going to kill you, right? It's not a good thing to accumulate in your body.
No.
But we got a water filter and we started filtering our drinking water. And but the plants are really sensitive to arsenic.
Oh yeah.
Pot plants especially. So I was checking with ChatGPT, and he's like, "Oh yeah, the slightest bit of arsenic in your well water is going to kill your plants."
Yeah.
27 plants I had to scrap.
Oh no.
2 months worth of medicine at least. Which is why I had to, scrounge from a friend, and I may have to scrounge more. We'll see how but these guys, the ones downstairs now, these girls are probably first 2 weeks of January. I'll have medicine I can use. So.
Okay, so you're looking at another month before your harvest.
Yeah, at least. There's 9. They're between 9 and 10 weeks. I don't even really count. I don't keep dates on them or anything. I sprout seed, I put it in soil. I go, okay, that needs to be in a bigger pot. Okay, that's about the biggest it's going to get. Put it in the flower room. Okay, it's flowering nicely. Oh, these leaves don't look good. Pick all these fuckers off.
Yeah.
Yellow, brown, strip her down.
Yeah.
And, you're a big useless thing. You're not even getting any light down there. No point you getting moisture and food. So I just do that. And other than the arsenic, I did pretty well. I'm not going to.
Yeah, it's too bad about that. Holy fuck! Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's pretty. It was pretty bad. And then the other thing that happened too early on, I got some seeds from various places, and the sticky zipper, those zipper door things.
Yeah.
It's like a red tape, and it just came right off of the plastic. So I go downstairs one morning. My basement light had been on all night, and the flap is just open.
Oh no.
So my plants got a big dose of light poisoning during their flower cycle. So I asked Myrna, I'm like, what's that going to do? He's like, oh, they could go hybrid on you. There's all kinds of stuff, man. They Aphrodite. So what happened was they went seedy on me.
Yeah, they're
not super seedy, but they're seedy. So I can sprout the seeds. The medicine's still good.
Yep.
Getting some good FICO out of it. I mean, you wouldn't maybe want to roll up a joint of this stuff. It's funny because one of the
snap, crackle, and pop.
Well, somebody came by and they hadn't been by a while. They're like, "Well, how's your pot grow going?" And I went, "Well, I'm not going to win any awards, but we're getting by."
It's all trial and error, and you guys have been at it for. You'll just get better and better each time.
Yeah. Well, hey, the first batches we did in Ottawa when we were in the apartment. Oh, what?
Yeah, it will.
We nailed it. But
now it's sophomore time. That's usually when the problems start.
Yeah, I couldn't grow in Ottawa. It's part of the reason we had to move. Is I couldn't grow in our Ottawa apartment. I could in the winter, October to April, nice. But then it gets hot.
Too hot.
And we only had this little sort of crack open of a window. We couldn't put an air conditioner. I couldn't even put one of those, pipe out the window standing air conditioners.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't even get it out because of the screen and stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and we had central air in the building.
I know.
But even if I crank it up and leave it on all the time,
yeah,
it's not going to do that for those lights.
No.
Yeah, especially in the days of those middle highlights and.
No, this is 2 years ago. This is just 2 years ago with my LED lights.
Oh, okay.
Still pretty cheap.
On the summertime would be way too hot. The air conditioner would be able to keep the room low enough temps not to get bugs and stuff.
Yeah, LED is not magic. They give off heat, man.
Well, they do. Yeah, I agree. They do give off.
They do give off.
Yeah.
They're not as severe as especially the old days. The old oil style of ballast back in the day.
Those things were insane.
Oh, I found it. And some bulbs downstairs, but I got no ballasts.
Yeah. The ballasts are the big cost.
All right.
Well, yeah, they got flooded, so they got taken away.
I see we're at the bottom of the hour. Let's get a little shout out and talk about your book before we say goodbye. Just a reminder.
Is this the end of it, or are we going to 11 o'clock?
No. We have another broadcast that does follow us.
Oh,
but,
okay.
we do have a little space between each show, but
well, Outlaw Patience is available in a bunch of different places, including Amazon. And so basically just Google it and you'll find a link to your liking. Maybe you like Apple books, maybe you like Barnes and Noble, maybe you like Smashwords or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of different places that it's available as an ebook and as a paperback and hardcover from Amazon.
They listed as a love story, a protest, a warning, a revolution told from the inside.
Yep. It's
good description.
we had a one of a kind. We've had a one of a kind life. Like there's just the craziest, being in Ottawa in that situation, addressing a crowd of 13,000 people while you're handing out books of Mommy's Funny Medicine.
Yeah.
And, there's mostly teenagers smoking weed. It's crazy.
And you also got involved in politics too, which we never talked about.
Yeah, I ran in the election.
You were part of the marijuana party.
Yeah, I ran in 2004. I ran the election.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
thanks for having us on. It was great. Thanks for having us on.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it. Your story is so long. There's no way that we can cover it all in 90 minutes.
Yeah, we could do a whole TV series.
We could do exactly.
It really is. It's a chapter.
Yeah.
We're gonna shop the movie rights around.
Yeah. No. You talk about it could be a movie. How long is the book? How many pages? Just offhand.
Pages. I think it's like 128. It's only 62,000 words. It's not very long.
All right.
It's not like the Thornbirds or something or Jaws,
Yeah.
It's not that big.
Good.
Yeah.
All right.
The audio book is only 5 hours, like 4.5 hours.
Is it?
Yeah. So it's pretty short.
Sure. Okay. I have, for anybody who's interested in it, I have put the links to Mummy's Funny Medicine as well as the Outlaws medical marijuana memoir. And since we're here right at the end, one other spot, if you want to check out more write-ups on these two, I'm going to suggest to you, this is a little bias on this one. This is a story that I wrote on Christine and Russell for Cannabis Digest magazine.
The Pied Pipers of Pot.
Yes.
Yeah, the Pied Pipers of Pot. Russell Barth and Christine Lowe. So there you go.
And I think I still have an interview in a book of mine that I started writing. It was supposed to go into 12 High Chicks before 12 High Chicks had to be sold.
Oh, right. Yeah, it didn't get in because the magazine stopped.
It never made it into the magazine because the first article did, but then the second volume never came out. So the article was written, but never was published.
Yeah.
It was I have like this much interview. Remember, we spent hours and I spent hours.
Yes, I completely understand where you're coming from because that's how ours was. We did a long interview. It was hours long in order for me to write the article. So I could just imagine, Russell, you would type it out because you lived it. You didn't.
Yeah. You couldn't get an AI to write this. Like, there's no way you could say, "Oh, well, here's the outline. Go ahead." There's a book like this. Like if it was fiction, you could go, "Okay, here's the story. Here's the outline. Here are the characters. Give me 65,000 words." And yeah, okay, that's what you use an AI for. But a memoir like this, every keystroke was mine.
I might use AI to edit, but that would be that's just by spelling and my punctuation because I still haven't gotten any better at that.
Yeah.
I use Word for that.
Just have that in your word processor.
We had no paragraphs. They always ran together. So there's had to, learn how to do
It
paragraphs.
kept changing words on me. I always turn that stuff off so I can write myself.
Yeah, right.
I'd rather have a couple of typos in it anyway. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That happens.
Yeah.
All right. Other than that, find the books on Amazon. Do a Google search or whatever
you find it everywhere else. Yeah.
Your browser, whatever browser you're using, and check them out. Find the books and give them a read. Anything else other than that?
No. Check us
All right,
out.
Christine.
Read our books. Buy our books and tell everybody.
Don't forget about art.
Yes.
Page art too.
Check her art out.
Oh, okay. Yeah. ChristineLoweArt.ca.
There you go. Christine Lowe Art.
And
Lowe is spelled Lowe.
Lowe, yeah.
Yes. Correct.
Lowe. Christine, standard spelling Christine.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right. Tamara, anything offhand?
No, just everybody have a great week and thanks so much for you guys coming on tonight. It's good seeing you. And we'll see you next week.
All right. Other than that, thanks to our sponsors, our friendly folks at addies.ca, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and the Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Also, big thanks to our guest, Christine Lowe and Russell Barth. Christine, I hope you're feeling better the rest of the night.
Better now.
Thank you. Yeah, doing much
She
better.
doesn't even
today.
remember it.
No.
Good, good, good.
How?
You had a seizure when? Just about an hour ago? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We love you, Annie. We love you. It doesn't matter. We love you. Thanks for coming on.
Yes, exactly. All right, other than that,
Have a wonderful evening.
you too as well. Thank you to everybody and good night. Talk to you next week.
Yes.
Bye-bye. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Cannabis Broadcasting Group here at cbgtv.com. Individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. I am Timmy, the newbie.
Mary Jane, also known as the doobie.
Today is Umbrella Cover Day. An interesting day to be sure, and we'll talk about more about that later.
Absolutely. I thought we were celebrating umbrellas, but...
It's the covers of the umbrellas.
Yes. And
Right?
we'll get into that later.
Who knew?
Yeah.
Right?
Learning every day.
There's a whole thing on there. Also, today we've got our high five list.
High five.
High five.
And of course, our word of the week.
And we're going to be playing a little newbie or doobie
with our special guest, Stephen Stairs.
Looking forward to another great episode. This has been fun. We are on episode 12 right now. 12.
Is that what it
episodes.
is?
Yeah.
I've lost
Crazy.
track.
I haven't. It's
Oh, I'm
12.
glad somebody's keeping track.
Literally is 12. And just for the record, I am hearing a lot through my headphones right now, so I am trying to remove that. But anyways, so here's the thing: we wanted to talk about before we get into some cannabis-related conversations, as we are wont to do. We go down other little rabbit trails that we find interesting.
Yes,
and it was very difficult to ignore the fact that this was Umbrella Cover Day. And like you had pointed out initially when we looked at it, we're like, well, umbrellas, okay. And then we noticed that there is actually a thing, that there are people out there that are pretty passionate about not the umbrella, but the umbrella cover.
Yeah, the thing that most people lose.
Right.
Like I have an umbrella collection. Like when I like something, I get into it. And I happen to have a lot of umbrellas. And when I heard Umbrella Cover Day, I was like, yay, I get to bring the umbrellas out. And I realized that I don't have the umbrella cover for like half of my umbrellas.
Right.
And I also realized that the umbrella cover is only on the smaller umbrellas.
Okay.
And not the large, like the fighting style umbrellas.
The umbrella cover to me is the thing that if I ever bought an umbrella, and I'm going to admit right now, I'm in the minority here. I don't buy umbrellas.
So you're saying that your 2 umbrellas here you didn't purchase?
They were gifted to me.
Okay.
People gave them to me because they have connections to things that I enjoy in life. But if it's raining, I go walk in the rain. I don't.
That's true.
There has
That's
never
true.
been a time that I have walked outside and felt that it was raining too hard that I needed an umbrella. I put my hood up maybe and go. At the very least, I take my pants off and just enjoy the afternoon. But there
Go
isn't
singing in the rain.
So umbrellas to me are I don't really utilize them in general, but I do have 2 that I enjoy.
See, I think they're an accessory.
Well, they're
a very like people miss it. They don't think about it. But if it's rainy day, you're not going to want to have an umbrella that doesn't go with your outfit.
But is a cover? So then that means that the umbrella cover is an accessory to an accessory.
Exactly. Oh my gosh, I never thought of that.
So here's where I think the market is leading. Then I think what we need to do is to create a protective cover for your umbrella cover.
No, you know what we need to do? Create an attachment piece.
I got caught up in your hair.
Is it?
It's just the way their light reflected off of it. You look like Morticia Adams from the Addams
Is it better
Family.
that way?
No, it looked pretty hot before. Anyways.
Okay.
There we go. Anyways, sorry.
So we need to, when kids used to lose their gloves all the time?
Yeah.
And we would put that little clip thing.
Yeah, we attach it to their.
We need to make one of those
right.
to attach to the umbrella.
Yeah. See, if I was using one of these umbrellas, if it was raining and I was using one of these umbrellas, the first thing I would get rid of and throw in the garbage would probably be the umbrella cover, because it's just stopping me from utilizing my umbrella.
Well, honestly, I feel they're impractical because I can tell that this one's been used by the way that it's been shoved back into the cover.
Yeah.
And this is the problem, that when you take it out of the umbrella cover and open up the umbrella,
Yeah.
it's darn near impossible to get it. It's like a sleeping bag. How you roll them up and get them in the cover is beyond me.
It's near impossible. An unnecessary necessary element.
But how could you not love umbrellas?
Okay, so let's look. Let's just look right here. So what you got? A cannabis one?
I got a cannabis
Clearly,
one,
okay,
which I got from Nova Scotia.
with a nice cover.
Yes, with a nice cover,
Okay.
which now I'm realizing I probably
No,
won't be able to
don't
get
put the
back
cover
in.
back up. Yeah, don't worry about putting
Okay.
them in. And what's this one here?
That is my latest edition. Oh, you took it out. Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. It has to come out eventually. I get it.
Okay, excellent. High five. All right.
That deserves a 5. Let's do.
So then I have my Batman one. Now, once again, gifted, but a beautiful gift. Like
that one was from me.
It's a fantastic.
And I'm not
looking one.
ashamed to admit that I found that at the Dollarama
They're selling Batman for
for
$1.
$4.
$4. Remember when Dollarama actually meant dollar?
$1 or $2.
Yeah.
They're not
Like
$1 or $2
$17
anymore.
items in there.
Yeah, it's sad.
That's a
Dollar
weird-
Tree. That's where everything was like $1.25.
Yeah,
and
there were
now they're
trees.
starting to go. Well, there's always trees, isn't it?
That's very true. And this one doesn't have a cover.
No, it doesn't. And that is so. All my umbrellas are special to me in one way or another, just like my buttons
Mhm.
and my onesies and
Yep.
my rocks that I collect.
Yeah.
This umbrella here is special because it changes color when it gets wet.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, so when it
We
actually
could
gets
pour
wet,
water on it?
well, we
Well,
could.
We can't.
We could.
You can't. But this one doesn't have a cover, but it has like a
Well,
wrap.
they all do.
Oh, they all have wraps.
But
Never
this
mind.
one's more
I
noticeable.
wasn't impressed with that.
And then, of course,
We
your
have-
other one.
We have the Avengers. We have my Avengers one.
Oh,
Oh. Yeah,
because it was crammed in
that
there.
one hasn't been packed very nicely. Okay.
And then, of course, the one that I take out once a year, just
Mhm.
in case, my Canada one.
Nice. All right. So they say that you should never open an umbrella inside the house.
They also say breaking a mirror is worth 7 years of bad luck. And if that were the case, then I would have a lifetime of bad luck. And I'm one of the luckiest people around.
You are. How many umbrellas do you think we can open up in here?
I don't know. You should set it up there.
Where?
Here.
I'll put that. Okay, there's one. I don't even know where this one is.
No, that won't work. Here, I'll hold. How many can we get?
Bam. Yeah, the Avengers.
Okay.
Okay. This
They
one.
should go buy Batman.
Yeah. And then there's this one. Oh, I like it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Bam. Okay. There's that one.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, we're at 3. Count it down with us. How many umbrellas have you opened up in a small space? When people say, what do you do on your podcasts? We do stuff like this. 4. Yeah.
I can't hold anymore.
Yeah, let's do it.
You're going to have to hold them.
5. Finally. We have the cannabis.
Canada.
One,
Oh,
right
yeah.
beside the Canada one.
Nice. Can you do it?
No. Jeez.
You didn't open it. It has the wrap,
Oh, it has
remember?
the wrap's very, very well done. It holds it in place.
Well, that's good to know. Woo!
Ladies and gentlemen.
6.
6 umbrellas is the new record in the podcast world. We'd
Yes.
like to challenge other podcasters to open more than 6 in their small studios.
I'm losing it.
We've done it.
Okay.
All right. So let's just put these down here for now in case it rains.
Here, you take this one.
I'll take this one.
Ooh, I'm dropping them.
So on my high 5 list,
Okay. They're going down.
on my high 5 list, it's connected to this whole umbrella thing. We're going to do our high 5
umbrella
list, the word of the week, and bring in
covers.
Stephen Stairs, who is,
Whew. I shouldn't have wore a dress for this episode. That was hard work.
hey, yeah.
All those days of carrying dishes and catching chickens really came in
I
handy.
barely ever open an umbrella.
Get it?
And-
Handy.
oh, the puns are flying today.
I'm on a roll.
So here's I was trying to think of what should my high 5 list be today. Timmy's high 5 list. I try to connect it to the day.
Yes.
Sometimes I do the day and cannabis. Sometimes I just do cannabis. Today, though, I was thinking about these umbrella things, and for me personally, I'd be like, that's so unnecessary. Like, what is the point of these things? I would toss these things immediately because it
Okay.
would get in the way of. I seriously got to keep putting that back on. It's like, just get rid of that.
Yes.
I'll just open my umbrella.
And
when I
now
need
you
it.
have 4 to put on.
Now I have 4 to put those on later.
That's so funny.
I thought about, but is unnecessary that I won't get rid of.
Okay.
So Timmy's high 5 list today is 5 things that I have in my house that I won't how did I rate it?
You
Unget
wouldn't
rid
get-
of?
yeah, you wouldn't get rid of,
I wouldn't
but they're
unget rid.
useless.
They're unnecessary, but I wouldn't unget rid of them.
Okay.
Or I would unget rid of them. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to use the word un in there. It doesn't really matter. The point is
You would keep them.
I'm keeping these
Okay.
things. Okay, so here we go. Number 5 on my list at the bottom. I have this, and I'm probably not alone in this. Feel free to comment on the YouTube or wherever you see this thing. I have a box about this big of cables. Some of these cables go to my old BlackBerry phones. So these aren't even cables that, in case my toaster breaks,
Yeah.
like I'm going to somehow mechanically fix that with some other plug. These are cables that serve no purpose, but for some reason I keep them because just in case I might need that cable.
So you do know that some of those cables could be extremely rare and worth a lot of money.
You can sell cables?
You can sell anything nowadays.
Really?
Absolutely.
Well, I have a bin, but for some reason I cannot bring myself to get rid of them. I'm probably
Well,
not alone.
If
in
you
that.
ever want to test somebody's patient,
Yeah.
like their patient level,
Yeah.
give them a box of tangled wires and let them go to town. Tell them they have to organize
Do
it
you
all.
want to organize my cable box?
I actually do really well with wires.
All right. Challenge.
Christmas lights, not so much.
All right. That job is yours, but I'm going to see how much money you have.
I take 30%.
All right. Let's make a mint.
Okay.
Number 4 on my list, you might think is an odd one, but it's Ariana Grande posters in my bedroom. Now,
No, I don't think it's odd personally because I've asked you why they're still up there and you kind of just dismissed the conversation.
look, I'm not going to lie. They're unnecessary. Do I need Ariana Grande posters? Dangerous Woman on my bed in my bedroom wall. I don't have, I have very
They are
few things
hot
on my
photos,
bedroom wall.
but you should have other.
I have 3
hot
things on
photos.
my wall. I have a Canada flag, I have a picture of you, and I have 3 Ariana Grande posters.
You have a picture of me.
It's a painting. All right.
It's abstract.
It's abstract for sure.
cute.
But those are unnecessary, but I still have them, and I'm not getting rid of them. So I'm just saying, but unnecessary. Number 3 on my list of unnecessary things that I get rid of
Okay.
is my LED dance party lights surrounding my entire room. Mary Jane over here encouraged me and went out and
encouraged. You mean like got them, brought them to your house? It was like we're hanging these in your bedroom.
So now I have the ability, if need be,
we can have a party.
To have a dance party. They flash all different colors all the way around my room, and I can control them.
You can set them to music.
Yeah, I can play music with them. I can honestly say that I have used them twice.
That was for videos we did for TikTok.
Once we did a video, and once they turned on by accident because I said,
you said turn on the party light.
Turn on party. I said turn on party lights.
But that was an accident.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. I didn't mean the party lights. So unnecessary, but I've got them. Number 2 on my list of unnecessary things that I get rid of is VHS tapes, not just DVDs. I have a whole shelf of VHS tapes. Now,
but you have a VCR.
I do have a VCR. I got gifted a VCR.
That would be sad if you didn't have a VCR.
Right? I got gifted a VCR. I'm a stand-up comic. We do a tour called The Circuit. We have a lot of regulars. They know my love for the 80s.
Yep.
And on one tour, one of our fans gave me the VHS copy of Batman 1989.
Yes, the best Batman.
The best Batman.
Yes.
So he gave me that. And then I told the story to other shows and I posted it online. And by the time we got to Sarnia area, someone gave me a VCR so I could watch it. But here's the thing, really, if you think about it, when is the next time, even not saying it's even a bad movie, but when am I going to watch Basket Case again on VHS? I could probably Google it and find it.
Basket Case?
Basket Case. Let me share with you. Sleepaway Camp. Have you seen that?
No.
No? Okay. All right.
Have you seen Basketball?
Xanadu?
Have you seen? I know. Do you know Basketball?
I do. You have it on VHS?
I don't. VHS wasn't even around when Basketball came out.
Oh, well, see, that's the thing. I have these movies on VHS, but am I going to get rid of them?
Do you have any of the old Disney movies? Because those would be worth money too.
I actually do have those. Yeah, I have the ones that
we need to go through your house, Timmy.
I don't even
sitting on a gold mine.
I don't even need to do this podcast
no
anymore.
more comedy.
I'm literally a millionaire.
You're out. Let's go.
Yeah, actually, that actually being a millionaire would allow me to do this podcast even more, right? Because I'd have no worries at that point, right? Or
see, I'm wondering what makes the number 1 because I have a few ideas.
Okay, well, here we go. The number 1 unnecessary thing in my house that I refuse currently to get rid of is my Google Home. Listen.
That's funny. That's not what I thought it was.
I walk into my bedroom and right here, for those in the podcast, literally like an inch away from my hand is my light switch.
That's
and
like
I could
right
just,
where, light switches are
I could
when
just
you walk
switch
in the
it
room.
on. Yeah. For those of you who are listening,
right on the wall.
Just think about where your light switch is. I could switch it, but instead I look over at it and go,
not today.
Google, turn on bedroom lights.
No, you don't. You walk in your room and you say, hey, Google, I'm home.
Okay, that's true. Okay.
And what does it say?
It says, wait, what is it? Wait.
And all the people rejoiced.
That's right. And all the people rejoiced. Okay. Yeah.
And when the lights turn on, and let there be light.
And when I go to bed, I say good night, and it says, Timmy, you're awesome.
Yes.
Yeah. I didn't set these things up. Yes, I did. So, but it's so unnecessary, but I use it every day. And then the worst thing about it is that I say, Google, turn off bedroom lights, and it turns off my bedroom lights. But before it does, it says, okay. And it yells it at the top of its lungs. At least it's in an Australian accent, a female Australian accent, which is the best. And you say, okay, turning off bedroom lights. Just turn off.
No, it says turning off 2 lights.
Or 2 lights. Yeah, that's right.
As if to say, not just one.
Not just one, it has to do 2, but it says that specifically because it wants me to know that the party lights are still available. Just these 2 lights are going off. These aren't the party lights. Party lights are not the bedroom lights. Those are the party lights.
Yes.
And these are the bedroom lights. Anyways, 5 things. Those are 5 unnecessary things. I'd be interested to know. Please comment below in this YouTube or on the podcast form or on our social media. What is it that you have that is so unnecessary, but you refuse to get rid of it? I'd like to know it. What did you think was number 1 on my list?
I honestly thought it was going to be your entire collection of teddy bears. Those aren't yours, are they?
No, I can't
Okay,
get rid of them.
you're
They're
gonna
not
live
mine.
by
There's
that.
someone else's.
So in my house,
those aren't mine.
In my house, they're Tim's, right? Okay, so in my house, I can only think of one off the top of my head.
Okay.
Can you guess what my one item would be? Do you even dare?
No, I don't. This is a trick, man. This is a trick.
Okay, but at least I'm giving you the option to opt out.
Okay, I'm opting out.
So it would be my rocks.
No, but they have sentimental value.
So yes,
I disagree.
Yes. However, a lot of them I just spent money on,
Mhm.
and they're different crystals. They weigh a lot,
Mhm.
and to move them, when I have to move, I have to pack really small boxes,
Mhm.
and it's a pain.
Takes a whole truck.
It takes a whole truck, and it takes up a lot of space in my house.
Yeah.
And there's just like, I got vases of rocks, I got shelves of rocks, and yeah, although some of them have sentimental value, just like my buttons,
Mhm.
it can get to a point where, like, you and I have been somewhere and you've heard me, I'm like, okay, like 2. I tell myself like 2, so I end up like picking up a
You get
bunch
pocket
and
full
leaving
of
with like
rocks.
2. Yeah. Yeah, right. So
Well, I think there's sentimental value there. Anyways, that is my list, and we'd like to hear from you as well. All right, let's do our word of the week and then bring in our guest, Stephen Stairs.
all right. So our word of the week is tinctures.
Tinctures.
Yes. So basically, a tincture is a liquid form of cannabis used. You'll find it with glycerin, alcohol, or an MCT oil.
Okay.
So it's kind of like an extract, but it's in liquid form.
All right.
So most generally, you'll see it in an eyedropper, and it's administered sublingually.
Subliminally. So you don't know what's happening.
No, under the tongue.
Okay.
And the effects of a tincture are very similar to an edible because it's going through the same system, except it hits you faster because it's meant to be like held in the mouth under the tongue to go directly into the bloodstream, and it's supposed to hit you quicker.
Okay.
Yeah. It's in my opinion the more thought upon as medicinal way of taking your medicine, because
Right.
you can dose it by the milliliter, and you can, in your drink, in your mouth.
So is tincture, let me see if I'm learning stuff along the way here as the newbie. Would tincture be in the same thing of going, you can have a joint, an edible, or a tincture? Like would it be in, could you describe it that way? Like is it a version of consuming?
So flower,
Yeah.
edible,
Yeah.
tincture, topical, extract,
Okay.
or concentrate.
Those are all the different ways.
Different types.
The different types.
Of different types
Okay.
of cannabis.
The tincture.
Yes.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Excellent.
All right.
That's a good word. I just like saying it. Tincture. All right, let's get to our guest, Stephen Stairs, who has been waiting patiently. We're very excited to have him on the show.
Yeah, Stephen's done a lot out where he is, and done a little bit in the politics. I know he's done a lot in the activism world, and I'm excited to hear about 420 and plans coming up, because I heard a little bit about it, and yeah, I'm gonna let him talk about it, hopefully with more stuff. And yeah, without further ado, let's bring in Stephen.
Hey, Stephen, how are you doing today?
I'm great, Timmy. How you doing?
Doing very well. Thanks so much for being on the show. I don't know much about you, only what I've heard from MJ, and I don't know which stuff is true and which is not. But from what I've heard, it sounds pretty awesome. So thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks a lot for having me, you two. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so I met Stephen, I want to say through social media first.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Here's a guy who's going through life trying to make the best of it and found, just like most of us, that cannabis is beneficial and it's helping him. And he wanted to be vocal about it. So I was like, I need to reach out to this person and, actually see what he's doing and how he's doing it and what can I do locally, because Stephen you're in Manitoba?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, Winnipeg.
So after all that research and buildup of going, I really got to check. Were you disappointed when you eventually connected and found him?
No,
No, Okay.
absolutely not.
All right.
No,
Fair enough.
and even less so when I met him in person.
Okay, all right, nice. So
thanks, Andrew.
Now, Stephen, I don't know. I assume you might be aware just simply by the title of the show that she's the doobie, I'm the newbie. So I'm always very interested in how cannabis even became a part of your life, how you entered into the community. Have you always been involved in it? How did that journey begin?
Well, I have watched the show, so I get the premise. And honestly, your two banter is perfect. It's exactly what the internet needs right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, but it keeps me entertained. Hilarious. I was laughing a lot during your high five things. Man, I've got beta clips, VHS, everything. Man, we could talk. And I don't have a beta player, so it's kind of sad, but
That's
whatever.
funny.
But no, I got into cannabis kind of on a whim. Actually, I always used cannabis as a kid. But teenager in my adolescent years. And then I didn't smoke cannabis for about 3 years. It was just a lifestyle thing. I wasn't doing it. And then I was at U of M and just starting my political science degree. And someone mentioned to me that I should get into medical cannabis. And that was in 2009. And I thought, well, that sounds cool. And then I did a little research on the paperwork and kind of parlayed it into a advocacy career at the U of M, and then it snowballed into this first student group of its kind in the country at a post-secondary education institution for medical cannabis, and I rolled with it from there. And ever since then, I've gotten the medicinal benefits of cannabis, but also the social benefits of creating a dialogue regarding the change that needs to be encompassed with cannabis. And that's given me the passion that's driven me for the past 11 years to constantly fight for not only the needs of cannabis users, but cannabis itself and how we interpret it in society and how it's accepted.
So what do you use cannabis for, Stephen? Tell people, please.
Oh yeah, this will get you. So I am legally blind. I have a cane. It's a good time. MJ's seen me. I can trip over the best of things.
I thought he was just falling for me, but nope.
I thought he was just high. No, I was tripping, but a different kind. No, but I have 3 genetic eye diseases layered on top of each other. So I have something called glaucoma, which I'm sure most people are quintessentially familiar with, regarding the cliche, stereotypical cannabis jokes. It's good for glaucoma, right? It is. It really is. And I also have something called RP, which is retinosis pigmentosus for all you nerdy ocular people out there. But that's a scarring of my retinal tissue. Picture it as like a frayed extension cord wire from your appliance to the wall. It still works, but it doesn't work properly. And then I also have cataracts on top of that.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, I actually had my cataracts removed 2 years ago, which was fun because that was a trip in itself. Because you have to stay awake for it. Anyway, side story. But yeah, so I have had that early in my age, and the doctors told me the likelihood of, because of the youth age of my eyes and the likelihood of my long-lasting life, if I don't get hit by a car, is I could have cataract surgery more than 3 times, which is extremely rare for people. So it's interesting.
That's crazy.
This isn't cannabis related. We'll come back to cannabis in a second. But when I was a youth pastor, I had a kid in my program that was legally blind. I think he was a level 3. I think it was, if that was right. So he went to school for the blind. He was legally out. He needed a book with large print, that type of thing. You'd never be able to drive.
Yeah.
And I actually went. He invited me to the school. I forget where the school was. Maybe out in Brantford, Ontario, and it was a fantastic experience. But there was this one game. I don't know if you ever went to a school for the blind or anything like that, but there was this game where they roll. Everyone gets blindfolded because some people can kind of see, and they roll this ball with a bell towards the other
goal
side.
ball.
There's 5 of them, and then everybody just has to decide whether to fall left or right and create this wall of person to block it from going in the net. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's there's different variations of that, but it's called goal ball.
Yes.
And they have some very intense like versions of it. They have a fully blind version of it that's almost like rugby. It is. I mean,
It sounds dangerous.
Oh yeah, man! You see these blind people, and seeing these blind people is a funny pun already. But you know, they have no. There's no.
Yeah.
The inhibitions are gone. It's literally I'm following that sound.
Yeah, yeah, and then they flop to the side, and there's no padding. It's like a solid floor, and they don't even hesitate. They're just like, there's the sound, and they fall to it was absolutely incredible. It was one of my favorite experiences being there. I'm glad.
I have no idea, but I want to check it out.
You guys are ever in Winnipeg? We can come play it here. I know a group. It's good.
Sweet. Okay.
I would try that. Blindfold me. Sign me up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
See, I've always believed that you should try and experience somebody else's their perception. Like I wanted to spend a day or two. I know there's no way from a day or two I would ever know what it would be like to be in a wheelchair, but to actually be in a wheelchair for 2 days and try and do life, because just going shopping through.
Yeah, I was just to say, try to get into a stall.
You know?
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, that's exactly why I tried cannabis, right? It was like the life of a cannabis user, and it ruined my bowling score, Stephen. So I will never try it again. My bowling score is way too important to me.
Yeah.
As a blind bowler, I'm actually pretty passionate about how high my score might.
That's funny.
So did I hear this correctly as well? Whether it was through MJ or maybe you hinted at it. Politics, is that in your frame of work?
It's probably the making change, right? You want to make change, so.
Yeah, I learned at the University of Manitoba, taking political science, that in order to fix the problems, like I was originally in social work, okay? And I didn't like the idea, and this might sound kind of crude, but I didn't like the idea of having people complain to me about their problems. I wanted to fix the things in society that cause them to have those problems. And that's a systemic issue. That's a policy and framework issue that only comes from politics usually, right? Sometimes it comes from non-governmental organizations, but generally it's politics. So I figured, well, I don't really trust any of the politicians. They're all affluent people who've never struggled or had to pay a cell phone bill or worried about what's in their fridge. They're all these, you know, I'm not going to lie, now it's changed a lot, but, you know, 20 years ago, that's all it was. It was basically affluent people who, you know, white men who called the shots. And I figured it'd be smart to have a disabled person who maybe has had a hard time in life to actually know what it's like to be part of society and have things, you know, be a chore, be a struggle, to be a real citizen of this country, not an overly privileged one. And those are the people we need in power in Ottawa making decisions. So I ran for the Green Party. In 2015, the year Trudeau came into power, I ran for MP that year in Winnipeg. And then the following year in 2016, because I didn't get elected clearly, I ran in 2016 for MLA. So
wow. So I could have been a politician back in the day because I didn't pay my phone bills either.
Well, there's
So-
still time. You could still be a politician.
I just find it
Don't
so much
count it out.
easier just to open up an
Ford
account
is a
with another
politician.
company. Yeah.
There's a chance.
So what is the battle in the legality of cannabis? Obviously, Canada is legal now, but what I'm finding, coming in from having no knowledge really, is that, you know, legal cannabis still comes with a lot of things that kind of are causing kind of people going
Like
like
regulations?
how legal, yeah, like
Okay,
how
so
legal is this?
do you remember I told you Stephen lives in like the only province in Canada that does not allow home growing, even though Canada has said you are allowed to grow
Right.
at home.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at, is that, like, so having a political mindset and being in that in a province that is doing that, how are you going about making the change in that? Is it a hard fight still? Like, some people think, the battle's over because legalization happened, but apparently the battle's not over.
No, I mean, that's a great point, is that legalization, all it did was just cause the fight to have a different battlefield. I mean, in my advocacy, I've always been a proud, proponent of the idea that you need to know when to hold up a protest sign, and you need to know when to sit around a board table. And if you can do both of those, you will be a successful cannabis advocate, or any advocate for that matter. But I mean, if you talk about the serious systemic changes that need to be made in Manitoba, Mary Jane touched on it. I mean, well, technically Quebec has a ban on it too, but that was ruled unconstitutional. The province is appealing it, but the appeals court is most likely to uphold the decision because it's a constitutional thing. So Quebec is pretty much taken care of. Manitoba, with our ban, it has a provincial constitutional challenge here, started by a guy named Jesse.
Good.
However, the constitutional challenge thing is such a slow process
and costly process too.
It's a costly process, but I mean, luckily he's had a lawyer who's kind of helped him out. And the thing is that if it's ruled unconstitutional, the court costs are put on the government. So I mean, because Jesse would technically win the challenge, therefore all his costs get reimbursed.
Yeah.
So there's no cost to him. So all he has to do is pay his lawyer, which the lawyer generally at that rate, they're like, okay, cool, we're going to win this case.
But that's the sad thing, Stephen, is that somebody has to, like, they had to get in trouble first, right? And then they had to get a lawyer.
No, but hang on. That's the thing, is that no one got in trouble. So because I'm me and I like to do my research on things,
yes,
even the people who seem like they're doing good, I always do my diligence. So I actually was just about to do an Instagram video today. I finally got a police report back from Winnipeg Police. There have been no charges in the past 2 years for people growing cultivation or cultivation charges. The only charges that Winnipeg Police and RCMP have laid in this province are driving offenses. None of them have been possession. None of them have been cultivation. Yeah. So what I'm saying is no one got in trouble to have the challenge.
If they are growing, the police are just saying, it's not worth our time.
So the police don't want to have it make their time. They're the ones who enforce it. And even if they do enforce it, it's a $2,000 fine, which sounds like a lot. But as soon as you present that fine to the courts, there's two options you can do. You can say, one, I want to challenge this. And what they'll do is they'll say, okay, because the constitutional challenge is already in place on the ban, the provincial courts in the criminal code will then put your case on hold, or they'll stay the proceedings until that challenge is dealt with, because they can't move forward on yours when there's a challenge up already.
Yeah,
right.
It's got to lay precedence.
Right. So basically everybody right now, and this is what I've been doing outside of that political, how you change the law thing, I've been telling people to grow. Don't go another year. Don't miss another season. Just start growing, because for years and years and years, the way we created change with cannabis law was we smoked weed in public to break the law as a civil disobedience showing of these laws that need to change. So, like, federally, everyone else in the country knows already, I can grow my weed. So why Manitobans would just not, based on some law that we know is invalid, it gives into the fear. Do you know what I'm saying? We are being subservient to a law that is unjust. So we must grow weed. And someone, like I'm saying, no one's already got in trouble for it. So someone gets a fine, puts it on hold, makes it on the news story, cops will never touch it again. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So all I'm saying is we should not be growing. We should all be growing our 4 plants proudly. And if someone wants to take it on the chin, great. But I don't think cops care, because I've already asked.
So basically, don't be scared.
Don't be scared.
And don't say anything. Rule number 1, don't say anything. But you are just plead, that you want to wait. But I like that Stephen said civil disobedience, because that's what 420 was in the beginning, right? It was like a celebration, but also civil disobedience. We had the police surrounding the whole block or the whole area, and they never stepped into the area. They just made sure that no trouble happened. And at least that's how it was in Toronto. They kind of kept us confined in the square, right?
Yeah. In 2018, actually, when we had a meeting with the city, the police actually thanked us for organizing 420, because they stopped coming.
And see, that was in 2018. So what's happening now? What's the big change? Like, what do you think?
So
I know they didn't say anything.
Well, they didn't say anything, but I have a feeling this is just a bureaucratic paperwork thing. So I don't know if your audience knows, but basically Winnipeg 420 had plans to have our, 420 after pandemic event like we normally would. We've been planning for years at the same location we've always had it. It's been discussions with city, provincial, police officials that was our goal. So I just been curious. It's 10 months away from 420. This is the time as the organizer I've got to start thinking about next year, which is weird. But the province gave me back an email kind of randomly that just said, nope, sorry. And I think it was because there were some people that kind of changed positions. This lady I'd been dealing with for like 25 years. She had been there. She's retired and someone else took over for her job. And I honestly think that the solution will fix itself. But at the same time, I mean, I live in a province where there's a ban on homegrown cannabis. So, I mean, my optimism is only, so rational to the point where I'm, I have to come up with backup plans to have a different location for 420. But it's going to be really neat this year. Concert, cannabis sales, consumption, it'll be sweet. Camping.
Yeah, absolutely. I know Vancouver had some trouble a couple of years ago with like they didn't want it on the beach or whatever. They wanted them to move the location, and people are like, it's been here for years and it's never been a problem. And then they just went there. But like in Toronto, I don't know if people know, we had Yonge and Dundas Square, and then they moved us to or we decided we were going to go to City Hall. And that was a huge problem with the city. They did not want a bunch of stoners around the big Toronto, was it Nathan Phillips Square or whatever, City Hall? They were like, no, we don't want you. A lot of police presence. And they had never shut down people selling bongs or anything like that before. And they shut down everybody that year. Everybody. And they walked right through the square. And the next year, we ended up in Woodbine Park. And that was where I took you for the first time.
Yep.
And I bought you a rain suit because you don't believe in protecting yourself from rain.
Right.
And
exactly.
I brought a tent.
Way
and
to
I brought
tie in
chairs,
the theme with,
and I brought a rain suit and rubber boots. And he was like sitting there for like 3 hours, 4 hours, and was like, so this is what it's like to be comfortable in the rain.
It's true. It's true. The cannabis culture technically taught me how to camp.
You know what? We try and think of everything. We look at every aspect, like every side, and we plan our days. Or is this just me? Stephen, do you like, I'm going to the beach. I know what I need to get. Like
100%. 100%. It's like a methodical, it's because when you smoke weed, it creates new waves of thinking in your brain. So therefore you think, all right, what do I need to pack?
Yeah.
All right, that's a good idea. And you start, packing stuff, and next thing you know, you're like, oh, I could bring that too. Oh, that's a good idea. And then you pack stuff.
And then by then it's dark outside and you forgot to go to the beach.
No.
By then you just got ash in all your stuff you've packed.
That's funny. It's not like the song, I was gonna go to work, but then I got high.
Well, you've encouraged me already to into this civil disobedience thing. In Toronto, I'm actually maybe next weekend I'm going to go drag a dead horse down the street. Apparently, you can still go to jail for that.
Sunday, if it's on Sunday.
On a Sunday, so I'm actually going to do that. Yeah, Yonge Street on Sunday in Toronto.
Yes.
Drag a dead horse down, and I don't think that's illegal. A legit rule. I'm going to try that.
Yep, but I think it's like a $10 fine.
Maybe I won't try that then.
No you got $10.
That's not worth it. So what do you think is going to be the impetus to change that particular setup in Manitoba that is still kind of causing this problem? What is going to cause it to happen? Just more civil disobedience?
Well, I think the old adage of grassroots cannabis advocacy needs to come back in full force. With legalization, society basically fell off the map regarding their interest in cannabis. Oh, cool, I can buy it, great. But all the nuances of legalization and where it can be sold and all those kinds of things are only cared about by the people who really cared about cannabis, you know, the real advocates. And unfortunately, those are very far and few between. So it's almost like after legalization, the hardcores out there are at a point where we need to create another group of people in this after legalization society who are just as passionate, who realize, oh yeah, we still got a lot of work to do. And that's where that change will come from, where it's not only just business owners who are being involved, it's users, well, cannabis users, that sounded bad. You know, it's everybody who's part of that society being part of the change, rather than it just being the one or two really loud people who it was before. Those might be the drivers and the impetus, like you're saying, but it needs to come from society as a whole. And I think with legalization, we've gotten past that hurdle. Now it's more of an education thing, right?
Yeah.
So.
Well, I just want to add that I've done a little bit of like researching and learning on the back end through like a cannabis course that I took, and speaking to a few like legal LPs and stuff, and like researchers, whatever. And they're saying that they're looking at changing regulations for smarter, better, you know, coherent sales and research. And they're looking at having like education centers that are actually able to give people information, because the problem that people are finding as bud tenders in the retail position is you're having people come in and ask for medical advice. And in the recreational aspect of it, you cannot speak to the medical benefits. And as we've said many times, if you experience a medical benefit from cannabis, it's dependent on you. Not everybody is meant to have cannabis. Not everybody gets a beneficial experience. Some people have negative experiences. And I mean, it is what it is. It's a plant. And this is why we're here talking about it, right?
It's a plant.
It's a plant.
100%.
Okay, so with all the nuances that might be available, let me just ask you this question. True or false? Cannabis is legal in Canada.
True.
Okay.
With regulations, but anything that is legal has regulations.
Yeah,
Agreed.
I know.
So
it's interesting though, because I think just in the conversations that I've had, people within the industry and without, like some people, okay, so coming from the world that I came from, a lot of people feared the legalization of cannabis because they thought that was now going to be just the Wild West.
that's because you say you people.
Yeah.
I got to mention that after. That's like because most people stereotype. So there is a cannabis store that is opening up in Timmy's town, right underneath where Timmy lives. And his son seen the store and was like,
I didn't open
his son. No, his son seen the store and did this little, right. And he's like 18, has no interest in cannabis or drinking, or, you know, he's a very level-headed kid. And I say kid, but he's a grown-up. But anyways, so we were having a conversation the other day, and I was talking about getting Invisalign braces. And he said, well, I don't know if that's good for someone like you. And I was like, someone like me? What does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, well, you know, because you like the munchies. And I laughed because he just assumed that because I smoke cannabis, and it's natural, right? What do we see in every stoner culture movie or I've ever heard? Stoners get the munchies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Man, I've smoked weed for the majority of my life. There is no way that I haven't figured out how to quash the munchies and still look like this. Just saying. This is not just all chocolate and chips and donuts and like when I snack, honestly, when I snack, I have carrots and hummus.
That was a really good point, MJ.
It was funny that like that's the thing. Non-cannabis consumers.
You can look forward to that clip on Instagram. That is a soundbite.
I am more looking forward to the conversation with your son. Oh, dear. Wait, are we going to have time to play a game of newbie?
No, I want to do this for sure.
Okay.
Stephen, are you willing to play a game with us that we call Newbie or Doobie?
So it's pretty simple. I'm sure you know it. You're going to choose either the newbie or the doobie.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Some people have done this game better than others. We're going to see
Kelly
where you rank.
Green
Kelly
did
killed
amazing. So
I love Kelly.
right?
How can you not love Kelly?
I know she is like a ball of energy that I feel like this. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of really cheery people, but she brings a cheer that you couldn't bottle that stuff.
She is a rainbow into my heart.
Right?
Like, legit.
That was a good expression.
There's nothing that every time I turn into Orno and I turn onto Main Street, I get this intense feeling of, oh my God, Kelly.
Oh my God. See, she's infectious. I love it.
She is.
Well,
the kind of infectious we want right now.
Okay, so you're up against Kelly.
I love the fact that we have one guest on and everyone's talking about the other guest we had on.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah. When you're so into the community and you know you're a good person, you know good people, and how many times have our guests said, "Oh yeah, I love this person," and it's a past guest.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah,
it is one of the positives of the community for sure. All right, here we go. We're gonna play Newbie or Doobie with Stephen Stairs. Who is most likely to misplace their car keys?
The newbie.
No, I am most likely to lose my car. I can never find where I parked my car.
That's true.
Really?
But MJ loses her car keys all the time. Mine are always in the place.
Dude, where's my car? What's funny is we drove to the hotel last night and we're standing there checking in and Timmy's like, "What's the license plate number?" And I'm like, "I don't remember." And then he's like, "What's the make of the car?" And then I start telling him his vehicle and he looks at me, he's like, "We drove your car." And I looked at him, I was like, "Oh," he's like, "You drove." I was like,
"You drove
oh
your
my
car.
God, I forgot." And I didn't even smoke before we left. It was late.
It was late.
It's never the weed anyways.
No, never it is. So I might lose my car. She loses the car keys, except for last night. That was a different thing.
That was weird.
Good to know.
Okay, number 2. Who is most likely to disappear and never return?
Disappear and never return.
Yeah, I know these are deep questions that most people don't ask. Newbie or doobie?
I've got to say MJ.
No, I could go nowhere. I love people way too much.
Oh, the moment this podcast generates enough cash that I have enough to sustain myself, I am out of here. I might still do the podcast, but it will be from a remote location, probably a beach place, and I will never come back to society. Never.
And you will see me at every event.
So I know that, but I really figured the kid was his anchor, but I guess his kid's 18. He can screw off. It's all good.
Yeah, no.
Stephen, I have 2 kids. I have an 11 and a 16-year-old.
But the 18 thing I figured would be like the grown up. I mean, 16-year-olds are their own independent kid already. My 11-year-old didn't want to have anything to do with me.
He figures that's why your 18-year-old's still at home.
My
now I really get to look forward to that conversation.
Yeah, he's at home.
I'm really bad at this game.
All right, so 0 for 2. Kelly was already 2-0 at this point.
That's funny.
Here we go. Who would be the first to die in a zombie apocalypse? Newbie or newbie?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I want to say MJ then.
Yeah, that would be me.
Yeah.
I'm not running anywhere.
MJ absolutely would.
I just figured you're so nice, you'd like offer the zombie like a joint. Like,
no, honestly, you know what the problem is? I don't see anything other than people. I see people. Doesn't matter if you're, black, white, what color you are, what gender you are. I just see people. So I would look at a zombie and be like, "Oh, did you want a light?"
Yeah, that's the vibe I got. That's the vibe I got.
Yes.
Well, and I love comedy so much that if I saw zombies coming towards us, I would run and push MJ to the ground because those scenes in movies make me laugh so hard.
That's true. Or when adults make a kid cry.
They push children.
You like when kids cry.
Like that scene in Billy Madison where he's throwing the balls at the kids.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Funny every time. Here we
I
go.
was thinking Seinfeld when George pushes
Yes,
all those
with George,
people in the
right?
fire.
It's
Yeah,
always funny.
that's
So
what
I would push her to the ground for humor's sake, and then find out, like, oh, wait a minute, oh, that was a bad idea. But by then it'd be too late. So then it's just save yourself, Timmy.
That's funny.
Here we go. You're 1 for 2. 2 questions to go. Most likely to fake their own death. Who's most likely to fake their own death?
You.
Yeah.
Newbie.
That kind of sets up with the never return thing.
Yeah, you actually want to have your own funeral, though.
Yeah, I'm actually going to set up a fake death that's public. I'm going to tell everybody about it, bring everybody in, get people to write their statements of how much they love me, because I won't be there when it actually happens. So I want to do this whole thing. So I'll invite you now that you've been a guest on the show.
I just suggested we should do it for his birthday. And then, we'll have the coffin there, and everybody will know it's his birthday, but you must show up in black, and you must be sad.
Yeah. People think that's kind of morbid, but I don't know. I think it's good planning. We talked about planning earlier. I think I want to make sure that it's all done right.
Yep.
Good planning.
So 2 for 2. Here we go. Last one. Newbie or doobie, who is most likely to look best in a kilt?
Oh.
Have you seen my legs?
No. I'm intrigued now.
Right? So you would think this would be an easy one.
Well, I think it would be an easy one. I want to say MJ.
Right?
But I'm going to go with Doobie.
Me?
Yeah, he's going with Doobie.
Is it me?
Yeah.
It's me.
He picked you.
Okay.
No, is that the answer?
I don't think that's the answer.
Oh.
I have these yoga legs that are outstanding, quite frankly. I'm a little bit.
Well, what does the card say?
Well, the card says it's me.
Oh, okay. But then again, I wrote those cards, so maybe we just need to get a kilt and take a photo.
See,
that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna get a kilt.
Side by side, put it up online.
Okay.
Definitely.
So based on the card, you got that wrong. So you were only 2 out of 5. Although, quite frankly,
we're still undecided on the last one. We need to.
Okay, well, maybe we'll put up a picture of both of us in a kilt, and people can vote on that. But Stephen,
I hope my sensibility comes in.
Stephen, I want to thank you for.
I'm blind, but I'm not that blind.
Okay, well, we'll make sure it's a picture you'll be able to be able to see. We do want to thank you for being on the show, though. I want to thank you for all the insight you've done. Just I don't think we've had anybody really go into the some of the political and legal angle in terms of our guests, and so we appreciate that, and we hope you continue. Maybe you'll be elected one day as Prime Minister.
I would love that. I need a cabinet, so keep your ears open, all right?
Okay,
all right. Do you have a preference in type of wood?
Mahogany.
Mahogany. Okay.
Every once in a while, she tries to pretend she's the comedian, but very well done today. Very well done.
Thank you. Well, thank you for coming, Stephen. It was fun for sure.
Oh, I love you, MJ. Timmy, you're the best. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. And you guys, your clips, your shows keep me entertained the whole time. Seriously.
Thank you so much. Well, we'll put some links so people can find you in our descriptions, and hopefully that brings the people your way as well. So thanks so much for spending time with us.
No problem. Thanks for having me too.
All right, take care. Bye-bye. Well, we can announce right here that we have had the future Prime Minister of Canada.
Yes.
On the Newbie and Doobie podcast. You heard it here first, folks.
It's official.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. I've never had a future Prime Minister on the show.
I've never been to the future.
Well, I remember struggling when I was human, that I would always be concerned about I would never be able to get to the future. But those days are past.
Are you going to tell me that time is not a linear thing? We just perceive it as such?
I'm not actually at liberty to tell you any of that. So
okay.
Let's just wrap it up, because now this is getting
on
awkward.
That note, I'm Mary Jane Baker.
Is that that's how we're literally going to do it?
Sure. I'm Mary Jane Baker.
Hold on. No, I think I start.
Sure.
All right, here we go.
Go ahead.
Episode 12. So this is funny.
You can go first.
Just for our flat out endings, this is like take 12. Like we haven't hit an ending yet. So this is like take 12.
And it's still already messed up.
And we've already, yeah, it's already not a good. So take 5.
When I said I'm Mary Jane Baker, I was trying to like get you to like finish. So you start.
Let me just say this. There is still a lot of
With
work.
this, I close.
With this, I close. There is still a lot of work to be done. That's what I'm finding.
Yes. Not just in the cannabis space, but in the studio as well.
Yes, that legalization did not stop the work that needed to get done. And what we're
That's
finding
correct.
too, and because I'll put it out here because I think it attaches to this particular thing as we get ready to close. We have been seeing, we have been posting stuff online, and our stuff isn't even like the stuff we put online. We try not to even mention cannabis too much in it because the social media spaces still aren't comfortable with it. So just because legalization happened didn't mean that the work is done.
Imagine being a legal retail establishment and not being able to advertise like that.
Right.
Like, I don't understand how it's even possible that a bus can have an advertisement for a beer, but a cannabis company cannot. I'll get into that another day.
Yeah. Well,
but anyways, are we good? I need a smoke
close.
break.
I'm Timmy.
I'm MJ. Stay lifted.
And keep on laughing.
Cheers.
Cheers.
This broadcasting group here at CBG.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News for December the 11th. And as we're in Canada and it is winter time, it is cold and snowy out there today. So make sure you bundle up warm wherever you may be. Now, before I get started, don't forget that if you like what you're hearing or seeing today, to hit your subscribe button or the like button, whatever you may have in front of you. You'll notice that Cindy has the day off today, and so I'll go along. I got 5 stories. They include, older people benefit from cannabis, opiate prescription reductions. We're going to be talking about. Germany is saving billions because of cannabis. But I'm going to get the day going by talking about cannabis research studies, which is something that we're always told we need more of. Headline comes to me today from Leafly. Headline says, number of published cannabis studies grows for the 5th consecutive year. Yeah. There's studies out there, people. They just keep saying we need more. Now, for the 5th consecutive year, researchers worldwide have published over 4,000 scientific papers on cannabis, bringing the total number of published studies to more than 53,000. Now, according to the analysis, this is by the nonprofit advocacy group NORML. Now, the figures compiled through a keyword search of the National Library of Medicine's, their PubMed.gov database. It reveals that 37,000 peer-reviewed papers around cannabis, its components and their mechanisms have been published since the beginning of 2015. Now, the available catalog of research dates back to 1840 when William Brooke O'Shaughnessy published the first known paper on cannabis. It was titled On the Preparations of the Indian Hemp, their efforts on the animal system in health and the utility in the treatment of tinnitus and other convulsive diseases. Dr. O'Shaughnessy discovered how cannabis can help settle the seizures in children. If you take a look at, look them up, you'll see that for yourself. Or you can go to paceonline.ca, click on the research button, and you will find a report there on Dr. O'Shaughnessy and the work that he was doing. Now, it goes on to say that despite the perception that cannabis has yet to be subject to adequate scientific scrutiny, scientists' interest in studying cannabis has increased a lot in the past decade, as has our understanding of the plant, its active constituents, their mechanisms of action, and their efforts on both the users and upon society, says Normal Deputy Director Paul Armanetto. He goes on to say it's time for politicians and others to stop assessing cannabis through the lens of what we don't know, instead start engaging in evidence-based discussions about cannabis and cannabis reform policies that are indicative of what we do know. Exactly. There's lots of studies out there just named after numbers, and you always need more, but just don't always have that as the fallback position. Okay, from there, we're going to move on to my next story. And this one, it's about older people and the benefits that you can find on cannabis. And here we go. Right there. This one comes to me from the International Cannabis Business Conference. Headline there says older populations benefit from medical cannabis. Exactly. Older generations were unfortunate victims of significant amount of cannabis prohibition propaganda. It is no coincidence that an essential every cannabis reform poll, older poll participants consistently demonstrate the lowest level of support. The sad irony is that arguably the biggest potential beneficiaries of medical cannabis reform are the older population. It is no secret that as the human population ages, various ailments, health conditions, aches, and pains begin to accumulate. Medical cannabis therapies can help effectively treat many conditions that older individuals experience. A team of researchers affiliated with various academic and health research institutions in Canada conducted a survey asking older adults about medical cannabis use and how it affects anxiety, insomnia, and depression. They said that a total of 1,615 older Canadians completed the survey, of whom 322 reported using cannabis for mental health symptoms. Most, which about 71%, found cannabis somewhat or extremely helpful in managing their symptoms, and 74% viewed cannabis as a safe or very safe compared to pharmaceutical medications. The researchers also found that cannabinoids hold promise for supporting healthy aging and enhancing the quality of life in older populations, according to the research. Now, it goes on to say that survey data indicates that as many as 1 in 5 older adults consume cannabis products, with most saying that it improves their overall quality of life. That's what we need. Exactly, it's what we need. Now, this is what Normal found in their survey from this, what is happening here in Canada, and it helps with the seniors. There's no doubt about that. And I know if you look at the stats, you'll see that people 55 and older are a huge growing area of people who are turning to cannabis because they're tired of pharmaceuticals or they've gone that route already, and just find that cannabis is healthier and a better way to go. So nothing wrong with that whatsoever. All right, from there, I'm going to move on to my next story. And this one is talking about opioid use, which is something that I've liked to talk about as I get going through the story. But here's the headline on it, anyways. And that is coming to me from the Cannabis Health News. And it says medical cannabis linked to reduction in prescription opioid use. Now, I can completely understand where that's coming from. I had my Crohn's. I was diagnosed back in 2003 with it. And during that time, in all these years, I've only had 2 prescriptions for opiates, and that was while I was hospitalized. Other than that, I haven't used any opiates out of the hospital to deal with my Crohn's in all these years. All I've been using is cannabis. Does it kill all the pain? No. Does it dull it? Yes. But all you can do is keep, try. So for some people, it doesn't work, but maybe it's because it's the strain that they've chosen. Maybe it's not. Who knows? Maybe it's the method that they're using. And as I always say, even cheeseburgers aren't for everybody, and cannabis might not be for those people as well. So here we go. Adults with chronic pain who participated in New York's medical cannabis program were significantly less likely to require prescription opioids, according to the study. Now, the study was published in JAMA in Internal Medicine and led by researchers by Albert Einstein College of Medicine and Montefiore Health System. Involved 204 adults who were prescribed opioids for chronic pain and were newly certified for medical cannabis between September 2018 and 2023. Now, participants were tracked for 18 months with data on both their cannabis and opioid use collected from the New York State Prescription Monitoring Program. At the beginning of the study, most participants reported high levels of pain and were taking an average daily opioid dose equivalent to 73 milligrams of morphine. Over the 18-month follow-up period, the average daily dose fell to 57 milligrams. It's a 22% reduction. Those participants who received a 30-day supply of medical cannabis used the equivalent of 3.5 fewer milligrams of morphine per day than those who received no cannabis during the same month. Now, chronic pain and opioid addiction are 2 of the most pressing health challenges in the United States, says Dr. Deepak Slawik, the study's lead author and associate professor of medicine at Einstein, and an internal medicine and addiction medicine specialist. He says that our findings indicate that medical cannabis, when dispensed through a pharmacist or supervised system, can relieve while also meaningfully reducing patients' reliance on prescription opioids. Supervised use of medical cannabis could be an important tool in combating opioid crisis. And I was going to get to that. North America has an opioid crisis. People are dying daily because of the opioids use. And cannabis can make a difference. It's been proven. It's been shown in many studies that cannabis can reduce opioid use. And save lives at the same time. Why don't we have more of these cannabis substitution programs that spread across North America in order to help people get away from these harmful and deadly medicines? It's just not right. Give them the choice. Give them the option. Allow them to use cannabis. So, all right, from that story. Now, this next story sort of blends into that story because when people are suffering from pain and other problems, they are not going to work. They're sick. They're not going to work. They're not producing anything for anybody. And how else can cannabis help with that? Here we go. This is a report that comes to me from the International Cannabis Business Conference. The headline there says reduction in German cannabis patient sick days saves billions of euros. There you go, right there. It's all right there in the headline. If you can give somebody cannabis instead of opioids, maybe some sick days will be reduced and your workplace will be more productive. So the story says, when medical cannabis policy is driven by political whims of cannabis opponents rather than science and medical professionals, it is the patients who suffer the most. Cannabis is an effective, safe medicine, and suffering patients should have significant, safe access to it if they and their doctors think that medical cannabis therapies will help. Medical cannabis opponents in Germany have continued their push to make negative changes to the nation's medical cannabis laws and regulations, and the German Association of Pharmaceutical Cannabinoid Companies is warning that if current proposals are implemented, it would create unnecessary hurdles for patients. Now, the BPC recently published data demonstrating how much Germany's current medical cannabis model has economically benefited patients by reducing the number of sick days. Report says, according to a recent projection based on a survey of 8,831 cannabis patients, medical cannabis therapy has already generated significant economic benefits in Germany, amounting to billions of euros. The surveyed patients reported that since starting their cannabis therapy, the number of their annual sick days had decreased by an average of 58%. Extrapolated, the economic benefit of this reduction in sick days for cannabis patients in Germany is estimated at more than 3.7 billion euros. Now, according to the release, they said that based on import volumes, it is estimated that there are approximately 800,000 cannabis patients in Germany. This figure is still lower than the number of people who regularly take opioids or antidepressants. Now, according to Pronova, they said that 22% of adults also take prescription sleep aids, which equates to more than 10 million people. Now, the Robert Koch Institute estimates that 53% of adults in Germany were affected by chronic illness or a long-term health problem in 2024, which reflected in sick days taken at work in Germany. Now, the report included the following findings as part of their recent announcement. The participants or the patients surveyed stated that prior to starting their cannabis therapy, they had been absent from work due to illnesses for an average of 37.6 days per year. Now, after starting cannabis therapy, these days of absence were reduced by 58% to an average of 15 days. Around 1/5 of those surveys stated that they had been unable to work for a long time before starting cannabis. For example, due to chronic pain, this improved after cannabis therapy. People are smoking cannabis. People always say they're unproductive. And there's a report here that's showing when people are smoking cannabis instead of taking painkillers, that their production is going up and they're going to work. It's always nice to see these studies. It just proves all these types of myths and stories that we've heard over the years. It's just too bad that all that stuff has done a lot of damage. But hopefully, yet again, we can make a change on that. Some of these, as I mentioned earlier, some people don't find any benefit over cannabis. Well, what if maybe we can be more specific on what we want for the cannabis? And apparently, they're saying now, there is a way to do that. So here we go. This headline comes to me from the Marijuana Moment. Marijuana breeders can use AI to design new strains, the study demonstrates. Designing new strains with AI. Now, cannabis breeders may be able to design new strains and speed up their growing cycles by utilizing artificial intelligence, according to this new study. Researchers found that by feeding genetic markers, growth measurements, environmental data, and chemical assays into AI models, breeders could stimulate thousands of potential crosses and stimulate speed breeding through machine learning before ever planting a seed. The authors argue this approach could cut traditional breeding cycles, which currently last between 6 to 8 years, down to a fraction of that time, while also improving consistency. They say this is a challenge for other commercial growers. Now, one of the biggest challenges in cannabis cultivation is the complex interaction between genetics and environment, light spectrum, humidity, nutrient availability, and subtle temperatures. Shifts can reshape a plant's chemical output. Using instruments like gas chromatography, mass spectrometers, researchers can employ AI to measure cannabinoids and terpenes across a plant's life cycle. Combined with the imaging tools that assess traits such as trichome density or stress responses, these data points give AI models the raw material to make increasing accurate predictions. Report says this capability allows breeders to design strains not only for chemical profiles, but also for resilience and adaptability in diverse growing environments. Now, highlighting the importance of reproducibility, they noted that the global cannabis industry demands high quality, reproducible strains, creating the need for precision breeding technologies that reduce time to market while maximizing yield and potency. Now, the writers caution that for all its advantages, AI enabling cannabis breeding faces challenges, including data quality constraints that affect the accuracy of genotypic and phenotypic predictions. They also note complications surrounding complex polygenetic traits, ethical considerations, and regulatory barriers, observing that legal restrictions on cannabis research may limit data or access. So there you go, AI helping you design and figure out what cannabis strains you want, and how finding the strains that you want. Who knew? Maybe someday they become popular, but right now I think a lot of people are going to the tried true method and see what happens down the road. So there you go, people. That's it for today. I'm done. 5 stories. Zip, zang, boom. Got them all done. I hope you found it informative and educational. Thanks go out to you guys, everybody, for tuning in to the program, whether it's the audio podcast afterwards or right now in the live video one. Other than that, thanks to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. We'll see you at our next show, Monday morning, 10 a.m., right here at paceradio.net or 420pace.ca. And as I always say, and I've been saying this for, well, I'm going to say probably since 2008, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individual broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.